Что там, палево, да, какой-то? Надо новый скриншот сделать. Здорово. Здорово, здорово. Что там, Тодда ожил?
Можно телефон?
5 минут. На.
Терпи.
В общем, 6 лет назад она спасла меня.
Черт.
А символ? Что он значит?
Это куртка моего отца. Дагуака Уичахпи. У звезды Творца много значений. Страсть, мудрость, храбрость.
Твой знак.
Слушай, я займусь починкой, а ты отдохни.
Есть, босс.
Я думал, сейчас Симба родится.
Что там?
Шш.
Сюда!
Кто подошел, блядь? Михаил.
Стой, и все? А дальше что?
Спроси у нее сама.
Ну а дальше она ему чисто ебало порвала пополам, нахуй. Все. Ебать, я даже не видел этот мультик. Кайф. Просто... Я сегодня не выспался, ваш... Я, блядь. Что там, Dwarf Mother хочешь? А все. Один раз потерял, больше не будет.
Задача — найти и обезвредить заряд.
Вообще отдачи нету. Блять, посильнее бы отдачу, было бы прикольно. Раз на раз, да я тебя разъебу, ты чё?
Активатор запущен. Все к обороне.
Я еще не знаю, до последнего матча вряд ли вывезут. У меня уже, блядь, ставни падают. Ну, попал.
Секунда деактивации заряда. Нужно обезвредить еще один.
С вами теперь работяга. Работящий Кент.
Деактиватор получен. Нужно обезвредить взрывчатку.
Здорово, плюс.
Заряд. Ваша задача — установить деактиватор.
Да, блядь, не вижу, все сливается, сука. Что там, балканал украли? Или что происходит? Так, сейчас чекну, что там до игр сколько. Времени там же они будут долго пукать.
Teams. These are our groups. We're not going to focus on them right now because we're going to talk about them individually, immediately. So these are the teams that we've got here so far.
Там смотрит кто-то, пукните в чат, как игры начнутся. Можно одну рейта бахнуть пока что. Так, сейчас приду. Какая карта интересная.
Hello, team.
О, а ТТС, кстати, не врубили еще? Сегодня же ТТС должен быть. О, ебать, нихуя там команда какая-то.
У вас еще 5 секунд. Я заряжаю.
Что там, интеллигейшн искал?
Callie, can you get through as well, please?
Рядом площадка ебаная. Ебучая отдача, блядь.
Put this wall on here.
Пиздец. Блядь, ну какая вот конченый рекойл, это просто. Я не знаю, как его тянуть надо вниз, блядь. Ну-ну. Вот он сервер last time. Пизда ему. Good job. Good job. Здорово, здорово, дом. Колдячку новую, так там же типа древнегреческие времена, да? Нет, такие я не люблю. Там же типа как БФ. Там же как Battlefield, да, время вот это, какой там Battlefield 1, блядь, или какой там. Ну не-не-не, я не люблю такие пушки. Бегать там со всякими маузерами, мосинками. Нет, жижа. Я вот думал, знаешь, какую игру? Сейчас покажу. Но потом посмотрел обзор, а это оказался Dark Souls. И типа, ну такое. Блин, а где она тут была? Вот это. Mortal Shell. Ну, что-то ее говорят, что это вообще хуета. Что, типа, однообразное говно, говорят. А выглядит прикольно. Ну, Марокко я не пробовал, что. Марокко надо покупать. Дорого, блядь, за... Косарь дальше, чтобы просто потестить. Dark Souls так получше, но все наоборот говорят, что это Dark Souls какой-то вообще не такое. Жиденький Dark Souls. Это что, вверх? Ебаная мутилка, сука. Ну, это звуки ультра тихие в игре. Охота в что-нибудь новое поиграть. Ну, а что? Это... Спасибо, Домик. Блять! Ну, я не слышал нахуй, как он откупорил кубышку эту. Я уже, когда видел, что что-то мелькнуло, понял, что мне пизда.
Вот и
Ебучий сифор. Блять, у меня даже фуза нету, сука. А, у челика фуз есть. То, что не новая, на выпеках вышла полгода назад. Серьезно? Постпанк это же как стратегия очень, да?
Val. Careful, spawn peak on the bridge.
До начала 5 секунд. Заряд следует найти и обезвредить.
I'm pinging.
Блять, ненавижу эту карту ебаную. Лучше.
Good job.
Блять, перезарядится пушка или что мне нахуй надо? АФК постоять 2 дня, блять. Понял. Пизда.
Покажу, где скрывается враг. Отмечаю врага.
In the
Блять, что у меня с оружием? Почему оно нахуй перезаряжается 5 лет? Меня это бесит уже нахуй. Конечно, ты уже тут уебище. Поты, блядь, 24/7 были. Ну, надо попробовать там. Ну, он такой мрачный. А чё, в чем фишка? Чё, почему там что на звуке завязано? Типа там по звуку типа жестко слышно, где кенты или что? Или в чем рофл? ДЗ с какими-то рычагами текло по Steam One. Не, текло по Steam One это хуета полная. ДЗ сейчас, да, посмотрим. Что-то играем. Ну, ТТС вроде сегодня должен был быть, 17 числа. Без нового оперативника, а завтра новый опер должен подъехать. Ну, видимо, что-то пошло
К обороне.
не по плану.
Avoiding reinforce the hatch means the other walls be done in green.
Ставлю магнит. Магнит включил.
Хуя себе. Не, в пизду. Там просто долбоеб на голде сидит, блядь, с ебучей узишки мне ебало разрывает.
Девайс готов.
Good job.
Бля, я вообще не видел из-за дыма, блядь. Бля, а можно из ханшотауна звуки в радугу перетащить как-то? Масика, ты в этом стерео играл? Типа в стерео хороший звук. Здорово, здорово. Блядь, что у меня без шуток уже глаза закрываются. Я говорю, как в радугу не зайдешь, сразу спать хочется. Очень интересно. Блядь, глаз закрылся. В смысле, слипся.
Капкан на месте. Осторожно. Еще 10 секунд. 5 секунд.
Оставлю подарок.
Ну, дом тоже жёг. Да ебать, тут дыра нахуй. Ой! Ну откуда ну нахуй здесь? Он просто, блядь, стоял все время. Ой, в пизду. Это какой-то наш долбоеб на тиммейте сделал. Хибана dead. Да хотелось бы ликвидов закрыть.
Один оперативник жив.
About hatch.
Нашу разъебал. Ебать. Это голдянка. Ну, голда платина 3. Тут, ебать, такие кексы, нахуй, что маму потеряешь, блядь. Хиба дед.
Почти набил 100. Что? Почему что? Ребята, что за... Я сюда автобус. Разнесет. Я могу представить, это что?
Веду поиск противника.
Нет, это лучшие нахуй типы. Просто убиваешь одного, тебе так тут же ебало сносит. А, ну не фулкой хули. Вот почему так происходит, сори.
Last one was by my.
Ебать, хорош там, тиммейты разъебали. Ну, нихуя, я еще кого-то убиваю. Сори, ребят, там у меня диалог. Поговорить надо с человеком. Да там, да, из-за ковида, типа, ни у кого нету этих кентов.
Подсаживайте меня. Давай, я почти прыгну. Нет. Куда я посмотрю?
К обороне. Не дайте врагу.
Need a rotation.
Well,
It's open. Oh, yeah, there, yeah, there. Thing.
да блядь.
Противник обнаружен.
Two van de woorden.
I watch bridge. Don't push.
on breach, Ace. Right side.
Right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right side on
I
breach.
see. Don't pick.
You went out to breach, left side.
Breach. Door. Door. Here. Here.
Да, блять, как с этого говна попасть? Я же ненавижу эти рекойлы, блять, конченые.
О, там вообще комната. Там детей ругают. Вообще такой. Чё, веселит. И девочки. Ну и фиг. Вообще страшно. Я тут вообще угадать.
Не, когда все ганы будут по отдаче, вот как это СНГ, то я отвечаю, это уже официально съебут с радуги. По крайней мере, играть в нее точно не буду.
Nations upstairs, they also have mute. One more in the hallway. By model. Monkey's in room. Melissa's over there.
Да мы поехали отсюда.
Вы нашли деактиватор.
stairs.
Stairs. Van kill
Yellow. Win hallway.
all the way.
Это просто full tilt. Low HP. Playtime. In hallway.
Yeah, don't.
On side.
Go. Not have time. Go. No time.
Good.
You win. Good job. Go. Не, все как в тумане, я не могу. Так, сейчас чекнем.
You say so the new operator's starting to creep in. You got Thunderbird's gadget shooting some little blue balls at you, like playing ping pong with you. What the bloody hell's going on here?
You try and open your room, all of a sudden there's like this red netting. It looks like a laser. You're not sure if you can touch it. It's like, I think the burning heart.
Automatic reception. What is that? Oh, it's the latest technology in lighting. Just enjoy it. It's there to look pretty. Just don't touch it. All right. That little bit of a.
Так,
It was
кто
the
тут
down
играет?
on point 9.
Just firing off 15 shots in a row. Outrageous things. But for the regularly scheduled programming, we are still just working on a slight technical issue. So once we get that resolved, the game will be good as gold to get going live. For the meantime, though, we don't want to plague you with too much talk about bangers as MASH more than we have done already. So we are going to be going to a bit of a break. When we come back, though, it'll be down one here taking on Dark Zero with Tim and Des on the mic. You will not want to miss it. I can tell you that for a fact. Join us in a couple of moments.
Так а где тут? Нету игры еще, алло. Что за хуйня?
Well, I mean, to start the day off in Group D, it was a
Ноябрь.
masterclass from Liquid. That's the way we've got to say it. Palu was our B-Stream MVP. He went absolutely wild in those games, as did Nesk, as did Moringa as well. He had a really big part to play. Liquid just stepping up and showing why they are one of the favourites, but...
And he's calling for assistance, and that's not a clone, that's the real one.
Oh!
And a hit on the play from a flawless round as Gatorada knocks all of them down. and it's 3-0 Cyclops.
Ну что, циклопов смотреть, что ли?
Pistol out, and they are just
On to
not
experience.
ready for him, Parker. In
Put on
fact,
that
I
kind
would
of
extend
performance on
that
a more
statement
supportive
to
role
the
was
entire match so
saving, and this
far.
probably
All
isn't the game
three
they need to bring
rounds,
for
Team 1
А, они
have
уже
not
сыграли
been
или
ready
что? Я
for
ни хера не
Cyclops,
пойму.
that.
and that's the story.
Well, the thing is, right, I've got to say up front,
Здорово,
I filled
Сенс.
these in before knowing the damn 1 Kia G2 result. So, you know, we do have...
Do you bake them or?
Well, you can make. But what if you're in by for a fact?
Ну, он только готовится, у них еще не идет игра, нифига.
This is the time to take a timeout. You gotta reset, because it's not working. And again, you're not prepared for Cyclops. That was. I mean, it was an impressive 4K there, but also it really does fall on the shoulders of Team 1. I mean, like, where is the coverage? Where's the control? What's the strategy? Team 1 falling apart at the seams. I really sincerely hope that this tactical timeout is enough for them to find their momentum, find their strategy, what siege they want to play, so that we get the match that we're all hoping for.
I mean, the funny thing is they deliberately knocked the Clash out of the defensive rotation by banning it, and Cyclops haven't even needed it, Michael. So
yeah, it hasn't really. I mean, clearly the guns for Cyclops are just fine.
Yeah.
You know, this tactical timeout very important, and you could see them conversing.
A lot of long faces on that bench, though. A lot of long faces.
You know, it's funny, Parker, because
С кем сегодня заруба? С ликвидосами и с ТСМами.
to be honest, but with Thatcher being unbanned, and actually with the way that these bans played out in general, I don't know if I'd give an edge to the attackers, but I'd say it's certainly more enabling. But the thing is, the conventional way in which Thatcher enables a team actually hasn't been relevant at all. Over these last 3 rounds, I mean, who's opening walls? Are we seeing that? No. We're seeing a forced clear because the roamers from Cyclops are so aggressive. They are on top of these attackers all the time. And they're doing it together. Cyclops are peeking out of windows together, which is not something you see every day. Usually, roamer coordination is isolated to co-positioning to allow for crossfires. Not so here. Cyclops are going all the way. They're in each other's heads, Parker. And you love to see that kind of play.
Well, things can obviously turn on a dime quite quickly, especially if Team 1 manages to get back in the game. They are a very momentum-heavy team. They have lots of energy usually, but
usually, I don't see it right now.
Yeah, it's absent at the moment.
Yeah. A lot of, you said long faces, I would agree with that. Some conversations still being had here.
It's a very long timeout.
Yeah, something, I feel like their tactical timeout would be over by now, but I don't know.
It seems like it's past the 30-second mark, but I mean, I
didn't look at my watch.
I'm no clockologist.
Yeah, me either.
How to throw out your voice 101, by the way, have an exciting first 3 rounds of a matchup early in the morning.
It sounded really good this morning. Yeah. I mean, I turned off. I talked about this earlier. I turned off the AC in my room, and like I didn't wake up with a like a dry throat.
I think I need to start investing in a humidifier.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a traveling humidifier.
You can put one in your luggage.
Yeah,
that'd be really convenient. So I mean, for those of you wondering, the reason why we're talking about humidifiers here is because we've seen some siege over the last 3 rounds that really doesn't indicate anything for us on Team 1 side, only on Cyclops' side. And I mean, we've raved about Cyclops. They've got a lot going for them right now, and it's really interesting to watch. I want to know how they're going to be able to convert this kind of siege to future matches. Right now, Team 1 do not look like they are comfortable. They have a total of 2 kills over 3 rounds.
Well, it was a flawless round.
Yeah, last one was, yeah. If you want to support your favorite team or just get some esports sets, you could do so in the esports tab in the Rainbow Six shop.
Ебать, тут циклопа уже 3-0 ведут. А, ну они в дефе.
Cool ones that you can check out at your leisure. And if you do end up buying one of the team skins, that's a good way to support them directly.
Back downstairs as the rotation will start anew. Cyclops had some success on this particular site to start things off, and they did what you'd expect them to do, but they had a Mira last time around. There's been a small change here, and I wonder if that's to try and maybe take some of the advantages of that timeout away, because the assumption would be that after you take the timeout, laundry is open again, laundry supply, they're going to go back downstairs.
Yep.
He'll be prepared for that. And the extensive roam from Cyclops as well.
I wonder if they're going to do the extensive roam. I'm seeing Anaton on, okay, so what he's doing is he's trying to counter the common repel up to tower, but there's no one over there right now, so that's not going to work out for him. He'll have to rotate his roam. And yeah, no, generally, Cyclops are playing much safer, much more passive than they have done in the previous 3 rounds. I like this, Parker, because we just saw the tactical timeout. I'll but guarantee you Team 1 we're talking about the aggression. And now it's gone.
Yep.
Which is going to, I'm not going to say, not shock your mental necessarily, but it's going to make you start thinking if you're Team 1, and it's going to put you off edge. Or on edge? Yeah.
Off edge, on edge.
What does it really mean anyway? Alamau on a Twitch, though, that means that he is looking for frags.
Yeah. He was on the Flores pick earlier on, Nomad as well, so flexing onto whichever operator they need him to play off of. In this case, Twitch has a good gun, and we've discussed this as well. What's one of the reasons why people like to bring that? Well, if you need some fragging power, and F2 is, of course, a great weapon to have that.
Yeah. It's even after the nerf, after they removed those 5 bullets, so they had a little bit more recoil. It's still a great weapon. Down goes one of the Twitch drones, though. Not a great start there for Alamau. Those are very valuable drones.
They're playing off of that bulletproof camera that's down below. So you've got 2 Evil Eyes, you've got the bulletproof cameras, you've got lots of information, and then just everything else that you can play off of too with this. The site has mostly been opened up. No elbow control, as we talked about, with the way that some teams want to hold it. So Team 1, they look like they're going to hit Freezer and the front of the site at the bottom of main stairs. That's where their focus is at the moment.
This is going to be a very difficult push. Oh, KDS opens it right up, though. Down goes Anaton, and that is exactly what you need. He has that shotgun that you're not going to be able to challenge directly. Levy's going to eat some damage there in the main lobby. Does manage to clear that Surya gate, though, and that's at least some progress. If Nade used to do that, though.
More grenades to get tossed on out as Gatorada will have to watch both Freezer and the main stairs, and a drop from Levy could be met with the UMP in hand of that castle. Gator still farther back, Aldo waiting so patiently as Team 1 have the numbers advantage. And Gatorada is going to take the engagement. He gets blown up. That's martyrdom, but CAG are just cleaning up on the kill feed. Neskin in a 1v3 becomes a 1v2. He's got his work cut out for him. Enjoy that SMG-11 while it lasts there, young man. He'll patrol over towards Freezer. The 2 remaining members from Cyclops nestled in the site, and they have a crossfire established. This will have to be very crafty, but it's Black Ray to finish the deal, and it looked like things were going well for Team 1, but in the end, Cyclops picks up their 4th round through 4 rounds.
Yeah, that's impressive record so far for Cyclops. And I gotta say, that setup that they're doing on the bottom floor, if it's successful a few more times, and well, I mean, it's not going to be in regulation because we're about to end this first half. But if it's successful, let's say we get to OT, or if we see Organ played by Cyclops again throughout this tournament, and they bring that same setup, it will start getting copied because it's very different, but it makes a ton of sense. Instead of investing in the hard points that we're used to, what they're doing is creating a blender in the site. So, for example, hard points like elbow. If you're holding elbow with that shield, when you lose elbow, you lose the cross. And now the attackers have that in the site. But if you forfeit that cross in the first place, or contest that cross in a very different way that's less rigid, then you have the potential to engage on it and disengage. While in the site, once disengaged, you can create a blender for when the attackers have that control, and then punish them for that control. That's what we're seeing from Cyclops. It's quite genius, and I think it plays into the typical Organ basement attacks that we've been seeing a lot lately, and counters it well. And I'm just impressed.
As am I. I mean, Team 1 just look like they have no idea what to do.
That as well.
With Cyclops. They finally started to get some kills on the board there. They over-doubled their previous tally, but it's still just not enough. And you don't just want to fixate on kills, but you kind of need to when it's Team 1. Alamau in particular, 0 and 4.
He had those 2 early rounds where he was the first picked, you know, and sometimes when you get tabled like that as a player, it gets in your head. I hope it's not for Alamau because we know what he's capable of, but right now we're not seeing that potential.
There's no way this is going to work out, right? Have they droned him? That's the real question. It looks like they have. A Valkyrie camera thrown up a bit belatedly, and Team 1 are very quickly going to try to take the basement. As we saw some scouting being done by KDS's clone.
This is good control down. Oh, he's going to catch the Valkyrie, but doesn't land the shot. Anatune's gonna get out of that unless traces through the wall. Land on. No, it's not gonna happen.
You heard some screaming in the background there from them, by the way, as it was like,
Yeah.
oh no!
Oh, he's gonna get me.
I almost got caught.
But he didn't though, and that's the thing. The lethality for Team 1 just not there right now.
Yep. Lagonis will watch as the carving goes into the reinforcement in Attic. Maybe just a line of sight being opened up. Ali Mao tussling in his very first contest. He'll lose about 25% of his HP. No kill, none successful on his side. Suzu also roaming now, as he'll link up with the Goyo of A-Gator, and maybe they'll drop. Who knows? Who knows what the strategy is here? They'll take out the castle barricade, so they might want to occupy Freezer. Goyo shield's blown up at the back of the stage, and we're halfway through the round.
Well, this is one of the better rounds from Team 1 so far because they haven't died yet. No one's dead, and that bodes well. Usually Team 1 has dropped a body at this point, or two.
Look, Gatorado was going to engage up top in Attic. Oh, if they make a move here, they could potentially catch KDS looking. KDS, the marks and the sounds coming in from the proximity sensor. Lagonis is down for the count. CAG walks away with this one. Neskin picks up one kill, but it's outdone by the fact that the Valkyrie continues to reign supreme. Ali Mao is in, diffuser in hand. Ayagator is dropped. They're watching the flank. Suzu's next one up. He catches them from the back, securing the kill, trying to transfer. Can't outduel Neskin, who's on 1 HP. Ali Mao is next to him. It's a 2v2. Suzu will need to be picked back up. Sight control right now for Team 1. Anatune takes out Ali Mao. Neskin with 1 HP. Gatorada's got the opening from above. And there it is through 5 rounds. Team 1 have mustered nothing. The final defense for Cyclops. And they've got a perfect half brewing.
Very close. They just need one more. It's really impressive stuff from Cyclops so far. The thing that's standing out the most to me, Parker, is that Cyclops is never forcing any kind of awkward engagement alone. There's no... sure, they have isolated engagements, but those are all your standard fare, your expected fights, and often Cyclops are winning those.
Yep.
But when they go for a flank, for example, like in that last round on Tower Stairs, it's never just one. It's always two. Not always from the same location, but they're always converging on the same point and creating a crossfire or just having the refrag potential in the direct fight. I love that. I love, again, the coordination, the communication from Cyclops. It is clearly polished, and it's beautiful to watch. Also, Team 1 are just not prepared for it. I mean, I'm surprised in that last round because I actually saw Levy get a kill on one of the flanking players, and then he just left the flank. He's like, oh no, I got the kill. Surely there's not a second one. And then he turns his back and there's a second one. It's just, I mean, like, you gotta expect it at this point. We're 5 rounds in.
Yeah.
Well, 6, really.
By the way, what's happening right now with Cyclops is what you get when you watch APAC North. And if you think APAC North is crazy, go watch APAC South. Because it is a wild region. And I feel like a lot of people, because of the time zone difference, out in the West as we'll call it, NA, LATAM, EU, they don't really watch a lot of APAC Siege. So for them, they see this and they're like, wow, this is wild.
Yeah.
This is what it's always like, by the way.
Yeah.
So if you want riveting non-stop action, guided by a great team of casters, tune into either APAC North or APAC South, because it is really something special to behold. And traditionally at LANs, it hasn't really worked out, but APAC are very quietly putting together their best showing that we've seen at an international event in a very long time.
Yeah, there's a combination of things here. I mean, Team 1 are... I'm trying to find the right word. Harmless right now, which is unusual for them. So whatever's going on there, it's problematic. I think it mostly is them not being able to expect the play from Cyclops. And you touched on this before we even started, Parker, and I'd like to reiterate it now. APAC are the more aggressive region, and we're seeing that kind of visualized here for us right now.
Oh, absolutely. At the moment, Team 1 looks like a petting zoo.
Yeah.
So, and there's some heavy petting going on from Cyclops at the moment. Fatal petting. Actually.
Yes.
Don't. But you don't do that at a real petting zoo.
Don't do that. Yeah.
Yes.
That'd be a bad idea.
But regardless, they are a bunch of fluffy kittens, stuffed animals, whatever you want to call them. Team 1 are toothless, I think was what you said.
I said harmless.
Так, сейчас, сори, прошу прощения, у меня там, ну, по семейным обстоятельствам, так сказать, отсутствую. Я здесь, но сейчас мне нужно просто поговорить.
And that is one of the few little bits of structured strategy we've actually seen in all of these 6 rounds of the first half. They got Showers control, but Gators continuing to contest with Black Ray, and this is just, I guess, what you have to expect from Cyclops now.
And they're just holding Team 1 back. They do have a drone in the site to scout off of, so they can very easily see the Wamai of Anaton, and there they go. They collapse on it. Team 1 desperately need to take this round. They have fallen so far behind already. If they can pick up a couple more kills here, then the round becomes imminently more winnable. Gator tries his luck, but KDS picks up kill number 2 for Team 1. Could a third be on the board? Black Ray and Gatorada patrolling over by White Stairs. Levy could be the next one in. He catches Black Ray, and he gets fed to by Gatorada, who's now looking for more. He'll push up to small tower. Flank watch has been a particular problem for Team 1. If you're Gatorada, you have to be excited for that. But Lagonis is on that flank watch, and he manages to light him up. The last one left is Suzu, who's above. Keep in mind, the site down below. So this Maestro will make an awful lot of noise, and he'll look the wrong way, get lit up, and he loses the fight. Finally, Team 1 get around on the board.
Wow.
It comes at the end of the first half.
Yeah, and that's what I want to touch on. Look at them. Look at Team 1. They learned what the problem was. They figured it out. But yeah, they won the last round.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's 5-1 now. Okay, so what did they learn there? What exactly happened? Why was Team 1 successful? They got basic execution down. So that is to say they cleared out the Showers anchor positions, which means that Cyclops can no longer engage, disengage, engage, disengage. When they're engaged, they're fully engaged. There's no retreat, there's no outpost, so to speak. There's no, I get to set my tempo. It's just either Cyclops are fully engaged or they're falling back. And in this case, Cyclops decided to fully invest in the engagement. And then following up that initial clear from Team 1, they just waited patiently. We all saw that push from the Jaeger, for example, down that shower hallway. I mean, he's just waiting. It's just, okay, I know someone's going to push into my crosshair. I will wait for it to happen. And had Team 1 figured that out just a few rounds prior, we might be looking at a much more even scoreline. But
yeah,
now it's the second half, so.
Well, this is a remarkable showing so far from Cyclops. We still have a nice follow-up match of BDS versus SQ.
That'll be interesting.
And you and I will be voicing that one, of course.
Так, на связи, блядь. Устройство захвата. Великого, я сегодня нарядный. В фиолетовом халате, блядь. Вы видели? Бля, у меня глаза закрываются. Нарядный? Бля, у меня на губе как хуйня. Чё у меня губа такая? У меня губа, блядь, потолстела. Побрился, блядь, как говорится. Нарядный, ебать. Так, на вебку поправить. О, глаза закрываются, нахуй. Но я не вывезу сегодня, я до первого матча, наверное, дотерплю и просто усну. Силикон, походу, расплылся, блядь. Да я побрился, и что-то, видать, сбрил себе, блядь, губу. Так, я принимаю удобную позу. Я хотел сегодня назвать стрим вообще под пивкаст. Потом подумал, что придумают запретные слова, совпадающие. Я вообще это не хочу смотреть, потому что, ну, тут какой-то цирк. А, ДЗ не хотят играть. Они говорят, мы не будем играть. Ну ладно. Смотрим, как Алимао проигрывает циклопом. 1-5. Помню такую историю. У Тиман. Они тогда проиграли. Я не выспался вообще люто. У меня глаза закрою. Я игру играл, говорю, вы... Ну, я думаю, вы на стриме видели, я там просто как этот... Вот так просто, блядь, мышкой крутил куда-то.
I'm not going to say unacceptable because they make their own leeway. That's why Alamao is where he is. But it is something that will very seriously hold back Team 1, and he's going to need to change it here in the second half. He's got the shot.
Так, сейчас Фоджика позову. Ну, он-то обиженный, блядь.
And they're scouting out where they want to push from. It looks very similar to what we'd seen previously. Oh, no. Well, that's unfortunate for Cyclops. Is that, oh my. The sledge of Black Ray has the shotgun. He doesn't have the L85, so this will be fascinating to watch. This is something
Лоджик
we have seen
какой-то
before from
кислый,
Cyclops,
кислый
but it's not
последнее
that
время.
outside the ordinary. KDS is down, so Ayagator will be the spear to walk through Freezer, but he gives his position away right as the smoke clears. One for Anyton. If Cyclops prevails here, this is match point. Black Ray dueling
Походу вообще
Nesting,
откисает.
can't do anything with it. So Anyton's up next, engaging with Ali Mao. No kill for you, Ali Mao. Nitro Cell goes off, and it's 2 rounds in a row for Team 1.
So as you said, Alamount not on the board, but the rest of Team 1 is making it work. And look at the smile on their faces. That's great to see. It doesn't
Только не
matter
кури, а то еще на
who's
10
getting
минут
the kills
отлетишь.
for the
Я
team,
покурил уже,
as
сходил.
long as the team is winning rounds. And that's a good mentality to have. Team 1 within 3 of evening this out, and it's definitely not inconceivable. I agree with you, Parker. I think this is going to be a very defender-sided Oregon. But I will say that round was a save the last round of the first half. That round was the most close or the most likely to slide in the way of the team that lost of all of the rounds we've seen
Так,
so
ну
far.
что, атака
It was
не идет.
just the first attack for Cyclops.
Батом Гатарада просто в
What
Солянова.
is that?
А что это? А зачем глаз на
That is
детских?
a glass, Michael, yes.
Матч против Ликвид не в 0-0 должен был начаться. Типа его принесли на пол.
Yeah, I mean,
Второго
a lot
ночи.
of
Нет, он
teams
в час
like to
30.
open up that
Так и
one
должно
window,
быть.
leading from the window, throwing some smokes, throwing some candelas,
Yeah.
and then vault in the window. You can do something similar with glass, and there's also a capital on the board too.
You see it with Ying a lot.
Yep.
I mean, it also could be an attic push.
На каких
because, you
аккаунтах
know,
играют
pushing on
подобные
attic
турниры?
can be difficult.
Это
Use
One
the
Build.
use
Там
the
нет
smokes
аккаунта,
in
там
the-
просто
in
вводишь
being
ник и
able to see
играешь.
through those smokes. But I mean, we do look at this. We've got the ward on Team 1, so they're ready for it.
I mean, they sixth picked on
0
glass,
пропила,
glass
хуета.
capital.
А зачем он нужен?
Well, the guys was 6 pick too, I think.
У них есть, блядь, Гатарада. Видишь, вот, Гатурада.
Could be wrong, and I'm
Yeah, I could
happy
be
to
wrong
admit
too. I
if
mean,
I'm wrong.
you know,
Ему
it's
вообще
all
буква
moving
Ю,
very
как бы,
fast.
похую.
These rounds have been quick.
The glass, funny enough,
Mm.
is not bringing a set of smoke, so instead we'll
Oh, yeah.
rely on Suzuki and Anyton.
Так не, он же на глазе запрыгнет.
Or
Блядь,
glass
Тима.
can look through it
Нет,
quite
малой
easily.
бегает.
Those grenades can
Грешом.
also be used to displace when the smoke goes out.
Зубанят.
So let's say, for
Как
example,
закрыть,
Anyton
чтоб
smokes.
не видно было.
What do you do as glass? You follow up with a grenade and you blow them
Ты
up.
что там хочешь достать?
Glass was six picked, you are correct. But
Тим.
Okay,
it was a Yana that was showing.
got it.
So the Warden was six picked, and they don't know that there's a glass.
Что тебе надо?
Until
Just good
either a
awareness.
default cam goes off or that DMR fires a single shot.
Вот офигевший вообще.
Press,
No,
so that
was it?
it's
Что надо, говорит, то и
suppressed.
достану.
I thought that the alibi gun
Yes, I
yesterday
know
was
you did.
suppressed.
I know
I
you
don't
did.
think this is suppressed, man. I don't know. It looks suppressed too, but I can't, can't tell.
Да
Well,
что
wait,
ты
it
говоришь?
looks like it might be an early push. There goes one
Нету
grenade.
одежды,
Black
занятия
Ray
на
tries to
одежду
push Cyclops
малому.
to match point. Neskin falls, faltering, losing the mute. No nitro cell available.
Даже нету одежды, да, Тим, поэтому голый бегаешь.
Going into the big window, trying to find a target through all the
Вот ты набрал.
potential lanes. We've got a lot of anchoring positions that are
И
really
жжет
important here
еще.
for Team 1, but they're actually pretty far back, all things considered. They're really relying on their presence inside of dorms. And considering there's still smoke on
Так
the
вот
board
такую
for
гору-то
Cyclops,
набрал.
they have
Время
the play that
ночь.
they want in their pocket. They are going to need to
Свет
clear out an
выключи на
ADS
кухне.
before they can make that play, but the big window strat could work still.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ну
Well, it
ё-моё.
looked like they wanted to do something a little bit earlier on. It doesn't come to pass, so now they will just wait and
Спасибо.
devise another strategy. With the focus from Cyclops
Oh.
potentially being a back play, and all of Team 1 are looking towards big window.
Спасибо, спасибо, сынок.
They were trying to bait with the big window
Ба,
play
конфетку
before players. They
угостил.
only got one, and that was downstairs, so now they're reassessing their strategy.
Конфетку дали,
KDS
чат.
got spotted on that drone that goes by. The glass could walk into his doom. If the call's been made, the trophy is clear, then there will be a problem. But the sound cues will come in from the logic bomb as KDS evades one flash, another. He catches the glass. They thought
Что
they had
Лимао
it.
вообще не...
Team
А, ну
one
вот первый килл.
perfectly trapped the
И
last
то,
couple
блядь, с
members of
дробовика Элла.
CG. Lots of work to be done for them, and they trail in man count by one at the moment.
Не надо проснуться.
Easy to recover from this position. Would be held by a skeleton crew. We talked about it before.
Не открываются глаза.
Team 1 have the advantage. What's more is Cyclops are very spread out, but look at that, KDS goes down. Oh, if that shot had landed from Alligator.
Так, ну все, Гатарада убили. Это 3-5.
And this is the last firebolt ready to go on in as Suzu is trying to distract them. KDS is still down.
И
still
пошел,
bleeding
и
out.
пошел.
Suzu will walk in and secure Ali Mao
И
looking
пошел.
for kill number two.
Ёб
He's
твою
and
мать,
CG
как
will
это
just wipe the
проигрывается-то?
floor with Team 1 and complete the cleanup to move to match point.
Да я говорил, нахуй пропил.
Absolutely
Просто идешь такой, блядь, на ДКЕ без ДМРки, нахуй, пу-пу-пу-пу-пу-пу-пу-пу-пу, и всех убиваешь. Блядь, какие же они страшные, реально. Ну, в плане игры. Сегодня до второй игры имперцев доживешь. Я обещать не буду, я постараюсь, но не знаю. Я мало поспал сегодня, я 6 часов всего спал. А дедам положено 8. Я сегодня мелкий проснулся и говорит, я не пойду в садик, мне похую. Я орал весь этот.
Well, this has really been an absolute turnaround and a very unexpected result from what we saw.
Не, Тимон там вообще такие вещи делает, что просто лучше не знать. Так, кресло. Надо еще подушечку и пледик взять и вообще сидеть вот так вот качаться. Кресло-качалочка. Меня видно нормально? Видно мой нос? Мелкий суетолог еще тот. Все нормально, я так поудобнее устроюсь. А, хорошо. Губы видно нормально? Не, за цибару мне жена сразу с ноги и бычку снесет. Третью ногу не видно. Блин. Сколько малому? 5. 5 годков вот в июле было.
When you're on the pedestal and you're high up there, when people are praising your name for being one of the best fraggers in the game, and then you drop one kill, sometimes it can bring unwarranted hate.
Ну что-то Алимао вообще не это. Он обычно у них ёбарь лютый, а тут что-то он 1.8. Жестко его душат.
I think that there's something more going on here that we don't know, and I can't speculate on it necessarily, but this doesn't feel like Team One that I'm used to seeing.
Чё они? Ну сейчас они хотя бы хибанку взяли.
Well, a loss here for Team One doesn't knock them out of moving past the group stages. But mathematically, it becomes almost insurmountable for them. So they know that a loss here, in which will be their third loss.
Там две соги, у вас же есть дронхолл. Вот, все. Одну хаей прокинул, полетел нахуй. Поебать. Ну тут, конечно, их наказывают за эти вещи. Этого с дробовика даже не убить, нахуй. Просто в упор с дробаша получил, блядь, живой. Лоу хпшный, но живой. Как же им похеру вообще, вот просто, блядь. Все, что в голову взбредет, то и пробует. Здорово. Чё как? Блядь, сейчас если они еще это выиграют, я не знаю. Это просто, блядь, медаль. За отвагу получается. Что ты делаешь?
Using the X-Kairos to open up a line of sight. We don't see this all that often, but I mean, you got to use the tools that are available at your disposal.
Вот камерки взломать, эходрончика взломать. Ой, блядь, его чуть не убило, нахуй. Ну ему пофигу вообще кристально, я уверен. Ай. И вот он, пошел. Фризер. Блять, ему вообще похую. Он просто в спрей вышел, нахуй, и убил. Бля, как же я хочу тоже так научиться играть. Блять, это гений, нахуй. Это просто нахуй какие-то, блядь, киборги, нахуй. Я просто не понимаю, как они это делают. Ну да, но, блядь, они настолько, типа, блядь, уверены в этом. Вообще похуй, просто кристально. Ну чела прифайрят, ты там как-то помансуй, ему он нихуя не мансует, он просто выходит, говорит, здорово, ебать, ты чё там, ты в кого стреляешь, блядь, дура, нахуй. И просто ему так, хоп, в лицо, нахуй. Не, это настолько, блядь, страшные кенты, что я не знаю. Блядь, по механической части это просто какие-то, блядь, демоны. Это просто демонюги.
You know, you look at a team like NIP, they'll have
Просто демонюги. Блин, да, опять мелкий носится.
The next matchup is Sonics versus BDS. Sonics are only a single point
Клиппинг,
ahead
блин.
of Team 1 right now. If Sonics prevail in that matchup,
Пить
the
захотел.
likelihood of Team 1 making out of the groups basically drops to 0. Not quite 0, there's still a chance, but it's exceedingly unlikely.
Yeah, but are there the odds? That match is going to be tough for Sonics and BDS alike. I mean, we could see what would I think
Так,
most would
пока
consider
уберу,
an upset there.
ну,
Sonics
чтобы
have
лишний
seen
раз,
that,
ну,
but
кипиш не
we're gonna
наладить,
have
так
to
сказать.
wait.
Даркзир только
That is not a result that I think
начинает.
many of us had penciled down to be the outcome of that game. But APAC rising, constantly causing upsets, causing challenges. And that's, I think, is probably the best thing about Global Siege. You know, we spoke about this earlier on.
Было что на мажоре, да,
All
наверное?
regions to be competitive, all of them different in
Он же
play style as
ведущий.
well. Beautiful to see. Oh, that's absolutely, that's the, you know, that's the dream. And
Да мне кажется,
I think, you know,
чё,
that
нету
is
его?
the stage that we
Он
get
к
into.
плей-оффу обычно
Like I say, you
подтягивается.
know, we're a little bit hit and miss on the big tournaments sometimes, but it's just waiting for that seal to break, and all it will take is a tournament like this.
Скажи, что футболку накинул. Так в смысле, они уже спать ложатся. У меня время 22:51. Милош Валорант пошел хостить. Нормально. Тоже чел из стримера вылез такой, оп, в нормальные топовые комментаторы.
You know, you can look at it right now. G2 aren't performing, Empire aren't really performing, but BDS are. And if you can have that sort of number of teams within your region, then yeah, you come in and you be competitive and you're going to start winning events. And that's the stage it feels like APAC are getting to. The numbers are starting to get up there, and it's a snowball. It'll just sort of gather speed, it'll gather size, it'll gather momentum as it goes down that hill, and they'll just get more and more dangerous. Indeed, indeed. All players are in the lobby, by the way.
Давайте уже начинайте,
A
мальчики.
little bit of nice casual pre-game chatter going on as well. Hi being exchanged. It's really pushing the boat out there of ways to greet someone. I think it's all BC out of his
Не работает звук, я могу включить, пока потратьте свои ебалы.
Joining us from the A stream, hello and welcome over. What a game we just bore witness to on the other side. No doubt we should have one of equal entertainment here on the B stream. Is down one Kia versus Dark Zero starting up very, very soon. Just stick with us for a few more minutes and hopefully.
Здорово, здорово.
It's definitely more of an accompaniment. Is it a bangers and mash job? Like, are you a bangers and mash kind of person?
Здорово, здорово.
Have in your household? Very occasionally, if I'm honest, I'm gonna throw something out a bit controversial. It does. I'm not really the biggest fan.
Гео там, ну это девчуля,
What are
которая.
you to roast? Some guys in roast potatoes. Love a good roast. Love a good roast potato.
Ну так а чё у них типа нет
Not the
работы?
biggest fan of mash.
А кушать всем хочется.
I'm not sure how familiar
Проебал
the world
два
is with
касика.
roasting as does. I don't know. It's not always
Видели?
that big a thing. You know,
Я
you have
добавил
a roast chicken or a roast joint of meat. You have
уёбищные
some mashed potatoes, roast potatoes,
смайлики.
some vegetables, bit of gravy on there. You know, it's a real winning English combination.
Охуеть, спасибо,
That's a really
папаша.
good point, actually.
Пожалуйста.
I know we get like some countries you go to and you can go to like an Irish bar or go and find a British pub there and maybe you can get away with like a full English bar. I don't know how many do classic British roast.
Уверен, что я вас не переиграю, что я вас не уничтожу.
Я вас уничтожу.
Я вас уничтожу.
Здорово, 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 здорово.
Давай по городу побеспределимся, погазуемся. Давай, давай, братва, вперед! Держитесь, пацаны!
Держитесь, пацаны.
Охуеть, спасибо, папаша.
When I ask as well if they have you.
А что, вот это тоже под флекс канает.
Буква Ю.
Мико, hello.
Grab like 4 or 5 Yorkshire puddings and just sit there dipping them in and eating them all to himself. Honestly, I can't.
Здорово, заебал.
Здорово, здорово, здорово. Что за кринж? А вот такие вот мы кринжуем сидим.
Не твой уровень, дорогой.
Базара зира.
It is a culinary delight in Britain where you get your leftovers, you chuck them in a frying pan,
Здорово,
fry 'em up a
Зайва.
little bit, and it's like its whole home thing. I'm talking just a straight up sandwich days. I'm talking, yeah, you know,
Папак двери, согласен. Все-таки привет. Дождем игру. Dark Zero еще будем смотреть. Смотрели циклопов с этими, кто они? С тимбанами. Там просто циклопы, ну реально какие-то львы. Я не знаю, это не циклопы, это какие-то ниндзи. Суета происходит. Насчет с игры, они что делают? Они, такое ощущение, там Windows переустанавливают, походу. И игру качают. Из Бийска в Мексику, походу.
Okay, I mean, Robo played yesterday in their victory over G2. It's not Katsang, who normally plays for them, apparently not feeling too great at the minute. Some health issues being addressed that we don't know the details of, so I'll, of course, give you loads of detail about them.
Не, эти накладочки, конечно, ну да, неприятно, неприятно.
Against Citizen yesterday and slapped him off the park, so we know what he can do, we know that he can deliver. It's one thing to keep a very close eye on. Of course, it means on the other side of things that it isn't the full, you know, normal lineup with the normal strats.
Что-то там у этих хукнайтов что-то какая-то движуха. Там с компом они сидят там втроем.
Хуета.
В смысле?
The thing is, you sort of get to that point where you're like, now, do you want to disrupt what's happened yesterday as well? You know, you've had that great performance. Do you then want to be switching around, or like you say?
Ну что-то, видимо, не так. Не знаю, что они там делают.
Sort of peak performance and ready to go. It's maybe not the end of the world to say, actually, yeah, let's just keep going because the adjustments.
Вообще они сидят хихикают, я не знаю, чего они ждут. Ну чего-то ждут.
Здорово, Зайва.
Привет.
We have another question for you as well. People have mentioned in chat, I've just been reading as things are kind of going on. We know it hasn't started yet, guys. It is the same tech issue. We apologize. We'll let you know as soon as things do get underway, or you'll simply observe it on your screen. But all that talk, people are like, you know, you're making me hungry. And then someone mentioned an air fryer. And that got a few people in chat piping up. Do you have an air fryer?
There's a lot of people going in on the air fryers, isn't there? I don't have one. I've never used, or I'll be honest, I've never seen one. I'm more of a sort of your classic cooking techniques, you know, straight in the oven.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never used an air fryer. I don't think I've ever eaten food made in an air fryer. We're kind of in the UK, the kind of people that would just like chuck it on a barbecue and say be one and done with it, in the same way that this game is well cut. We are pretty much ready to go. Game is ready to start, which is always fantastic news. So you should come back to us just for a couple of seconds, and then we'll be looking to get ourselves in the game. We appreciate that you stuck with us. It's been a rough 55 minutes, but we are pretty much ready to start. Finally, we'll get to see Down 1 coming up against Dark Zero. Just a couple of minutes.
It is what it is. It's, you know,
Походу что-то пофиксили.
Our hobbies, our loves, our passions.
Походу пофиксили. О, вилла. Ну, Dark Zero, по-моему, вилла. Not bad. Сейчас скажу точно. Ну, у них, по-моему, нормальная вилла. Да. Неплохая вилла, против них и ТСМ банят. КД. ССГ они там закрывали.
Fingers crossed we see something special coming out from either side in this game. But of course, first we've got to start out with the operator bans. Down 1, starting out with a ban coming in and
Хуета.
I'm glad to see, you know, an APAC
Не
team
понял.
just keeping it nice and straightforward. There's nothing, no
Так, звуки надо отрубить. Все, рафляночки вырубил. Смотрим матч. Так, а наши перцы играют после. Через 2 игры, да, получается? Не, ну
They'll
бан
just
ног
ban
это
it.
серьезная
Like,
вещь.
every single NA team in the game yesterday banned away the Thatcher.
So, knock Thatcher, Wamai. First 3 bans. We're going to have the final one come out. Valkyrie's been very popular, but not going to be here on Villa. It will be Mirror that goes by the Bayern. This is what I love to see. You know, we've seen the odd little bit of attention towards Knock, and you know, there's nothing.
Да не, ну это может быть какой-нибудь таргетный бан, типа там у Даркзира может какой-то шкрек типа на этой жиже носится по карте. Эта игра потом Нави с кем-то и наши мужики. Не, ну Нави тоже можно посмотреть. Оп, финочка подъезжает. Оп, здравствуйте. А зачем? Чисто ашу просаппортить. Надеюсь, США G36.
So here you've got Dark Zero bringing it along. A couple of teams are now starting to put that in their lineup. Lions made a reappearance with the introduction of the Gon 6. Starting to see a lot more flexibility in attacking lineups, which is only a good thing. And Pamba, he's saying, you know what, Ash, don't care about the
ДК дефолтненько играет совсем, типа с открытым болтом. Щиты дефолтные, Майстерс будет держать. А, и ну и спальню типа два ренфика поставили. Типа, будут напрягать. Ну, судя по респауну, типа Даркзира пойдут все с этого, со спальни. Так что можно сейчас быстренько щиты переставить. С Майстерса можно щиточек переставить на коридор. А на макете я не вижу, есть у них щит или нет. Девайсики бы надо им перетащить, пока филы занимают спальню, время много. Саша с Гоей встретится, интересно или нет. Он вообще в подвале двигается, что ли?
Clip's just sending that drone into the top floor for the time being, but the big question is, does he know about this terror, the threat that lurks underneath as Woogieman gets himself up those Astro stairs? He's going to know that there's one on rappel. He's got a nitro in hand. He could well put it to use. There he goes, taking
Поймали Фладжана дефолтный сворчик. Не было инфы, видимо, про Гоя. Вот, а сейчас должна за Гоя выехать. Но они так разминулись, он опять в подвал ушел. И сейчас по красной вернется в сайт. Тайминг. Ройбой. Ройбой.
See how things continue from this point forward. Is now at that 4 versus 4 mark and 90 seconds down. Not forgetting that all of those early.
Это не русская трансляция. Ну, не знаю, потому что я не знаю, на YouTube есть вообще. Мы там в записи смотрим, а русская это прямая трансляция, а мы в записи смотрим. Это же не прямой эфир, мы же в записи смотрим. Что, не в курсе?
But what a swing from Pamba there, does not show any fear moving towards that map's door and takes Rin down. Given yesterday's performances, that is a big frag to pick up. Now Woogieman aggressing up the main stairs, looking to potentially get a line of sight down that 90 corridor, playing in behind his deployable shield. It's something that Dark Zero need to be aware of. They're going to lose a lot of X-Kairos pellets to him as well. And the second threat comes in.
Нормально видно, не сильно мелко.
Finding the kill onto NJR, 30 seconds to go.
It could make this a lot sweatier for Yas if they had someone trying to threaten Study, and I think that's what we're finally about to see coming on the setup now, and Yas is aware.
Надо что сделать, глаза закрываются и все, просто не могу вообще. Блин, он тоже очень агрессивный, не знаю, все азиаты какие-то овер-агрессивные. Но как бы это плоды он свои дает. Со всех сторон просто загрызли. Блин, нравится мне у азиатов механика игры вообще лютая. Стреляют типа все хорошо. И понятие страха у них, походу, вообще как таковое отсутствует.
Completely exposed, but it also suggests maybe the comms isn't there because Pamba, well, that's maybe unfair. Pamba seemed to be a little bit unaware that Yas was still available and able to challenge him from study because he's just exposed his entire side to him. But at the same time, Pamba doesn't have much of a choice. He's pushing into maps because he has to.
Прошу прощения. Не могу просто любить. Бля, надо перетерпеть сейчас эту сонливость, и потом нормально будет.
By the circumstances, but Yas he was just allowed a bit too much breathing space when you've got BC on the study window there. He'd sort of dipped out.
Так, ну тут, судя по всему, будет война за Астра. Ну ничего, на самом деле, такого из ряда вон выходящего нет. Типа, дефолтный уже прикол. Что? Спасибо. Спасибо. Ты спать уже ложись, бегает. Оп, еще две конфетки подъехал. Империя через одну игру, получается. Вот это. И следующая, по-моему. Да, через одну. Через одну игру. Да, я не люблю кофе, я чай пью. Да мало я спал, тут уже физиологически просто тяжко, тут уже кофе не поможет. Надо перетерпеть, потому что вчера я перетерпел, и все, и потом бодряк такой пришел, и я уже вообще не хотел спать. В общем, Dark Zero не любят, короче, ходить, они... Лоп-лоп, они идут всегда с другой стороны. Вот ты укрепился, допустим, от спальни, а они идут просто с камина. Типа не нравится им ходить, выбивать вот эти все движения. Но эти челики сейчас просто уйдут в Астро и там будут тусоваться. Поймали уже где-то ягера. А, там вообще какой-то, там еще снизу где-то у них, он на этом, на митинге тоже какие-то рeinforсы. Они вообще по всей карте рассасываются. Ай-яй-яй, а тут бетон, дружок. С вертикалочкой немножечко проблемки. И ушел. А вот этот бугимен это походу какой-то подвальный житель, он просто всегда в подвалах двигается. Сейчас опять походу пойдет по красной, подымется, кого-нибудь подхавает, обратно уйдет. Вот же на плюсик положили сифором. Поднимать сейчас очень страшно будет, там пульс есть. Странно, почему пульс не идет? А, подняли финкой. Почему пульсам не доели? Оп, Бугимен уже с мяса пришел. Я говорю, чисто гуляет по подвалам. Другой пошел под... Чего они мутят? Импактики по лицу летят. Или что это было? Что взрывалось? Бугимен. Не знаю, это ультра непредсказуемый мажор какой-то. Не знаю, радуга все более и более становится непредсказуемой.
Running around like ants in a nest is the only way I can describe them. I keep on talking about
Ну это атака. Нормально. Тут Dark Zero надо парочку взять. Я думаю, в дефе будет попроще. Не, ну вы видели, Бугимен просто всю дорогу двигается по подвалам. Это чисто подвальный такой кентярик. Через подвал с красной сходил, в Астро убил там кого-то. Подвал спустился, вернулся обратно на красную. Вообще нигде не подставляется. Грамотно перемещается.
It is indeed, and they've got a headache to deal with, Des. They need to start thinking about just exactly how they're going to treat it. The 2-0 down, not the end of the world.
Рой бой. Не, ник прикольный у них.
That's unfortunate. Komната just taking a little bit of a chip out of Roy Boy there as he opens up a line of sight in the 90 wall through from Games Room. Roy Boy on the Valkyrie just taking a little bit of damage off that shotgun blast. It's little elements like that. It's not the end of the world. Of course, it's not the end of the world, but if Royboy finds himself in a head-to-head gunfight later in the round, it's an important one. You never know. That could be the difference maker. So you need to be careful in those setups. You don't want those little mistakes sort of creeping in and being replicated. Royboy just looking for a peek out onto the ruins there, but he's not going to find one as Dark Zero have all spawned on at least the side. They're all on the north side.
Поспи 20 минут и ок. Да я вот уже думал, после первого матча пойти просто откиснуть. Там же как раз на Твиче появилась категория «Я только сплю» или как она там называется.
I thought you'd see the sledge maybe staying off on the west there to challenge off from Wolf window and prevent rotates around the landing area, but no. He's moved off towards at least for a second that Astro window where he got.
Я бы сегодня выспался, если бы Малой не сказал, что я не пойду в садик и все, и закатил истерику. Но не повезло, не повезло.
Rin just having to dip away from that wall, was playing a little bit closer there, as was Yas, but they know that there's the potential threat from underneath now that that's been opened up. Pamba just hanging around for the time being, will clear out the electrification, but Yas has still got, I think, an electric and ready to go. Yes, one in pocket, so we'll be able to attempt a denial there. And I'm not sure if Pamba's actually moved from underneath. Perfect timing. There you go. Just going to collect it again. Keep doing that all day. It's a little bit easier against the Hibana pellets.
Минус еще один заряд вашей. Где каитка? Нет каитки. Ну теперь уже пропилит. Ну теперь-то накинь. Коитку накинь, брат. Или ее сломали? А, ее сломали, походу. Походу, Аша взрывом сломала ее.
This is it, and it's one of the risks. Like I say, you know, you pick your hard breacher and Hibana, those X-Karos pellets, the fuse time is longer. What a shot from Yas! Lines it up, he steps out and finds himself a
Вот как против таких вещей выживать?
Shuts him down in an immediate trade, and Dark Zero find themselves still with a man advantage, but still with the same problem of access to sight and where it's going to come from.
Oh. Too easy on that nade as well. Yas, I think, overstepped ever so slightly, got the one, didn't want to pull back. That is the kind of Apex style where in, say, NA, maybe even EU, maybe less so LATAM, you kind of see them pull back and be a bit more defensive about their angles here. But this could be a nice and easy closeout. Sure, a nice for any team kill onto BC, because why not? That's a much better round coming out of Dark Zero, though much more composed and down one Kia.
Так, ну один есть, я так понимаю. Наших сегодня под. Ну да, два матча таких прям мясных. Ну ТСМов надо закрывать, а потом на уверенности как бы ликвидов разваливать.
Not even really a line of sight because it's at foot level. You can't see through to trophy, for example, so it's not really too useful. They reacted well.
Наших сегодня прям, да, война. Один есть, еще один возьмут, будет неплохо. Не дай бог возьмут 3, вообще замечательно. Как бы с двумя уже можно, ну, 2-4 можно уже работать на вилле.
There's no immediate pressure mounting at that point in time. He can just hold himself in that doorway and just bide his time until the opportunity presents itself.
Так, сейчас я на секунду отлечу.
Let's see how things play out now. We've got the full reset of sides, because if we go down the same path that we've been in those first 3 rounds, 4 and 2 at the half is what we're looking to run into, with Trophy and Statry being that air quotes off-site that clearly Dark Zero seems to have a bit of a knack for breaking apart. On the south side, if you remember last time, there was really heavy resistance up towards the north side earlier on. In fact, these walls that are being reinforced by down one Kia now are the same sort of thing that TSM did yesterday. It was Bolo that you'd often see hanging around inside of Statuary. From there, would roam on the Goyo, do a little bit of damage, try and keep him at bay, throw a C4 out, for example, and then beeline it back to site, being aware of a potential rotation cut coming in onto Wolf window. So let's keep a close eye on Hyper, for example, who appears to be the player on that west side. I imagine he'll take control of Wolf window and just try and stop anyone rotating back down through landing onto site, for example, once the rest of Dark Zero start putting the pressure on.
A lot of noise and a lot of early gunfire, but no damage done to any operators yet. We've still got Rin and Royboy in position. Like I said previously, Dark Zero want to be looking at getting them moved around the minute mark if they can do. They don't want to allow them to waste too much time. Yas is just on that doorway again, and I mean, he had a great peek out of there last time, as we saw, just playing in between the angle of that door frame and deployable shield. He will be able to dip behind the Vulcan shield, but of course needs to be careful. If it does get breached with any explosives, there could be trouble. Now, I'm going to have that wall opened up, and that really should signal Rin moving out of there. Now, this, I love to see, Des. This is APAC through and through. I'm going, but I'm bringing my ADSs with me, and we're going to reposition them. I love it.
I love it. Me too. Yeah, the saving of the utility, really key there. Royboy at the same time did get picked off on the downstairs, so that's maybe the most unfortunate element of all of this. But a little bit of time waited, about half the round there, losing one man, retaining the ADSs that have now all been redeployed inside of Aviator. Good play coming out of down one.
And the question is now, do Dark Zero know those ADSs are there? You'd expect often there to be ADSs on that vault wall, but if the drones have gone through and the ADSs have been counted on master doorway, if they're not aware that Rin has moved them out, again, it could be a problem. You could just see wasted utility as they're not aware pushing in there that ADSs need to be cleared. It may well be that they've picked it up on drone, but it's something to keep an eye on in the late round when the push starts to come in through that north door. Now Rin going to wriggle away out of 90 corridor, just on the elbow there. He needs to just drop back and keep himself safe because Hyper is pressuring. Dark Zero are looking pretty good at the minute, Des. 50 seconds left to go, man advantage, plenty of time. They could just do with another kill to speed them up. Where is Rin going?
Quote for me again, it's going to be all about what's going on in the study as well. Sure, Rin's the one trying to be a little bit cheeky for a potential jump out. I thought for a second machine there he was thinking about there. Absolutely not to be the case. Pamba's the one on the downstairs here, removing that shield from below, but 3 ADSs still stand. So smokes, for example, which are now currently none left, have already been consumed by the looks of it. From Hyper can do seemingly nothing. Here comes Rin. What damage can he do, though? Red stairs is going to be the one, and at this exact moment is when they step away and stop watching Red. He can strike so big here as well if he gets the flank in. Must know that all off to his left. Oh my word, this could be disastrous. Sees one on the door. Doesn't see the one lay down, though. Gets traded out. Still going in for the plant at this point, though. It's a 1 versus 3 for Woogie. 1 or 2 more crucial shots could have been the winner, but Dark Zero are the ones that walk away with the round.
Dark Zero, I don't want to say they got away with one there because Rin comes in on a big flank there. It could have gone very differently, but I'm not going to say that Dark Zero got away with it because I think they actually reacted fantastically well. That first kill comes in. Rin's absolute priority is, can I drop the diffuser? I know it's going to be in behind vault. You know, there's a question there. Do you pick up the rest of the players behind maps? Do you prioritize the diffuser? I think given the stage in the round, it's, you know, a reasonable train of thought, but Dark Zero reacted fantastically well. Got the kill onto Rin that was absolutely essential to protect NJR, manages to get that diffuser down, and they were able to close out the round, even amid that late round chaos, because there was kills falling on both sides. They lost a couple of players, and it would have been easy to take your eye off the ball, but they didn't. And well played Dark Zero there in round 4 to level things up 2-2. So we had a strong start from Dan One Kia. They've been reined back in now by the Dark Zero, and they're gonna try. They gotta try to get themselves the advantage on this defensive half, but it's not gonna be easy.
I'm with you as well on the kind of play coming out of Rin. I think if he saw the one player standing in study door, but didn't see the one lay down behind the ruse table to the left. That was the one that ultimately led to his demise. Couldn't quite get the planter in that case. If that had played out ever so slightly different, that round was done for Dark Zero. As you say, going for the planter, shutting everything down, that was the dream play. But those are the moments you look back on and think, if that had gone ever so slightly differently, suddenly now we're having a different conversation. Not to be the case at 2-2, we sit. This one a little bit of a different setup as well, with a couple of members holding up on the top floor. The full reinforcement coming in onto the trophy wallway. Just try and keep Woogie safe here with even a jammer behind it as well and a shield in support. Plenty they want to say here and say, no, we're not giving this one away. Rin dealt with incredibly quickly by Hyper.
Rin's having a little bit of a nightmare today. 3 opening deaths so far out of 5 rounds, and it certainly seems that Dark Zero have been able to locate him and just really pinpoint him, deal with him very quickly round after round. So just really neutralizing what was an important and sort of vital threat for Damwon Kia yesterday, and it's just maybe giving the rest of the team a little bit less space as well, because now they're having to cover that space that Rin would normally be taking up. They're having to cover those angles, they're having to make those challenges, and how are Damwon Kia gonna adapt?
Так, и здесь детишки. Ну, 2-2, вот все уже. А то, о чем я и рассказывал, да, в общем, в этом рассказе. О чем я и говорил. Сейчас еще 3-й нарисуется. Ну, а там в защите вообще легкая прогулка будет. Здорово, здорово. Доброе утро. Я умылся холодной водой, вроде чуть-чуть полегче стало. Мандарины надо кушать. Мне рассказывали таксисты, что мандарины очень сильно помогают бороться со сном. Как вы не чекаете такие дефолты? Отвечаю, в Москве ехал в аэропорт, мне таксерик рассказывал, говорит, мандарины вообще бомба. Бомбежка. Не, ну тут 3-й должен быть. 4-2 сложно залить. Тем более на кухне. Здесь сейчас пульс не наделает делов. А он может. А куда он? Блин, да почему они постоянно через подвал двигаются? Сейчас, наверное, Астра подожмет. Ну, тут сейчас убить надо. Очень важный килл. Бам! Не убил. Ошибка. Но уже не убьет, походу. Вообще не попал, кстати. Ну, тут пульс не будет вообще проблемой, мне кажется. Еще есть инфа, что по красной поднимается пульс. Фланг поставили. Можно было... А, финку повалили. Я думаю, можно было финочкой поднять. Ну, тут должно быть, ну, говорю, тут только чудо может какое-то произойти. Невозможно разыграть. Но уже не в буквальном смысле. Типа из-за сахара, я не знаю из-за чего. Типа говорили, что один мандарин минут 10-15 просто бодрости лютой придает. Но они же маленькие, их можно много скушать в дороге. Но он был не коренной житель Москвы.
APAC teams are going to be ensuring that all these Western teams focus so heavily on droning in future that they don't get caught out by stuff like that.
The thing is, it's going to waste a bit of time as well. You know, the more sort of little nooks and crannies that you have to get into with your drone and check.
Да, вебка отошла, сейчас и опять аллергическая реакция начинается.
We gotta give a shout out to Pamba on the back of that. Reacts fantastically, doesn't lose his life, and then finds a second in Astro. And it was really the catalyst for the rest of the round there to Dark Zero to be able to go on and win that. But for me, Dark Zero right now, they're really in the driving seat. This is on the attack of Villa. They're looking good. I asked questions before coming into this. It wasn't a suggestion that they couldn't, but I said really after the day that NJR had yesterday, we need to see other players able to step up should he not put those numbers down, and that's exactly what we get in.
Продолжаем наш подпивкаст.
Well, Dark Zero have rallied themselves around after those first couple of rounds. Deficit they find themselves in. Now they are back in the black. Things are looking healthy in the bank balance.
300 миллиграмм кофеина помогает проснуться. Это что, мне надо идти кофе кушать?
Really, or is the defense as well is where I expect Damwon to do well on a map like this, to get on the roads, get up there, causing some trouble. But where they really shone yesterday against G2 was on the attack. And sure, Rin isn't yet putting up the numbers that we saw coming out of him yesterday, but there's still time. So I always like to say there are two halves to a game of Siege, Tim.
Oh, there certainly is. I mean, that monkey here right now, here in round 6.
Звуки, да, эти приколдесы выключены.
To power through the round, just lock it down, get it leveled up at 3-3, and then they can just come in clean slate for the next round and just try to, you know, get something happening on the attack. And as you say, maybe hopefully get Rin firing and start finding those shots and those kills that he was putting down yesterday. For the time being, Rin and Roy Boy are going to drop out of that top half a lot quicker from Dark Zero this time around. I said it previously in the earlier rounds.
Давай, Мажика.
A minute and a half to 2 minutes for them to clear that area out. Now we're looking at a minute 10 seconds, and those defenders have been forced back now. Pamba looking to pressure the bottom of red stairs. Rin is there for the time being. Mix just a token challenge there down onto the doorway to force Pamba back, but that's going to sit stagnant for a little bit until that challenge comes to fruition. Pamba's going to wait until the pressure comes from Trophy and Statue.
Сейчас допрыгается Егор, прилетит ему. Вышбен. А, там опять Вугимен. Жмет. Сейчас начнут прокидывать Хае. Вот под Хае услышал. Сюда. Сюда. О, если бы он ему в голову попал. Ля. Ну, близко было. А зачем он финка, я не понимаю. Я же говорил, что G36, а шо? Хотя у них финка есть. Да, смотри, только началось. Ну, го, это реально как бы не особо интересно. БДС Соника поинтересней. Ну, Европа в целом поинтересней. Соника по фоллоу. Вот она, легенда хип-хопа.
But luckily they still have a lot of time. And look at this. Reday's going to have the plant. There's no one to stop him. All of the Sonics are downstairs. Super fights his way out though in the post plant. He's going to be able to land the
очень сложно будет. Кто остался? Брит.
But he's only got to land one against most of these defenders.
Ну, Брит может, кстати.
One more bullet and there's the second.
Ой. Блин, обидно. Как же они орут там, это просто шок.
Which he's on it now, by the way. He's got it. Excellently held together by Richie, and the Sonics will take the very first round on what was shaping up to be BDS dominance at the start. Taking map control early on, pushing to the site, but rebuffed very well by Sonics, especially through that mid-round. Holding the back of the site, reading off of it correctly, and peeking when they knew they had the information to do so, prompting BDS to have to go upstairs.
Ладно, первый блин комом, но почти. Если бы была инфа по коридору, по лонге, типа, можно было запрефить, то попытаться. Как они так сидят перед монитором? Близко, в смысле, или что? Это вертолетки, они издают только белый шум. Ну, типа, знаете, шипение такое. Они просто звукоизоляционные, так скажем. Ну, кому-то близко, кто вот фокусируется прям в центр экрана. И им, типа, по кайфу они сидят вот таким образом и видят то какое-то малейшее движение пикселя, они уже то префают. Информацию тяжело, конечно, собирать так. Ну, вот когда ты прям вообще в упор сидишь. Ну и глаза, мне кажется, устают больше. Но у кого-то профита больше. Тот, кто вот именно очень, типа, метко стреляет. Я понять ничего не мог, думаю, показывают Мози, и там шайка. Думаю, чё? Вебки не могут подвязать пока. Шурик, да планирую, но все по возможности. Еще же есть такая вероятность, что ворвется в чат какой-нибудь админчик и заругает меня за просмотр, так скажем. И придется вырубать. Но пока как бы смотрим. Я просто по времени говорю, если у меня, допустим, мелкий в садик не идет, то я банально не могу выспаться. Тяжеловато физически. Ну, чистый раунд, наверное, будет.
He gives his position away, and he's very vulnerable with the nitro cell being tossed out. Bride cleans up, and BDS with a flawless round will equalize.
That's the second time we saw a player on Sonics trying to throw a C4, getting shot in the process. Sometimes you just gotta take the fight.
Как же там много элемшенов выдает.
Well done to Team BDS. Losing that first round, not great, but they did go for a very dangerous.
Так, а БДС же обе игры выиграли. Да. Третья идет. Здорово, Арсур. Аж уже катали? Нет, нет, еще не играли. Через игру будет. Через игру будет Empire. Что, Апачи, думаю, ну, то, что там отдачу поломали, это, конечно, вообще забей. Я хейтер, типа, жесткого рекойла, потому что я лоу-сенсор. Не нравится мне такой посыл, типа, рекойлы, измененные жестко. Не знаю, зачем это. Прям полная фигня. Сколько такие вертолетки стоят? Разные модели есть. Я не знаю конкретно, какая здесь модель. Там есть всякие аудиотехника и прочие. Те дорогие. Господи. Блин, я в чат смотрю, у меня буквы расплываются.
We do see that from a lot of teams, especially North American teams. I think that the top floor is often avoided.
Yeah, it seems to have fallen out of favor. A lot of teams have done that with the top floor bomb sites on a couple different maps. Consulate is not unique in that regard. Cafe is a big example of that. Up until recently, that cocktail bomb site on the top floor of Cafe was avoided like the plague. And we see the same thing now with console office up here. A lot of teams deciding that lobby is their go-to with the two bottom floor sites also being alongside.
Yeah, it's back and forth, right? You know, you get the... I mean, lobby will fall out of favor at some point, and then it'll be back in favor. It's the same thing with every map. And we've seen that. We have seen that specifically with lobby for a long time. At first, lobby was hated, and then, oh, wow, this is amazing. And then, oh, I don't like it so much. And it's back to being a pretty viable bomb site. Anyway, focusing in on this round, BDS trying to clear the top floor. You need to do this so you can use that skeleton key and that sledgehammer to play vertically over this bomb site. Also to prevent the defenders from denying your plant from above.
It's been a very slow round as we're over a minute in and nothing has really happened between the two teams. There's just been that exhaustive intel work. Some droning being done, but as I say that, Yeti sacrifices himself, hopefully for the greater good. As Rexon runs out, he catches two, beautifully played, and he tries to go back.
На Клейморе улетает.
Gets him at the last second.
Жесть.
I mean, he was in a rush. Okay, he was focused on other things.
He was.
Но Рональд был хороший.
Right? I mean, it wouldn't because of the door frame, but I'm trying to argue, you know, he got 2 kills. We're equal man count. That's all that matters. No, but well played there to Rex and getting those 2 kills.
Of all the things you see, right? That's one of them, and you go, okay. So.
Да блин, я не могу, я на вебке триггерюсь, а там не те люди.
I appreciate your
Почините, пожалуйста.
give him the benefit of the doubt. It's very kind of you. A grenade goes over towards Zed or Zulu, whichever you'd like to call it, and will now be droned out by BDS to know that nobody's playing in that particular area.
Он поспарил, задронь спайрал, чел. Он глубоко встал.
They realize that main lobby is at the moment completely clear. But Grixer on the flank could throw a major wrench in their plans. As long as nobody is looking in that direction, BDS could be very susceptible to that. Brade drops, and there's the coverage that you need. Getting that diffuser down, at some point they're going to push on in. Nitro cell tossed beautifully.
Чел на шайка, ну ты же сишку видел.
So now Shaiko is on the ascent trying to stop it.
Как же он
As
продает?
can.
Это просто
Get him
шок.
up, but Alems is having some problems. There you go. 10 seconds. Super is the one to be called.
И сейчас просто с вас выйдет чел, всех соберет.
Super looks the wrong way. Shaiko wins that
Слава
gun.
богу.
Kansan will need to clutch out. He won't be able to do it, and BDS takes the
Не,
lead.
ну ладно, исправился. Продал, потом обратно купил. Вы посмотрите, как Шайка смотрит. Вот как Шайка сидит, я вообще не знаю, как он может длительное время так играть. Он же тоже стримит иногда подолгу. Он как на мотоцикле едет, вот так, типа, сгорбатившись вперед, ну, как бы лежит. Вот так, короче, блядь, наклонившись прям на стол. Как он так может? Вот он мог сишку отстрелить, он так повернул, говорит, да ладно. Неважно. Типа с его имом сишку-то отстрелить вообще проблем нет.
Couldn't win that engagement against Shaiko, and to be fair, not many can.
No. Shaiko, a monstrous round to
Я
close
тебе вчера
out
наорался,
what was a
Факина
sluggish
показался.
entry
Ну
from
да.
BDS in comparison to the two previous rounds.
Какая карма.
If you're gonna be taking lobby, there's a lot of work.
Ну я не знаю, как он так сидит. Я говорю, ну это вообще жесть. Вот так. Он прям жестко сгорбачивает. Ну говорю, как на мотоцикле.
In this case, Grixer was the phantom illusion who
Подумал, что пуш
rotated
будет. Так
around
нет, ну там
and
сишка
used
такая
the
упала,
tunnel
что
illusions.
там, блядь,
Could
помянем.
have been a
Ну типа
significant
времени-то мало
contender,
было
and it was his nitro cell.
под план.
Or rather, the nitro cell from Kansan, apologies.
Понятно, что пуш будет, но типа БТВ профитнее, мне кажется, плент поставить, нежели самому выжить. Ну, тут я согласен, это же Шаика. Он тиммейта продал, но потом пошел, всех убил.
He's gone from that Hibana Ash role to playing Nomad, playing Yana, he even played some Jackal way back.
Кстати, когда я так сижу, заметил, что концентрация охуенная на игру идет. Ну, ты так прям всю игру, грубо говоря, весь прак там отсиживаешь. 3 карты. Нормально тебе? И что про то, что физиологически. Ну, типа, у тебя же там затекают руки, плечи, там, не знаю.
On the side of Sonics, it's also similarly a story of growth. They've had a lot in recent
Ну,
time.
пробую сейчас, понял. Не знаю, я считаю, что сидеть надо, наоборот, физиологически правильно. Ну, типа, не как кто-то, а как правильно, по физиологии человека, чтобы у тебя лишние мышцы не были задействованы. Вот это правильно. И в этом положении, типа, учиться играть грамотно. С прямой, ну, с четкой, грамотной прямой посадкой, чтобы у тебя ничего не затекало, не ломило, не щемило и так далее.
Right now, the one biggest weakness for them is that one of their high-flying performers that you expect to do well is Yeti. He's at an 0-3. The frag potential for the Sonics could be
Ну и с минимально кастомной, чтобы на любом лане ты мог свою посадку повторить, так сказать. Чтобы тебе было удобно. Чтобы никаких там приколов со столом не было, всяких выпилов, пропилов, запилов, чтобы вот обычный стол ровный, и все, вот за ним ты сидишь. Чтобы ты на любом моб-турнире сесть спокойно и сидеть. Ну что, правда, посадка лучшая просто. Да. У него чисто как за пианино. Сюда. Не, как же на Яне Шейка душит. Просто соло ходит по карте, что-то там пострелял, тут пострелял.
He can use those gas canisters to delay for the majority of the remainder of this round. It's going to be difficult to time that and to keep your life while you're throwing those gas canisters. There's going to be another one for
Здорово.
That's his third. Kansan and Super
Это со
still up.
спиралки чел вылетел на него.
Is there. Speaking of up, Kansan is ascending the yellow stairs. He wants to re-engage, and it's going to punish him. Brinshiro slapping him down. No ace for Shaiko, and he's going to be happy with the round win, I'm sure. Super trying to find a fight, and he will.
Ничего, тут Соники вообще не понимают, куда попали, по-моему.
Yes. It was a flawless round all the way back in round number 2, and yet again another flawless from BDS emerges. When we talked about the kill potential for Sonics needing to be improved upon, forfeiting 2 rounds where you are not able to do any damage to your opponents is less than ideal.
It was pretty rough to watch, and the analysis is really simple. BDS very efficiently cleared out the top floor. The pressure from the Sonics on top was almost non-existent. They had players by yellow, and those players accomplished.
Да, ну не всегда Шайка Дуру, у него много матчей в карьере, где он 0.50 отыгрывал, а его протаскивала команда. Сейчас просто он делает свою работу.
And they played the passive engagement role, which doesn't
Мало
accomplish anything
ли.
against BDS. You actually do have to disrupt their process, or they will win the round. There is no exception to this. You must disrupt the process.
Забавно. Да, он не будет в оверпике, но это для какой-то голды, по-моему, опер, нет?
Happy with what's happening so far in the matchup. Joe Bro will try to walk them through
Стулья, ну, прикольные.
to be able to communicate amongst themselves. And well, for the Sonics, there's a number
Брендированные.
Number one, their
Кайф.
aggression that tends to come out from this team.
Ну, качество что-то, по-моему, там такое себе. Какой-то шов кривой.
Putting the team on their back. Rexon in particular has been one of the highest rated players
Мокрый свет.
in
Почему?
the world for 2 years now. Grixer was one of the highest rated players in the world and the highest rated player in NA League last year, if you recall correctly, for a period of time. So this
Че,
team
посмотрим, что там
knows how to
архивный
play,
дев, что у них
know how to play
интересного.
around that effectively. But right now they just their coordination isn't particularly
А
strong.
Кассел
They don't
зачем?
look like they're being
Окна
able to bounce
закрыть
off of each other
в
all
кассах
that well,
или что это?
and it's hurting the team.
And you know, to talk about the other aspect of this too,
Так, хелвы закрыли.
this has been discussed.
Ладно.
When Shaika
А
was
тут?
popping off, what can you really do? And that's exactly what's happening.
I mean, how many? No teams really have an answer for that, right?
Yeah, he's got 8 kills over 4 rounds, and obviously that's 2 per round on average.
But
And
the rest of his team has kills too.
yeah, and the rest of his team has kills as well. What I'm saying is, an activated Shaiko is an absolutely terrifying thing.
Yep.
And clearly, Sonics don't have the answer. And like you said, that's not exactly surprising. And what can you really do with your Sonics? It's not something that we can give them the answer for. They're gonna have to find it out in this match.
No, there are teams across
Slim
the
дал
globe
модульку.
who have not been able to find an answer to the question, what do we do about Shaiko? And there have been matches where Shaiko can carry hard, but the rest of the team, if they don't show up, then BDS's chances can go down because one man alone is not going to save your entire
Мне не
success
жалко.
or your entire round.
Usually.
Not usually.
Мечик.
But the difference is that BDS added 11s, they added 3, and that the support network for BDS just continued to grow after these additions.
Yeah.
And it has made them such a formidable team, and that's why they've been one of the best teams in the world and the best team in Europe for so long.
Yeah, they are very versatile right now.
А шо он? Ай, а чё нету инфы, что в правом углу Кент лежит? Сюда можно хаешечку заварить хорошую. Там ломай. Да, ломай.
And yes, sorry EUL fans, I know that Kix and I don't cast your region anymore, but over the last year I do think BDS has been the best team from that region.
Ooh, okay. Hot take. Well, let's see if the take can be hot for the Sonics here, rather for BDS here. As,
Somebody's been playing aim lab.
Oh yeah, Rexon looking ready for the fight, but he'll
Блин,
back off
тут
first
бы
bit.
просто пойти гаражную замутить, гараж открыть и ворваться, просто архивы пропушить. Они ж не успеют стянуться. Ну, хотя люки, наверное, открыты. Ну, можно в визах окно одно открыть и чисто люк законтролить, чтобы они быстро не дропнулись. И все, и просто с гаража запушить толпой.
It seems like Shaiko is understanding Kansan's position, and some of that coverage will go above him as he hits the dash.
Сейчас они их 5 лет будут выколупывать, еще поубивают самих. Ну куда нахер, там 3 типа. В эту дверь зайдешь, тебе шотган сразу продыряют. Этого кента с угла тоже не выколупать, гранат нету. Гранат нету? Нету гранат. Все, и что делать? Самое время переобуться и пойти пушить гараж. Вон нычку открывай и падай туда просто, на похер. А им надо прям вот кассы. Хочу кассы. Вообще в подвале никого, просто фри. Вот фри бейсмент, почему они не додумываются до этого? Один там Кент на Аруне, все. Что он сделает? У него 10 пуль в обойме.
And Super will sound the alarm bells.
Вот.
He gets bodied as Alems walks into the site. A triumphant entry for BDS, as Brede will need to get that diffuser down. He attempts it, yet he drops. Shaiko down for the count, yet he swatted away. Renshiro taken as Rexon, Kansan, and
Жалко, что они все рассыпались.
and the diffuser gets planted. So in the post plan, Alems and Brede will watch against the 3 young players for the Sonics. Alems holding angle towards Closet. One of the hatches blow open, and Rexon doing this soft destruction. He sees it above. Down goes a Lems. He doesn't hear it.
Ты что, тварь, как ты знаешь?
So clutch. We've seen him do this many times.
Ну не, это не вытащить, мне кажется. Двигайся. Ой, хорош. И все, есть по ластовому инфа. Просто халдить. Халдить как тварь просто. Гений, гений. Не, он брит жесткий. Кент. Соники собрались, разобрались. Зачем вот эта вот вся дрочба была нужна? Объясните мне хоть кто-то. Вот они видят, что там вверх 50 миллиардов рeinforce'ов, 49 тысяч людей, 500 тысяч вамаек и прочие дребедени. Просто задроньте кто-то гараж, скажите, что там никого. И просто на Shift-W нахуй открываешь гараж, отрезаешь тот спот, как где челы могут максимально быстро вернуться в сайт. Пусть будет это лючок виз, да, и у них там где-то в визах еще люк открыт. Ты просто этот люк виз, ты можешь его с аутсайда законтролить. Отрезаешь его нахуй и пушишь просто архивы. Вот они сейчас будут то же самое исполнять. Просто пушишь нахуй, ну, это кто она, архивы, и все, через подвал. Пусть тут эти кенты сидят с каитками, там, со всей этой шляпой, просто отрезать их. Выиграть время, но... Надо занять сайт, но не ставить плент, типа, надо похолдить, надо подождать, когда типы начнут, блядь, на тебя как нахуй бомбы с неба сыпаться со всех люков. Ну вот у них люк открытый, и наверняка еще где-то в визах люк должен открыт. Они типа дропаются сюда и по люкам потом, а в нычку они падали, по-моему, коридорный люк, они его открывают потом. Тут за Ренфана, там за Ренфана. Не знаю, не понимаю. Нахуя, когда есть брит, который закладчит 1-3. Реальные факты. Но я просто всегда вот этого не понимаю. Зачем идти настолько по сложному пути, типа, надеяться, что ты кого-то там выколупаешь, не выколупаешь. Когда можно кого-нибудь кента послать, не знаю, он термита, пусть он там флешки покидает, попердит, там, подронит, что-то повыдумывает, что пчелы там, ага, все, мы сейчас вас тут как поймаем. Но они переобулись уже нету тут 3 человек. А, нет, 3 опять. Опять 3 здесь. Кого-нибудь, ну, с Леоном тут не угадаешь, конечно. Так бы какого-нибудь Леончика еще нажал и полетел в гараж. Ну или ДК Бэби хотя бы. Тут у кента в копирке надо убивать только с репейла. Ну, типа, кому-то надо репелиться, либо просто байтить. Ну, вот тут кентуха репелище все ловит. Надо просто окно напрячь, ворваться и убить его нах. Так, шайка уже просто бегает, на лицо кому-то садится. Не, ну тут выбить получилось, нормально. Еще время много. 5-1. А почему они еще живы? Че их с... А, нет, подожди. Где второй-то был Кент? Не понял. Но вы же не можете это проиграть. Да они по КД, по-моему, что тут. Я первую смерть заметил с хаешкой. Сейчас посмотрим атаку.
So here is the tale of the tape, by the way, for anybody who's curious. Round number 1 was won by the Sonics. They set an interesting tempo. It was a very early push from BDS that was.
После я спал, что там как наши играли. Так еще не играли.
After that, things BDS didn't really quite go in their favor. The rotation that came in from the Sonics, which went to every single bomb site except for that top floor that we had discussed, that CEO/console office, which is where BDS
Еще
goes
не
right
играли.
away. How poetic. This was the one bomb site that wasn't played by the Sonics. After that, BDS answers the first round with a round of their own, flawlessly done. Immediately follows it up with another victory and then a flawless after that. A timeout comes out from the Sonics, and what does that change?
Nothing.
Very little, because the next two rounds after the timeout go in favor of BDS.
7-2. 7-2 будет?
Diffuser is planted, and every single round thus far, BDS has the opening duel going in their favor.
It's right around now, tactical timeout already used, that you start to question, you know, what can we really do? What are our options here? Shaiko has not slowed down through the entirety of the first half. 10 kills to round it out. If he's quiet on this second half, maybe you have a chance. But it's just doesn't seem likely to me. Consulate is a map that is typically very balanced.
У меня тоже, кстати, один пакетч дропнулся. Надо залутать его потом.
And given that, a 5-1 half is quite damning.
Yeah.
Now, early on, it looks like it's going to be an admin office take. I say this because they are droning out below admin office.
Я на ютубе смотрю, я забыл вообще на твиче открыть трансу. Да там БТВ типа такие себе скины падают.
To attack the A bomb site known as Projector, where you see a Lem sitting.
Yep. And Yeti will go on 0. This is the first time we're seeing this operator today. Old Sam Fisher making his debut in the Sam Cam, or the Argus launcher, as it's referred to as.
Как офисы называются на английском? Ну, типа, я понимаю, что офис, а коллаут какой? Кто-то же админкой называют офисы верхние, ну, вот эти на втором.
Zero works in a pinch. Obviously a very different style, and you have to man the camera itself, but
Админ? Ну, администрация, да, типа? Просто у меня всю жизнь коллаут был офисы.
Nades going in there to Projector. Alems is very pushed up.
Do they know his position? Has he been droned out? I think he has now.
Да не, я все понял.
Where does he go? Oh no! Alems wins that against Grixer, a fight he really
Там же, по-моему, даже на компасе написано, что это офис. Или я ошибаюсь?
And maybe then he will be saved. But there are some attackers down here. Yeti could potentially punish this and maybe get a double kill off of it. He's got a peek right now, and there it is. One, but not the second. Still an impactful kill.
And Renshiro's able to get away for that one.
Ну, как ни странно, Фоджик все и Лем же душил. И Лем же как бы нормально шпилкает наравне со всеми. Там только Рафаль у них что-то выпадает из обоймы.
So the focus, get into the site, get that diffuser down. It's in the very capable hands of Super, but he's not necessarily as close as he wants to be. Tons of gunfire.
Завариваю смертельную хаешку.
Shaiko will be the playmaker watching from connector. Yeti dropped from Renshiro, who's still on the spiral staircase, and he'll need to ascend.
Ренширо просто королева спиралки.
Easily see into the thermite of Super and Rexen.
Ну куда ты?
Shaiko punishing, firing away through the smoke. Rexen goes down. Super on a tiny bit of HP, but through the smoke he gets punished for it. And Kansan will need to play hero. No time for him to get that diffuser. He's in the midst of the smoke, and he's finished off by an evil eye of all things.
Лем шарет. Просто за всю команду.
And it's certainly seeming like it's an easy breezy game for BDS so far. What we saw out of that last round was a very basic attack from the Sonics. They were given the ground that they needed. Admin office.
Рафаль забавно выглядит.
They got their platform. But the balcony presence was lackluster.
На Висфуре не будет 100 лет дрочить? Ошибаешься. Как же ты ошибаешься, девка. Ну, Рафаль, да, он когда надо включается. Рафаль же саппорт. Ну, это да, бесспорно. Просто в последнее время ебурил он неплохо так. А тут что-то расслабил булки. Соси, дед. Слышь? Сейчас в баню улетишь. Без веника. Рафаль ману копит, все правильно делает.
gonna let you walk that walk.
Sonic's presently averaging 2 kills around.
Oh boy.
14 kills spread out across the team through the 7
Да,
rounds.
да, Мижин, можешь написать, я тебе разрешаю.
For the Sonics. Obviously BDS in the driver's seat.
I mean, Shaiko was earlier averaging 2 kills per round. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's 3 kills off of
Right
Rafael
now.
and Shaiko combined.
Yeah.
Which is a misleading statistic, so Rafael only has 3.
You get the point.
You get the point.
The kills are very skew, and the 6-1 line is accurately represented.
Я б тебя даже за первое сообщение не забанил, а вот за 1, 2, 3 твои вот эти вот.
Comes into this matchup trailing the Sonics by 1 point. Team 1 with 1
F
point,
пацану.
Sonics with 2, CAG with 6, BDS with 6.
Я ничего не нажимал, если что, у меня руки под столом, так сказать.
Pushing them up to 9, which all but guarantees that they will emerge from the groups.
Yep.
The likelihood of them falling to 3rd place at that point is virtually 0.
Спойлер, ДЗ развалили их РПМ кого. Да, там понятно было, там они, что они там, по-моему, 4, да, взяли в атаке. 4, по-моему, в атаке взяли. Там без шансов. Я говорю, у них вилла такая, ну, потная. Если ты с Эмой играют виллу, но против ДЗ они ее банят, то там, ну, понятно, что там с виллой все в порядке, видимо.
I mean, the more operators we get, the more you're gonna get that confused.
It's the hairstyle for me. It's like the hairstyle, like the texture rated on this screen often gets they look very similar in like their flow.
I mean, I've made much more confusing mistakes. I confused Alibi for Rook 1.
Да все за себе-сишку, ну что ты делаешь, дядя?
And I was like, oh my, because they look nothing alike.
Yeah. Well, confusion.
Оставь, задынаешь плент.
This is going to be a lobby defense for BDS. BDS might only have 2 opportunities to defend here, by the way.
I mean, any round they take.
Бля, Лемш на Вирджилии.
Is gonna be.
Я в шоке.
So they won't really need too many opportunities, I would imagine. We'll see.
Игрок тоже 98-го года, блядь, и на Вирджиле бегает на мажоре.
Right now, because they go until they win. Kanza gets firm control of top spiral, and he's gonna open up above that banana doorway. That cuts off rotation.
Бля, сейчас если Брит его взорвет, я просто в шоке буду.
There it is. Looks like it was on the drop and Admiral.
Yeah, it was. Birthday down below with a nitro cell. He's gonna wait for a call.
Он сейчас взорвет его.
There it goes. Will it work? Pull.
Do it. Do it. Do it. He didn't.
Нет, все, не угадал.
He's holding right now.
Но он на шару по звукам хочет взорвать. Но все-таки, сука, нащупал.
They are perfect so far through these 8 rounds on opening duels. Their numbers advantage presently stands at 2. Right now the Sonics in danger.
Лемш 23 года, что? Я не знаю, сколько ему лет, он играет просто давным-давно. Типа 1000 лет.
Shaiko just doesn't lose those. He pivots. Can't do much onto Super. The spray transfer does not work out. Grixer down below, but he doesn't have access to that diffuser, so he needs to play time. Where is Super going to drop? He tries to, but it's
Без
cleaned up.
шансов.
A disappointing performance for the North American squad. BDS look as frightening as ever.
Просто zero chance. УДС, как обычно, показывают уровень. Ну, либо, конечно, Соники против Европы слабые.
Yeah, that's true. I guess we're making up for it. Well done to BDS. A absolutely deserved win. Absolutely. There's no question in anyone's mind.
Жестко, жестко. Просто деклассировали. Бля, сейчас опять чихать буду.
Potentially could have taken left on the board. That was BDS being better.
Yep, BDS seemed very well prepared. I know the analysts are going to have a
Блять, как ненавижу.
talking about the maps as this consulate was the choice.
Ебучая аллергия, сука.
Just frankly did not
Сейчас
look like
сдохну.
the Sonics could keep pace whatsoever with what we saw out of BDS. Whether it be in terms of utility.
Просто 50 раз за секунду чихнул.
I mean, Shaiko was on
Ой, господи. Сейчас приду.
rampage today, Michael. Nobody could slow him down, but it's a team effort. Shaiko was not able to do all of that on his own. He was droned in several times.
Yes.
And when on defense, he was playing off of his team's calls and the intel that they had at his disposal.
And also, we've talked about always Shaiko enabled, team enabled. It was both this time.
Yes.
BDS firing on all cylinders. What a performance from them. Really love to see Siege like that. And I look forward to seeing them go up against an opponent that is ready to actually play against that BDS.
Yeah, right now, the leaders of the group are BDS. They look far and away like the best team, but Cyclops is nipping at their heels.
Ой, прошу прощения, чуть нос не порвал, блядь. Уберем пока палево, да?
And BDS really is that far ahead.
Ой, уши заложил. Так, а на каком стриме есть инфа, где Нави будут играть? Есть инфа, где Нави будут играть, все. Есть информация, где будет играть Нави. Будем смотреть Нави. Болеть за Такисанчика. Приколы забавы я включу. Работают. Вот с этой секунды. Да, я уже увидел. Все. Спасибо. Далеко не разбегайтесь, сейчас подождем. Ну, просто лишний раз не буду выводить на экран, чтобы, ну, не было лишнего палева, а то можно получить пиздюлину за такие вещи.
Не обязательно. Нихуя себе. Жук, что ли, майский пролетел.
Ну и сразу жука. Только включился, жука надо. Ох. О, пати без рейтинг. Ну, самое время. Арцелф. Поиграем как-нибудь обязательно. Время видосов с Ютаба. Если есть новые операции, что-нибудь кидайте, посмотрим. Без проблем. С новой операцией запуливайте ссылки. Ссылки в чат можно. Посмотрим, пока ждем матч. Я пока перекурю быстренько. Я закапался вроде, полегче должно стать. Чё, никто видосы не кидал, какие? Ни у кого нету, да, ссылочек на контент? Сейчас найдем что-нибудь. Раз в 10 зрителей на сутки. Блин, даже не успел забанить тебя, чел. А тебя уже забанили. Ну, Himself я смотрел. Да это мы видели. Там были кастомные видосы, типа, с новой операцией.
Буква Ю.
Ай-яй-яй. Ну, го, может, кто-то не видел. Еще раз посмотрим. Чё нет-то?
Не твой уровень, дорогой.
Все, я вырубил приколдесы. Смешные. А чё там опять кто-то спам фигарил? Ну, дрибор какой прикольный. Мне нравится то, что можно наконец-таки понимать, что это за кубик, квадратик, видишь. Ну, еще и спотик можно. Нормальная тема. Что такое умы? Это тоже нормальный прикол. Ну, было бы прикольно, если бы он ее кидал. Если бы ему не надо было подходить. Тогда бы это была имба просто. Метовая. Гаджет виджила. Нормально. Что там, кстати, по ТТС? Нет инфы? Долгая анимация, капец. 5 лет пропиливался. Ну пофигу, одна штучка успевает пролететь. Просто королева дронов. Заряд за грох через... Ну, да. Ну тут такое, я не знаю, как это применять, типа... Вообще не знаю. Ты из этого окна даже не пикнешь, тебе лицо сломают. Ну, пикнешь чисто теоретически, но в потной игре тут как бы, не знаю, больше как-то на голдянку какую-то ориентировано. Ну, блин, белая подсветка скинов мне нравится.
As a medium speed, medium armor attacker. She can protect herself and her allies with her Talon 8 clear shields. And much like Mira's black mirrors, Osa's shields have a pressurized canister that can be punctured to drop the shield entirely.
Op 4, last stop standing.
Приятная музыка. И реворк тоже приятный. Такая огромная шахта лифта. Ну, хотя логически нормально, она двойная, типа. Я подметил, что при пуше условно главной спальни на клубе удобно будет это окно ставить на CCTV, и вражина за дефенс не сможет пикнуть. Ну ладно, допустим. А в чем проблема импактом сломать его? Поиграли? Нет, еще рано. Вот это вот место мне нравится вообще. Типа, наконец-то можешь со спавна выйти, блядь, и не пикаться с квадратом. Где по КД просто кенты пикают. А камеру еще переместили. Видели? Ну, окна вот эти, не знаю. Ну, в принципе, нормально тоже, чтобы аутсайд геймплея не было. Нормальная тема. Тут я даже не знаю, что тут за пиксель был. Ну, видимо, какой-то пиксель был. И вот этот спампик закрыли. Я ненавижу вот это. Говорю, банк, наверное, вот больше из-за этого и не любит. Потому что тут спампиков много было. Всегда. Ну, Костлайн тоже прикольно реворкнули. И не убили карту, и как бы новое что-то привнесли. Я сейчас засну под эту музычку. Я знаю, да, что там в кэше нету теперь брича. Но это, мне кажется, вообще ошибка. Типа ты теперь про атаку с констракшеном можешь просто забыть. Ну или можешь взять осу с ее стеклом, прийти туда, поставить в дверь и поймать сишку за шиворот и улететь вместе с этим стеклом. Вау. Какая наша любимая карта? Сейчас даже не знаю. Старый Орегон была любимой картой. А сейчас даже, ну... I don't know.
What? No, man! Who said anything about Sledge? Who was the person that complained about Sledge? Sledge ain't an issue! Who complained about Sledge? Who did it? I need names. I need names of the people. Hold on. In fact, we're gonna make a Google search. Who complained about Sledge? Sledge. Boom. Nothing. Unfortunately, nothing exists. Nobody said anything. He did nothing! He was just chilling there, minding his own business, and he lost his SMG-11. Yeah! Okay, so I played the new operation this past week and actually had an enjoyable experience, but we gotta address some issues. Some changes that have me a bit confuzzled. If I could reach in and scratch my brain, I would, but that might leave some mental damage, and according to some ranked players, I already suffer from that. Frankly, harsh, but I hate protection.
Да хватит.
You know what, thank
Просто
goodness
покажи,
for a Lego
пожалуйста,
something
нет?
we just... Anyone in particular? I've just been so positive about Siege that I've now decided, you know what, it's probably time that I voice my opinions and concerns and all that kind of stuff. I love my friends at Ubisoft, so when I rant or vent about Ubisoft, I'm talking about it as a collective, not individual people, because again, I love the Ubisoft people. I got a lot of friends there. We're going to cover as much of the changes I noticed. So if you laugh or enjoy the video, please leave a like and let me know your thoughts on the new season in the comments. Additionally, you can subscribe absolutely free, or if you hate the content, just unsubscribe. I won't hunt you down, I promise. Osa is another shield op because that's what we needed. You can push behind her as a Cybertruck tank with Blackbeard, but she was a little bit exposed to nitro cells and melees. It seemed to be the kryptonite of that push. Somebody come pixel peek with me. You hear? All right. He's nading.
Ух, ё-моё, а серваки-то что такие большие стали?
Nice, huge. Here, come on, push with me, I got you. Nice, huge. Any more? No, okay, we're good.
Как huge переводится?
I like her in the fact that she has the PDW and 556 is sick, but I do wish we didn't have to deal with more shields. I get slammed enough from Montanes and Blitzes as it is, so adding another shield was a bit of an interesting take. We've got a lot of long-awaited changes like jumping Twitch drones. Hey, Roy.
Ну, прикольный парень, у него очень красивые зубы.
Jumping Twitch drone. Protected spawn peaks on maps like Bank and Clubhouse, but these are just so late. It's like Kevin from The Office trying to keep up with the conversation.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. Look, it's no secret. Hi. Hello?
The map tweaks on Clubhouse, Coastline, and Bank are actually super sick, and most of the changes didn't bother me. Oh.
There's so much room for activities.
Анечка, что тебе там, поди скутер генерить я вставил?
We're taking the dog out today, boys.
Здорово, Нет.
The dog finally gets to sniff grass. They genuinely did a great job. Like, you can't backwards plant on Service Door on Coastline anymore, so that's sick.
Okay, here we go.
Ну не, за миниры за 120 не поставить вроде как.
It won't. It's not letting me. Is this not part of the
This isn't part of the bomb? No! No way, man! You can fully rotate from the top of the building down onto VIP balcony without rappelling. All sick changes. But as cool as it is to rotate between front and back alley of bank, I'm still gonna get slammed by the hacker who has my IP and geolocation on 5 of his monitors. The game is hard to enjoy because of these people, and until there's a better anti-cheat, it'll be hard to fully enjoy these cool changes. Nobody is safe behind a reinforced wall anymore, as Foos can now send his hockey pucks hurling through reinforced hatches and walls. I'll be honest, I didn't see this coming, but now I'm scared given the only chance I had at beating a walling hacker was the assurance of the wall being safe, so...
Четверка как длинная стала. Пятерка стала.
On these OSA shields, it's kind of funny to have a staring contest with someone on opposite ends of it, but ultimately someone is going to get wrecked based solely on their ping. She's using it against me! Ah! Wait, what?
Unholy.
Wait, was somebody holding a nade?
I wasn't. No.
Martyrdom. Where did the nade come from? My favorite change by far is the down but not out rework, where if you down an enemy and your teammate wants to secure your kill, you still get credited with the kill on the scoreboard. Now you don't have to one-tap your teammate as much as you'd like to. Or not, I mean, you wouldn't do that. No, this change literally saved Cross's life. The UI for the operator loading screen changed again, which is kind of like watching someone
Да не, ну и рофли, не, ну у него реально красивые зубы. Большие, крупные, белые.
The option screen, I spent about 5 minutes trying to just find the brightness tab. B+ positive. She's got like a pint of blood just on her.
No, that's just they know if you're ever injured, what blood to give you.
Oh.
She's actually a vampire.
Awesome.
That's how she.
Что-то про Empire говорит.
She's got a little shot glass of blood, just.
Что-то про Empire говорит.
Little Fortnite mini. Again, I'm not sure who is complaining about these things to get these changes, but a lot of the map changes I have noticed have come from Twitter. So let's not downplay the impact Twitter can have on implementing a change in the game. So go like my new operator concept tweet. It's an operator with anti-cheat that forces hackers to play normal. I think it's a really sick idea, so go retweet and like and stuff, and maybe we can, you know,
Вот
get
так
it into the
примерно
game.
будет
They made
оса
the cache
отъезжать.
construction wall in Clubhouse unbreachable, which was as expected as Varsity editing a video. I did not see this coming, and I'm concerned that you have to funnel through a single doorway to push cache if you're coming from Master's side. I'm really glad that they have protected some of the common spawn peaks from Bank and Clubhouse. That was very kind of them. And they even got rid of all the railings and stuff on Bank, so no more painful golden bar gunfights. Wait, you can't castle? Yo, guys, you can't barricade the trench thing anymore. Or the dirt.
А, все, Сонь, нельзя будет ставить.
You can't barricade or castle or anything.
Ooh, that's not good. I don't agree with that.
I don't like that.
I don't like that.
No.
You're already in here. I like the IQ buff. I didn't play her or anything, but you can ping devices through walls with her gadget now, so we'll probably see the G8 burring more often than just the Amaro mains like myself. The flashbang thing is an interesting one because now if you look away, you still get flashed if it's in your proximity, just to give attackers a little more hope that they actually blinded you before you got swung with a massive pre-fire. Interesting. I got full flash.
Wow. My bad, I spilled something.
To be honest, I do like the change. At the end of the day, though, I feel like we're negotiating with Ubisoft at a pawn shop. We're asking for a better anti-cheater maps, and best they can do is adjust damage drop-off. This might be one of the best seasons we'll have, which is exciting, but like I said, it might be hard to enjoy these cool changes without the better anti-cheat. I love the little reworks as a ranked player, but I'm trying to run around on a new map like the old times. I don't think we need 100 new operators in the game, so if new operators are hindering our ability to get new maps, I honestly wouldn't be opposed to no new ops. Frankly, all the new ops we get are just mock-ups of current ones.
Bum.
There aren't any unique ideas anymore, but there can always be unique maps. Siege ultimately is becoming a bit harder for me to play and enjoy, and that's why I'm playing more
Не,
variety.
прикольно, прикольно.
You can
Старые
expect a
карты
lot
у
more
тебя
variety
оживились
on
прям
this
нормально.
channel, whereas my second channel,
Нравится,
Roy, will have
нравится.
the Siege streams and the Siege content that you're still looking for. So if you're still a fan of Siege, go check out the other channel, as that's where I'm going to be posting most of my stream highlights and stuff. So thank you all for watching. Let me know your ideas and comments below, and then I'll either see you live on twitch.tv/YoBoyRoy or in the next one. Anyway, we can open up this. Oh my gosh! Anyway, we could open up that castle.
Yeah. I can punch it.
Yeah,
I'll
just
punch
start.
it.
Yeah,
I'll
just
punch
start.
it.
Just start beating it. This is the most interesting rappel I've ever done in my life.
Блин, как он с таким прицелом играет, бледным?
Not to let anybody come up with a cool vibe, be honest. You can't help it. Okay, one in VIP still. Where the
Okay.
turn hole would be normally.
Okay.
By that bookcase.
Yep.
Let's go.
All right, we're gonna have
You
to.
have another turn in there.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We are running out of time.
He's behind bed. No. Yeah, behind bed.
Huge.
Sorry, man.
No, that's perfect. No, I wasn't gonna get him. What do you mean? That was perfect.
Okay. I was like.
Как оно от бруха
Oh no, I was hoping
выиграл, получается. О. Ну, очень весело, прикольно, забавно. Поехали.
I mean, with Clubhouse also being taken out of Cafe, I thought Cafe would go. Club was kind of, it is the most played map for both of these teams in the last 3 months, so I thought that we might see that. Oregon, I don't think we'll go to. Furia aren't big fans of that map. They are 3-1 on it, to be fair to them.
Ну вот мне тоже было интересно, когда она со щитом со своим. Она же вообще не мобильная, она медленно ходит. Я больше уверен, там еще анимация такая. Она там его засовывает куда-то.
Surely, Na'Vi, don't take us to coastline. After that performance yesterday, there we go, it's settled. We're going to be heading to Consulate. Breathes an audible sigh of relief. Jackie, it's a map we've always enjoyed for the LATAM teams.
Я до второго матча, наверное, точно не увезу. У меня прям просто ставни падают.
Because Consulate always felt like it was played differently in LATAM compared to anything else, right? Like every time we look at these games, really innovative positions that we take and very aggressive positions as well in the way they would play it. Always offside, always looking for those early frags. Genuinely, this could be explosive. Limited knowledge on Na'Vi on the way that they play Consulate, but based off what I've seen from Furia in the past,
Теперь вчера выиграл одну проиграла.
Well, I mean, Des, we've seen some great Na'Vi performances on Consulate, to be fair. Some of the highlights of Blur that we were seeing, it just sends me straight back to the
к сожалению.
You know, this is a map that Na'Vi can get wins on, even in tough situations, and that bodes well for them against Furia, I think, because it's not going to be easy.
Я попробую, не знаю, я, может, говорю, типа, после первой игры пойду откисну, а на вторую проснусь, может быть. Ну, попробую, не знаю. Потому что там времени очень много будет. 63, наверное. Да, вчера 2 консульта было.
On the day, he was 5-9, so not quite the 0-14 that I'll be going for, but you get the idea. It wasn't their best showing, but like you say, we have seen them play well on this map. I think you'll see Doki running around on things like Mozzie, for example. They will cause a little bit of carnage. Whether or not it's enough to stop Furia, time will tell.
Who knows? Now then, we have got a map, we've got teams, we've got players, we've got almost everything we need, and we're going to be heading into that game very, very shortly.
Мне флешки тоже надо будет, ну, нюхать, как это будет. Не очень нравится то, что от них нельзя будет уворачиваться. То есть любая криво всякая там разнокинутая флешка, которая падает рядом с тобой, все, ты full blind. Типа такое. Спорно. Ты из Красноярска? Нет, я из Бийска. Красноярск от меня за 1000 километров. Ровно. Фурия или Нави? На бумаге, конечно, больше верится в Нави, но это консульство. А Фурия умеет играть консульство и Кослайн. С Новосиба не так далеко. Ну, до Новосиба, да, там 300 километров. В общем, Фурия, скажем так, на 70% уверен, что Фурия выиграет. Отдам им предпочтение.
Community poll, we've got that down there. 56% to Na'Vi, 44% to Furia, so still very, very close.
Ой, я не могу уже чихать. У меня от бессонницы, от сна, короче, уже чих. Наверное. Спасибо. Сейчас покурю. Ну, короче, вполне вероятно, что Фурия выиграет. Если что, имейте в виду. Они консульство хорошо играют. Очень. Играли.
That they would have the edge going into this. I genuinely think they're a quality team. They've got so much explosivity to them when they're going in for these site takes. And they've also done their groundwork. Every game we've seen them go into, Twister's there with Google Docs on Google Docs on Google Docs. So genuinely, I think when it comes down to preparation, I'm going to give the edge to Furia.
Well, Fury have done their groundwork and we have done the groundwork here. We've set the scene. We've told you everything you need to know. There is only one more thing to do, and that's to get into this one and see exactly how it shapes up. It's going to be Jackie. It's going to be Des on the cast, and they're going to have a lot of fun. You take it away, boys.
We absolutely shall. Jackie, welcome back to the mic, my man. You're looking forward to this?
I know. God, honestly, dude, it's been a while. I've had some time off. I haven't been here. It's exciting to come back, and I think it's going to be fun as well because it's so different. So many new layers that have been brought in. You know what? We've got 2 new operators since the last time I was here, Des. This is going to be huge.
It is, mate. It is. You know what? Honestly, the biggest shocker today, and the one thing, it's not going to be a result of a game. It's going to be that you used to be a bricklayer. I'm now starting to kind of think in my head, did you build that shed you're currently in?
No, but I have had a thought about building one out of brick, or at least doing an insulation layer out of brick, but not yet.
All right.
Yeah, not yet.
Quite exotic, that, mate. It's quite a creation. Well, exotic is where we're going to start things off then. Constant, we're getting into Na'Vi and Fury, but Na'Vi starting on the defensive side. Keen to see if there's any funky bands coming out here as well.
Oh, mate, I haven't been in a band phase for so long. I'm actually curious
You're tingling,
to
mate.
see, like,
Hairs on end.
genuinely, they're all standing up. I look like I've just touched one of those electric balls, Des.
Maybe Twitch spin around and give you a bit of a shock, mate. You never know. Oh, yeah, the ones that, like... You know the
one
thing as a
I mean.
kid, if you like smash one of them, it's going to like zap you and you'd die.
Oh, it was terrifying. It looked like it was actually like a Tesla coil. I thought I was paying, like, you know, red alert free, and I was just going to perish the second you touch it.
Red Alert 2, mate. That's where it was back in the day.
Oh, hell yeah. Just spending hours building walls and then giving up.
Prism towers connecting across the whole map.
Oh, man. That's the dream. That is the dream. No walls being put here, though, because we are getting straight through the fan phase. No Thatcher the Smasher, unfortunately. It's a shame. He was always a fan favourite of mine, Des.
Why is that?
Thatcher the Smasher.
Ну, интересная, близкая игра должна быть.
There's got to be a reason why. Why was he the fan favourite? Because of the name alone? Or?
Well, partly because the name, because it rhymes. Also,
Сквар, спасибо, спасибо. Здорово.
That's it, mate. Bring out
Вкусно на связи.
There's another one going away. I tell you what, mate. They knew you were casting and said, let's take them both away from Jackie.
Давайте там, не болеть.
You got Thatcher. Of course, I still got things like the smoke in play, but that mute coming
Скамные
away
двашки.
just screams to me we want to deny.
Здорово, здорово. Ну я же сообщу, все равно вижу.
So from Na'Vi, if nothing else, that just says to me when they get onto the more attacking side of the map, you might see them a little
Ну,
bit.
близкая игра должна быть. Такая потненькая.
I want to see a lot more aggression going into this game. I think based off the back of the two teams we've got here, right, they should be clashing head to head like two hungry lions, and I can't wait to kick it off.
Absolutely. Well, straight away for a spicy lock-in, we got Chanka being picked up by Nathan on Na'Vi's side. All those 5 pellets now carries 14, was it 15? I tell you what, the number keeps on going up that I can't remember to what number we're now at. It's definitely some there up towards 14 or 15. The fiery death that he can spawn lasts a good 60 seconds or so. In fact, I think we timed it yesterday when someone brought it along. You can get like 90 seconds worth of burn time out of the Chanky. You've also got the smoke to layer on. Everyone was kind of going mental when the rework got announced of, oh my god, that's 2 minutes of lockout with the smoke and the Chanker in combo.
Скутер сегодня не выспался, зато... Ну, у него тяжело со сном, да, бывает.
Quite defensive with this lineup.
Oh yeah, it's also just in terms of like the renovation work, it's more cost efficient to just hire one Chanker than it would be 4 men in a white van. All he does is just rip his way through every
Да, он вчера ебанул как царь. Ну да, он вчера очень хорошо, как это, индивидуально, типа, жестко выступил. Надеюсь, сегодня так же будет.
I got something called a Chanker for you. They'll have no idea what you're on about, but tell them it's highly effective and they'll love you forever.
Just whip out the LMG, take the wall down, everyone's screaming, we asked you to build a wall, what have you done? It's like, I'm really
О, ну так и Санчик, ну куда ты наглеешь-то, брат?
What's Lender doing? Goodbye, Doki. I wanted to see him, Des, but apparently not in the
Ну они же не такие боты, ну что ж ты недооцениваешь ты?
Good counter shot coming out from Lender Doki. You spoke about his spawn peaks yesterday and what he was doing in those games. Here, though, Lender was just ready. I don't know if that was off the back of a drone or just anticipation, but at this point, I think we can study Na'Vi and know the sort of thing that Doki wants to pull off. Really good response from Lender.
Naughty way to open it. Potentially a trade back in favour of Na'Vi, but Blur not quite able to hit the shots on the angle, so he drops off and repositions for the meantime. That's a naughty way to open it up, though. I was hoping we'd see it, Des. I was thinking, Doki, gonna get to cast him finally. Yeah, the man's probably gonna go for a spawn peak. Just doesn't work as well when you die.
It's one of those high-risk, high-reward moments, right, where sometimes it pays dividends for you, but other times you get yourself shot in the face, as he has now learned. The thing is that also takes away some of the pressure on the top floor, where Blur was originally hanging around inside a console. He's had to drop away
Потом пол лица просто оторвало с пульки в тело у Леона. Да почему блуры показывают на ленде? Пожалуйста. Режиссеры, режиссируйте, ради бога. Вы видели, я с белым прицелом играю, и вот эти кастеры тоже белый прицел включили. За мной наблюдают, походу. Оп, все, туалет отдали, все отдали. Фурия должна понимать, что там уже все клир. Дроны. С дронами все очень плохо. 3 дрона всего осталось. Всех дрончиков посливали, пропил. Дали. Эх, вот сейчас бы пикнуть в этот тайминг. Можно было по жопе маэстро настрелять. Да там нет никого уже. Подроньте, у вас 3 дрона есть. Вот, все, увидели, что никого нет. Упал еще дрон вниз, увидел трубы. Трубы надо сразу щит ломать. Щит ломать надо. Ладно, можно вот так сделать. Хорошо. Так с Кайросом то оперни. Какой голубой скин на тачаночке. Ну тут уже первый раунд должен отлетать за Фурией. Один Унджур, один Тачанкин остался. Времени. Тяжело будет, наверное. Да Кисанчику не надо такую грязь делать, типа спампикать, блядь, по-тупому в окна. Надо в сайте как-то, ну не в сайте, а в здании надо раскручиваться. Не пройдет тут всякая шляпа. Там банально все пушки на окогах, типа, ну, на дальнюю дистанцию там нормально все стреляют. И все пушки плюс-минус лазерганы. Ну, если Зофия там на пулемете. На мейн решили уйти. Пахнет очередной заливочной от Навей. Да, дело не в заливочной. Дело в том, что у Фурии консульство хорошее очень. Не то чтобы оно какое-то супер крутое, но просто уверенное у них. Ну, умеют они играть консульство. Мы можем даже по статистике быстренько посмотреть. Давайте отвлечемся. Натус Винсер. Мэпс. Ну где тут консульство? Ладно, поставим на более длительную, да? С февраля по август. Посмотрим, изменится ли картина кардинально. Что, вот они ВП выиграли. И Кавану. В 98-м. 7-8. Это, можно сказать, шара ебаная. 7-4. Ну, это близко с Кованой, так скажем. Потом смотрим, кто у нас там. Фурия. Фурия, где ты есть? Что мы тут видим? 5 консульств. Это за последнее время. Окей, они его, конечно, тоже лузают. Выигрывают, но... Также с февраля. Пожалуйста. Загрузись. И мы видим 11 игр. Ну, типа, вот, клуб, консульство, шалет, Костлайн, Орегон. То есть все карты, которые очень много играют. 55% винрейт. Ну, то есть после шалета, ну и Орегона. Орегон, ну, тут матчей меньше. Ну, грубо говоря, после шалета у них консульство, типа, практически лучшая карта. Ну, там, не без поражений, конечно. Но очень много они играют. Намного больше играют. You know? Ну, шале там что-то вообще, походу, страшное. Я не помню, как они его играют, если честно. Ну, видимо, хорошо. Как же любит спать, согласен. Аж сижу на последнем издыхании. Ну, так Вова, они проебали не ПАМ, и БДСом консульту. И что? Типа, что БДС и шанипы точно так же сильные на этой карте. Тут залив очка произошла. Что это за салют? Ауч. Ну, Сейвс тут соло раунд выиграл. Нормально замышел.
Go, starting off just the way we want it to. A close affair between two very explosive teams. It was a naughty peak as well. Nice angle, waited for the timing until he just got in front of him.
Я к тому, что опыта у челов много на консульстве. Слишком много сыграли.
Was, yeah. I mean, for them, it's a bit more composed, as said. You got the one kill that came back for their way rather than losing a member or two out and around the map. Just needed a bit of a pause. I think that first round, a bit of a write-off once Doki lost that initial spawn peak. Didn't go for one in the second round. Much better stuff.
Round 3 then. Furia. Doing pretty well when it comes to the opening duels, at least. Obviously, both times now they've been able to find themselves the early entry kill. Didn't look as good that time around. Obviously, Na'Vi just able to play the late card. Had better angles when it came down to it. We are seeing nice strategy at least from Furia. That's the good thing to keep an eye on, right? Because we know, obviously, if things get too hectic, they can always fall into the all-out sort of LATAM style where you do just speed it up, you do go for the run and gun. But right now, they're playing just standard siege.
It's like when the bell rings at work, right? It hits 12:45 and everyone's like, right, that's it, work's over, boys. It's lunchtime. Let's go and have some fun and feast on the enemy team. It's that kind of thing that we saw in APAC quite a few times as well, as they do try and kind of bring the strategy, the kind of more structured side of Siege for about 2.5 minutes. And then it gets to a point where it's like, right, guys, we've got to cut some corners here now. The budget's been reduced in the bank of time. Let's try and see what we can make happen inside 30 seconds. And that does often look like a bit of a blitz forward in the final 30 seconds and trying to pick up some kills. Haven't yet seen it from Furia, so I agree with you. It is looking structured. It is focused on the execute. And for me, that's always a good sign of a structured team. One that looks instead for the plants rather than just going for kills. I tell you what, Saves, his soul just departed his body right in the venue. That was disgusting.
Oh, that's outrageous. I mean, you love the audacity of it. Fair play. Saves, hyped up. He's in a position where he's like, yeah, I'm feeling myself. I'll go for the spawn peak. Issue is, yeah, Fury are just a little bit better at counting it. I mean, how ready you have to be to hit that shot as well. That's absolutely gnarly. Big early frag for Furia gives them so much more time to play with here. Na'Vi already down to 4 players. Again, there's another opening frag for Furia.
That's 3 on the bounce now. 2 for Lender, 1 for Fantasy. I imagine there's a point that comes here for Na'Vi where you start having questions about these spawn peaks and how aggressive they want to be. So far, he's done nothing but sting them. One thing I am slightly nervous about still for the side of Fury is this split site. Very common when you see C4 denials coming from below. Big worry is, I believe, Say's had one of their C4s. In fact, he does. You can see at the top left corner of your screen, 0 and 2 next to the C4 icon, indicating the team has got 2. But Nate, the only man alive who's got 1 in back pocket. So he is their only real source of denial, and the Valkyrie is the only source of information they've got to get those C4s off inside of the site itself. So Furia going to have to go big time aggressive and try and make something happen in the basement, or they're going to have to do inside of the site on the first floor.
Фурия как-то очень долго дронит, типа, блин, им... А, нет, тут еще докисанчик сверху сидит. А по нему инфа есть? Есть теперь. Оп, и убежал. А если бы кто-то на безакне был, то он бы оттуда не убежал. Просто в полете бы откис.
Not quite the end of the world. C4 kill connects, but it's immediately traded back on to the same player. 3 versus 3, 60 seconds to play. It's where you start feeling a little bit nervous again, Jackie, because we already seen pull it.
Не, ну надо как, хотя бы как минимум настрой боевой.
One player saves undroned and he stung him in the tail.
Не сидят, не тухлят. Вот Доки что-то неуверенный в себе, типа немного так передерганный какой-то, нервный.
Fantasy as well with the timing, dropped down, almost repositioned, had a sneaking suspicion that Doki was coming, but his position compromised, and now so is his life. All on Rare. Will the man be a job well done, or will it be just that? Left Rare. Pushes out.
Не знаю, что Вальку касс.
Paranoid about the peak to the left, tries to clear the angle, bit of a pre-fire, comes out, flicks back, Doki's there, keeping him locked in, comes in for the first, but heads blur.
Ну ты не возьмешь такой, чел. Бам. Валькина камера. Про Валентину что-то забыли. Ну ошибка не банить Вальку. Они зачем-то Миру забанили. Видимо, прям Мира вообще создает там проблему. В Европе, если тебе не забанили Вальку, то жди как бы челиков, которые будут прыгать в окна. Тайм-аут? Что-то рано.
Maybe. It's like God, what is it? It's like a Tweenies character or something. It like walks out, but it's just a massive shotgun, but with like fuzzy hands.
Ну они же пикали в начале IQ, надо репикать типа IQ и все, чтобы Валька очковала. Ну типа, может они вообще-то ее не будут брать.
You know, the writer's room, it's probably gone downhill. Too many late nights, one too many energy drinks. What if we just make a really friendly shotgun?
A few too many games of Siege being observed. Tell you what, mate, you're inspiring a nation now. It's going to appear on the next episode. Is the Tweenies even still going these days?
Probably not. I feel like
Блин, забыл, как ник у этого Ковача. Мы с ним джурсухами менялись. Здорово, Кутиту. Как там здоровится? Нормально?
I mean, like, it was pretty good as a kid. The Tweenies was alright. You know, I mean, like, I don't really remember the storylines, but I remember enjoying it as a child.
Apparently, its original release was the 6th of September 1999. It had 390 episodes and 7 series.
Man, god damn. Do you remember the S Club TV show, Des?
I want to say yes, but I don't think I do.
Oh, I was going to ask you what your favourite S Club TV show storyline was.
Oh, I can't say I remember, mate. What's yours, though? Because now you're on the topic, you clearly remember something.
There was one where basically they like went back in time and basically did like Greece. Not like Roman Greece, but like, you know, racing. Yeah. that was probably my favourite S Club storyline. It was quite a wacky TV.
А чё, тестовый все воркает? Нет? Да? Нет? Да?
Rest in peace, S Club. Dead now, of course.
Beautiful.
Gone, but not forgotten.
Жесть, давайте там выздоравливайте. Развели там бацильник. О, реально? Так а у меня уже походу или нет? Или да? 7 гигабут. Ну, надеюсь, не будет лагать. Если будет лагать, то скорость понизим. Но я сегодня все равно не пойду тестить. Потому что я сегодня, как, не знаю, разбитая корыта.
I suppose, to be fair, a caster's dozen could literally be any numerical value. Just decide one at any point.
Да Кисан опять газует на Вальке.
You can choose the number based on the situation.
I think what we should also do is start just basing all of our currency around Tims. So like, you know, that's like 6 Tims.
What value does a 6 Tim get though? What could you buy with 6 Tims?
It's probably like £5 to a Tim.
Do you reckon 30 quid for a Tim?
Yeah.
6 Tims, alright. Alright.
There you go.
Why 5?
I don't know, it was just the only number I could think of. Luckily, Doki, though, he's thinking of numbers. He's going to be able to bring himself up to 2 on the scoreboard as he finally gets the opening frag that Na'Vi wanted. Miracle not getting a miracle in this round as the Lion is left sleeping. Hello Highs, pulls out the nade. Is he going to make it work? Little bit of damage, just blowing the eyebrows off Blur.
You know how it is, what I called him yesterday, the pinball wizard, mate. He bounces these balls around for fun. That one, I think, a little bit short, though. Overcooked, you might say. It's like a badly burnt pizza coming out of the oven. Not quite enough on it to really make it simmer and connect onto the man sat at the top of yellow. And thankfully, At least for Blur, walking away with his life. He would have been 0-4 if he'd gone down to that. Hasn't been the good start for Mr. Consistent that we normally look to see.
Not at all. But a much better start as a whole for Na'Vi here. They are currently
Что-то я перехвалил Фурию, походу, да? Что-то они это потухать начали. Ну, атака тяжеловато, походу, тоже идет.
Making the reposition back around, Rare coming in position on the Thermite as well to blend the bloody doors
А
off.
что с пропилом, не понял?
Did he come off?
Ты его криво чё? Он приклеил на стену, где был то... Понял. Вот так, да? Ну! Ну и все, ну давай, пошел дальше. Дрон есть? И у тебя 2 дрона, мужик. 40 секунд времени, иди подронь. Разбить рукой. Ох уж эти киберспортсмены. Ну дрона кинь куда-то, у тебя же в трусах дрон, по-моему, или это баг? Сейчас он, короче, по башке поймает. Все, 13 секунд, плентить уже не варик. До 3 секунд и отпускай. Ну все, он проиграл. Игра была равна, играли 2. А теперь вспоминаем вчерашние мои слова. Кто выигрывает ганфайт? Кто выигрывает ганфайт? Домашнее задание, блядь. Быстро, ответ в чат. Тот, кто пикает. Вот. И что, и все. Ну это такое заливное было просто. Объедение. Я выигрываю. Понял. Вопросов больше не имею. Лев. Ай, интернет закончился, сори. Че, лагать будет? Можешь не лагать. Так, ограничить скорость загрузки до. Много. Да, пожалуйста, не лагай. Алло. Блин, запись лагает. Ой, качество уронилось. Здорово, молодые. Здорово, здорово. Здорово, здорово. Это же Ланы, да? Ну, посмотри вот ради интереса. Да и любой матч смотри, вообще не важно, кто играет. Посмотри вот матчи и обрати внимание на ганфайты. Никогда челы там друг к другу выходят на лицо. А посмотри именно моменты, вот когда чел выходит, с кем-то стреляется, потом этот же чел садится в позицию, на него выходит, он отлетает без шансов. Это приколы механики этой игры. Даже на лане. Так, ну вот это уже не у меня зависает. Или у меня? Нет, не верю, это не у меня. Докисанчик вешает вещи. Да почините трансу, но это не у меня точно. Это у Вори просто лагает. А шо термит там прилег? Шо с ним? А, он в форстрапе лежит. Ну, бывает. Зарепалиться вверх ногами же сложно. Сложно. Раз. Ох уж этот маленький докисанчик. Поймал докисанчика. Но такой Нави не зальют, не верю. Нет. Нет. Нет.
The joke still applies. 5 seconds left basically here as we get into the last 15 seconds of the round. Miracle. He's on his advance. Comes around the corner. Issue is Blur's waiting.
Туда их.
There to clean up on the last
Ну,
man.
близкая будет, мне кажется. Потому что в защите, мне кажется, Фурия наберут тоже поинтов. Вопрос только в том, 3-3 или 4-2.
Fury have had a couple where they have looked strong throughout it, but I would be surprised if this half doesn't end at 3-3. I think Fury have got it in them to take a round win here. This is going into the archives and tell us site. The one that we spoke about that was a little bit strange, a little bit wonky earlier on. Fury did walk away the loser in the round, so keep a close eye on how this one plays out. But I'm hoping there's some lessons learned from the last time they attacked into this site.
It feels like we're back at your school, Des. You know, Professor Doki's there.
Не, ну Доки вешает, конечно, такую грязь. Нормально ставит.
The man's from Glasgow. I imagine he did some far more sinister things with Bunsen burners back in his day.
Man. It's like when everyone used to leave the taps on and just put loads of toilet roll in there. So you go into the toilet, it looked like the, the toilets from Harry Potter. Like Moaning Myrtle comes out.
The worst one is when they start wetting the toilet roll and just wanging it at walls, and you walk in there and you're like, you know what, I didn't like that wall was blue, it needs to be white instead.
Yeah, or when it's just on the ceiling, you walk in, you're one of the unfortunate souls.
Как думаешь, какая карта будет с ТСМ? Что-то из классики, типа клуб, консульство. Костлайн, ну, вообще не верится в Костлайн. Надо посмотреть. Я просто не знаю, что там сейчас парни наколдовали.
I remember being so jealous that a lot of NA schools didn't have to like wear uniform to go to school. We did. I used to lament it.
Орегон, ну, с малой вероятностью. Клуб они сами забанят. Консульство тоже такое. Костлайн, может быть, или Вилла. Но я бы Виллу с ними не играл. Ну, хотя они две виллы сами залили. Ну, там счета такие 7-4, 7-5. Надо отталкиваться от их первого бана, чего они банят будут. Может, кафе, но нет, кафе не будет. Не верю.
You've got Lender playing it on here, no Habana present like they had the last time they attacked the site, and that does tend to be a little bit better for assaulting onto here, especially when you're looking on the downstairs walls, for example, that you might want to get opened up. You don't really want your thermite getting too close to those.
Ну, челы решили наверх забить и просто идут пушить архивы. А там у нас что? А там два типа. Ну где дроны? Я не вижу, почему они, блядь, не дронят. Где хоть один дрон? Вот только сейчас дрон едет. У вас там четверо, ё-моё, ну один дронит, двое дронят, двое там пушат куда-то хотя бы, не знаю. 5 уже в подвале. Спайрал занять надо. Сейчас Сейвс приползет и разъебет в бочину всех. Неужели вы об этом, блядь? А, ну они отсвачили Спайрал. Вот, одного убили, второго заинжурили. Все. Shift плюс W. Почему, блядь, вы просто стоите? Ебать, он просто троих забирает. Блядь. Простите, я там кому-то заруинил, походу. Я не ожидал, что Фурия вот так вот будут играть. Это, блядь... Других слов нет.
They did the right thing. They focused on coming in from the west as well through garage, pushing the way across, and then looking for the execute. But the problem is, this is why you have so many teams focusing on full vertical clear.
Это может, да, из-за того, что я качаю, но если посмотрю, там можно поменьше поставить.
Band away here, in which case you turn towards things like maybe a gridlock that we saw Invictus Gaming bringing yesterday, or you just set up flank drones. There's so much that you can do to control it.
27 минут, я думаю, переживем.
They smoked it off thinking that would be enough. That wasn't going to stop saves. The man will walk through that smoke quite comfortably and picks up a 3K.
А начиналось так красиво.
Could have been for Fury if that had gone right, a 3-3 scoreline.
The crazy thing is to me,
Дексанчик мяч Counter-Strike подарил нет.
watching that at home, the way that was played out, it looked a lot more European. It felt like it was a more standard way of approaching Consulate from either team, right? Furia now on defense. One of the things that I used to notice so much in LATAM was the way that Furia.
Бля, ну залив очка получается.
They were willing to hold very different angles. Could Spade go aggro, but we've seen everyone going aggro so far into this match.
А чё у меня включено? У меня немного там включено. Я, кстати, разогнал себе процессор до 5 ГГц. О, у меня 113 сабов. Страшное число. Нужно еще 2 сабов. Гайсы, давайте 2 сабки. Надо вообще посмотреть, где там саб. Point, как там называется. Смотрю. Subgoal. 113 из 125. Надо добивать там до 125. Еще point под смайлик открыть, чтобы я какую-нибудь туда жижу залил. Где, в смысле, вот тут, что ли? Так тут exit lag, Overwolf, NVIDIA Broadcast, Discord, Sound Blaster Commander, NVIDIA, Logitech G Hub, OBS Studio, NZXT, ну это дефолтно, это Samsung, Mажика и... А, ну и Lightshot. Да легкие все приложихи. Why Empire OP? Empire not human, it's cyborg team.
Not burnt to a crisp just yet. The Ash able to stay alive, but barely. Fantasy on the reposition, clearing through the offices. Easy chest shot onto Blur. He was so low, you could have sneezed near to take him down. Saves with a switch up as well. Lovely little headshot back.
Федор, есть от экзитлага смысл там? Коннект получше, понадежнее становится. Доки опять в окно вошел. Чисто телефон любого бати, которому за 40, без негатива. Ой. Три в 3, 2 гранатки есть. Есть чем сломать, как говорится. Ну, так бак не сломает. Или не сломает. Или сломает. Пропильчик надо делать и как-то там от аутсайда распукивать. Сейчас еще вертикалочку сделают. Вертикалка улетает с сифора. И надо ретейкать вверх. А, ну тут слэдж. Ну, я бы на месте Фури одного бакентата отправил вверх, потому что тут сейвсу придется стоять на желтой, либо вот они пойдут вдвоем с аутсайда. А если бы челик сейчас пришел в пианино, он бы просто бесплатно отпиздил Секретли. Но Секретли сейчас еще кого-нибудь убьет. Нет, не убьет, потому что трубы пробежали, и никто их не увидел. Халява.
It's such a dirty angle as well. The amount of times I've seen players just going uncontested there. Literally just slightly up on top of the...
Секрет что-то забуксовал, ему надо было в ротейшн, в эту кафетерий врываться. Что-то типа такого. Не знаю, что за идея была. Идея была, наверное, просто за белую пробежать, и как будто его бы кто-то стал пикать.
Starting to get back into the game, looking like this could be a juicy one now they're on the defense.
Yeah, that one there was an interesting one because for Na'Vi, I don't really think they had any drones left. They couldn't get back on drones in time to go and find out where those last 2 or 3 players were. You can see that from the way the pipes angle coming out of Rare just helped them collect the final kill. Miracle finding one, completely unanswered by the side of Na'Vi. Really good control coming out from Furia, even when that jump out on yellow stairs failed a bit earlier in the round. Let's get though onto the top floor, the site that has the lowest defender win rate in Europe. It is a LATAM team defending it, but maybe there's for fair reason why it's so low in Europe is that European teams know how to attack it. Na'Vi the ones here with the burden of proof that need to show what they can do.
Yeah, but the Brazilian teams, they know how to really defend it. That's the difference. You know, the B in Brazil stands for defense.
В смысле дыня, фи, дыня тоже нормальная тематика. Вы чё? Вы чё там, шутки шутите или что? Я не понимаю.
Yeah, only issue is if it's written in pen, you can't get rid of it.
You know, all these references about school today are really coming back to me. So I'm thinking about like erase.
Нави, давайте быстрее, пожалуйста, вам нужен этот point. Но хотя там кто-то на фурию, наверное, по моему этому предикшену запулил. Тоже газует, но куда? Это же на мажоре, веди себя достойно. Оп, близко, близко было. Сейф, кстати, неплохо идет. Блур что-то в последнее время прям, ну, подсдулся так. Не кисло. Не прет его.
Na'Vi slowly making their ascent. Ooh, drone coming in as well. Highs just hiding on the angle behind the shield. Does hear it and hoping to go unchecked.
Эх, вот сюда будут со скайлатика хаешечку наварить, когда он за щитом сидит. Какой-нибудь Яни приползти на альте и туда прям шоу. Докисанчик где-то подставился. Гранат не будет.
We saw about the earlier entry trades that he had to take. He did start to warm up and got himself back to 2-2 on entry, but with that one, falls down to 2-3. So filling his role as the entry, but not necessarily.
Аруни, да, его забрила? Где она была? Доки, походу, на первый кот вырвался. Где он вообще откис? Где значок? Я не вижу.
Fantasy as well, really causing a bit of a ruckus. 10 frags to his name. Let's see if he can try and make that 11. Holding close towards the stairs. Paranoid about the push to come out, but scoped in and ready to strike.
Makes me a little bit nervous, to be honest with you, when they're all starting to gear up around yellow stairs in the CEO window. You've still got those Yokais on side. Highs completely unchallenged.
Надо, он подставляется на желтый.
And play on those cams all day long. You potentially got C4s from below. A lot of control being lapped by Na'Vi to make this one work, and numbers. They're in a 3 versus 5, let's not forget. So I'm kind of thinking, okay, well, how does this attack work out for you boys? What have you got in the tank that you can bring out in these difficult situations? Otherwise, Fury bring it all even at 4-4.
Ты что, долго будут сидеть? Что делать-то? Надо желтую как-то ретейкать.
Is this man on your screen? Saves. Goes in with the rambunctious repel. Gets himself on the ground. Paranoid about the cameras, so we'll start to rip them down. 30 seconds left.
Nice.
Saves. Oh, you cheeky bugger. Hits the head.
Ну все, захалдиться надо, пробовать залетать как-то. А снизу что у нас? А у нас снизу C4, а у нас еще 2 эхо-дрона, а время 20 секунд. И что-то мне подсказывает, что это 4-4, если сейчас Секрет не наделает грязи. А он ее не наделает, потому что его убивают. И только сейв сможет спасти, не может спасти. Блин, я не могу, у меня глаза закрываются. Ну просто нет сил. Я пошел чай делать. Я говорю, тут будет игра долгая, возможно, даже допы.
It's happening, here we go. 4-4. Round number 9. The game is all tied up. Furia on the defense. It might be a hard sight to hold, but it was definitely a pretty sight from
Какой чай? Зеленый Гринфилд. Вот это что за дядя вот этот? Я его первый раз вижу. Каф какой-то. Кто за Нави? Там есть какие-то болельщики? Он давно у них? Зеленый чай еще больше спать захочешь. В смысле, я читал, что в зеленом чае больше кофеина, чем в кофе, который вот покупаем в магазине. Беспонтовые вот это, порошковые и так далее. Я вышел на чай, вообще ничего не так, или я сейчас усну.
Oh, that's fair.
Only one.
I think I've got
В черном, может, и больше, понял?
years ago that I kept because it was like, oh, I'll keep that. That'd be a nice little memory to look back on. See, the thing is about birthday cards is it's always really underwhelming because obviously once you get old enough, you never really get money in a card anymore. So you stop being able to gauge how happy you are by how much money falls out when you open it. Other factor is people stop just writing in them. Des, you just get like 2 Jack, and then the happy birthday that's in the card. It's like you couldn't even write happy birthday. What the hell?
It's the effort that counts, right? I'm just like, look, I get it. You've got the pen out that you haven't touched in the last year since my last birthday, and thought, you know what, I'll write some stuff in there. Cool, whatever. I'm not interested. And you kind of feel bad if someone does give you money, I think, because you get on a little bit. You're just like, as a kid, you're like, oh, wicked, I'll go and buy some sweets. But as someone who's a bit older, you're like, well, it's that awkward negotiation game of, did I get you a birthday card? Did I put money in it? Because if not, I owe you on your next birthday. And then you're stuck in kind of like a lifelong altercation of, until I'm 60, I'm giving you money. Who's going to pass away first and stop having to do this little trade that we've got going on?
It's outrageous. It's like slowly being in debt to every member of your family, but you're all in debt to each other, and no one really knows whose debt it is. It is quite confusing.
That's it. Kills me, mate. Absolutely kills me.
It's outrageous.
Let's see, though, how the round plays out. This time, press and lobby going to be where we step into, and once again, Furious stepping back towards his intel-heavy setup. Looking towards the Echo, the Valkyrie. It's kind of been their go-to bread and butter in this half. Last round, we didn't see, wasn't even really a need for it. High's very happily taking some scouts with the secondary. Didn't need to really rely on the Yokos, but they were there as a bit of insurance. It's always nice to have a backup.
5 seconds to go.
It should be a very tasty round indeed, though. Round number 9 has been sent alive. 4 on the board for both Na'Vi and Furia. It's been a quality game of Consulate up to this point. We've had the early aggression. We've had the wild late round 3Ks that have been coming out. Right now, though, I want to see what Rare is going to be dishing out. Seemed like he wanted to try and go for a play off the back of the window, but forced off and does rotate out for the meantime.
See it all the time, right? These teams both just want to get up in each other's grills early in the round, start going for spawn peaks, catching someone off as early as they possibly can. Because the thing is, it's like playing one of those claw machines at like a fairground or something. You just don't know what you're going to get, and you might get the grand prize on a site like, say we're attacking them downstairs in basement. You pick off the thermite, you remove the only hard breach choice they've got. That is worth its weight in gold.
See, the fun thing is about those, right, is obviously there's like an internal rig rate that you can set of what percentage the claw will have like full strength. But in South Korea, like the rig rate's like super low. So I just won loads of Pokemon when I was there, Des.
Oh really? And then shipped them all back?
Yeah, I brought them back in the suitcase.
Чатик, зефирку в шоколаде будете?
Yeah. Now they live here.
Хотите? Хочете? Я вам по традиции покажу. Такую будет. Очень вкусно. Очень вкусно. Но главное, храните их в холодильнике. Потому что зефир из холодильника очень вкусно. Очень вкусно. И из холодильника. Если он у вас лежит в теплом месте, осуждаю.
The acknowledgement on Navi's side is there that IQ needs to come along here. Those black eyes, nightmare. Yokai's, nightmare. Let's not forget as well that IQ has got some changes coming through, revealed in the latest season reveal. Be able to ping gadgets.
Да, Фурия 5 раунд оформляем свободно. Мысли. Фурия может выиграть вполне. Бум. Ваншот с диглатом залетел, дядя.
He's pulling out the hand cannon, the Deagle with a headshot. Smooth frag to find. Does take a little bit of damage as he sprints out of there as well.
Нормально, с 5 хп Валя еще походу ранаутит и убивает кого-то. Денчик, спасибо за сабочку от души. Ой, тайминги. А Зофия что стоит, спала стояла, могла забирать сейчас типа. Блять, что? Это такой бред. Вы видели это? Я прошу прощения, я отмотаю. Это legendary.
Few tags, but no frag. Rare, on the other hand, pulls out the MP5 slays from far away as Doki's done. Miracle on the murderous spree. Takes down Nafe as well, and it's all on Blur in a 1v.
А вот Бак, знаете, почему проиграл ганфайт? Сказать вам? Или не надо? Дросерок. Сказать вам, почему Бак проебал ганфайт? Ну, он там, конечно, еще сам отвлекся. Ну, смотрите, наверняка вот так было. Вот так он держит мышку. Так. И он вот так пальчик убирает, чтобы включить дробовик. Потом вот так пук-пук делает. Потом опять вот сюда нажимает. Он, скорее всего, пук-пукнул, палец убрал, ему чел въебало дал. Поэтому надо дробовик ставить на баке на циферку 3. И тогда вы будете на баке отрывать лица. Эй, спасибо за сабочку от души. Но он мог из дробовика втопить, но он что-то там потерялся. Я вот Данилу драконил, чтобы он на тройку поставил. Он поставил на тройку, это реально удобнее. У тебя типа рука на мышке, ты дробашом бахаешь тройку нажал, и ты уже готов типа стрелять. Типа L-time. Тебе не надо палец отрывать куда-то, на боковую мышку там нажимать или еще что-то. Если там кинуть какие-нибудь смоки, какую-нибудь еще хрень, ты можешь и на мышке нажать. То здесь тебе надо постоянно руку наготове держать, так скажем, чтобы фликануть кому-то по щам. Ну, потому что ты, грубо говоря, открываешь углы на свою башку, так скажем. И непозволительно пальцы убирать с кнопки там, с какой-то важной. Тут ты троечку на клавиатуре нажал, бам-бам-бам, троечку нажал уже, и у тебя уже прицел на голове, то есть рука заряжена, так скажем. Нет расслабления. Не, ну я, к примеру, говорю, даже если ты боковую кнопку мыши нажимаешь, то ты хват свой меняешь. У меня на боковую, допустим. Это я про дефолтные настройки, да, говорю. Ну, кто-то максимум, говорю, на дефолтную, скорее всего, ставит на боковые кнопки мыши. Но БТВ ты пальчик, большой пальчик ты перемещаешь вверх, и у тебя уже мышь не так в руке лежит. Ну, это так, типа, лайфхаки из 98-го года. Ну, типа, да, ну, допустим, зашло, он юзает. Он на тройку тоже привязал, что у него... Там же можно 2 клавиши сделать. Вот он просто продублировал, что на троечку нажимаешь, и у тебя под ствол включается.
Gets control towards the spiral staircase, causes the rest of the team to reposition. Furia now slipping back, giving up control to Na'Vi. Diffuser in the hand of Nate still as well. They do have a big edge to work with here. 40 seconds on the clock. Doki goes in. And Doki hits a smooth headshot, stays alive as well, barely. Somehow been blessed to keep his heart pounding in his chest. With 30 seconds left, Dez, all they've got to do is find 2 more Brazilians.
Try and find both in one, gets a shotgun through the wall. Oh my god, Miracle's just gone massive. Rare finds a 2K as well. Saves. Is the only
Не, Нави это... Нави.
problematic at this stage. For Na'Vi, I don't see them walking away with the win with 15 seconds to go. Saves has got to do something big.
Oh my goodness, he's predicting the future as he comes round the corner, hits the headshot onto Miracle, switches back to the primary. 7 seconds. Let's start to speed this one up. Jumps out, peers over the body of the car. Couldn't quite...
Зачем несосуемое, тащим нетащимое? Это нормально.
6 in the bag. The Brazilian side is looking poised for victory.
Oh, okay, 6-4. That'll be massive because for Furia, now they start to stir the pot if they win this game. They beat SSG,
7-5 должно быть.
and let's not forget, Jackie, they've got 2 games to play tomorrow. Each of these teams in Group B has a double play day.
Не, ну у Нави сейчас после Фурии должен быть full tilt.
I don't feel like they can afford to go into the next play day because otherwise they have to beat SSG and they have to beat Furia tomorrow.
Свата, там как мои инвестиции кружатся или уже все?
This genuinely could be such an important game, right? If they lose it, they're stuck in such an awful spot. There's only 3 teams in the group. There's limited chances, and those chances are falling to the wayside game after game. The only way for Na'Vi to get back into this now is to
Я нашел способ, если
push us to an overtime.
бесконечно есть зефирки, то
Mendes,
спать не
that's just
хочется.
to have the chance. That's no guarantee.
Just had the call come in, by the way. Hello to people on A-Stream. Hi, Mum. But now famous, apparently, Jackie, is A-Stream has got some tech issues going on. They've opted to put our wonderful dulcet tones across on A-Stream. What a mistake that could turn out to be.
Everyone's tuning in going, I'm really confused. There's two English, I think, people there, and all they're doing is talking about bangers, mash, and rubbers.
Bangers, mash, rubbers, and the tweenies. Let's not forget.
Everyone's gonna have
Зефиром просто бомба.
Just like, wait, what is
Бом-бом.
Yeah, that was. You look back at it now, and kids' TV show writers are of a different breed, is all I'll say.
Oh, back in the day, man, it was, you know, you don't get cartoons like the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy anymore.
Mate, that's traumatic stuff. That is nightmare fuel.
It was so
Courage the
good.
Cowardly Dog.
Oh, dude, Courage was unreal. Courage was in its own league of just incredible TV show.
Anyone who's never heard of Courage the
пряники
Cowardly Dog,
мятные,
please
кстати,
go and watch
тоже
an
вкусно.
episode on YouTube and tell me if you agree, 'cause to me, I
Покажи
think
еще раз
it's
зефир.
traumatic, but
Ладно.
not so much for me, but now look back on it.
Я достану
Absolutely
даже.
how it
Я
could
уже не хотел. Я не хотел
Turn
вас
the slab
искушать.
and then just go down
Я
the
убрал
rabbit
уже
hole from
упаковочку.
there.
Думал,
Educate
ну все,
yourself
больше не
about
буду.
courage, 'cause courage is something that Na'vi will need
Ну, она
in
такая
this
вот.
matchup. If they look like a
Она
terrified
очень
small
вкусная.
dog, they're probably likely to lose it to
Очень
the
вкусная.
Brazilian side of Furia. 6-4 at the minute. 2 minutes on the clock.
Делайте смайлик. Потом гифку сделаем, чтобы Энвичку дразнить. Ваше здоровье. Ну, если какашка. Какашка не бывает вот такие. Алло. Ты видишь, это зефирка. Очень вкусно. Из холодильника.
How many times have we got to talk about this guy in this game? It feels like he's on 14 kills. The man's popping the hell off. The 3K in round 2,
Бля,
3K
Дварф,
in
тварь.
round 6, and since then has just
Отдай
gone
шашлык.
from strength to strength. We spoke about blowing the peripheral
У
players.
меня шашлындос на зефир.
Oh yeah. Saves with swagger. He's been the one stunning.
Ты самый крутанули инвестиции на шампуре.
Feeling
Пиздец.
Doki, he has just been uppercut. Drops the nice shot and fair play to him. Always hard to hit the hurty verties, but he made it look easy.
30 verties, that's a new one, and I quite like it.
There you go, mate. I stole that from my time in Quake, to be fair. So pay back
I
to
feel
the
like I've
greats.
signed up to like a free trial of Jackie's Rhymes or something, because earlier it had rinsed for Rin, which I quite like on that one. 30 verties, you getting in there, mate? I'm getting my money's worth here.
Absolutely. That's what I do. I'm like one of those online courses. By like 15 minutes in, you're like, this guy doesn't know anything. He's just talking.
Не, мне тоже на самом деле надо худеть так немножечко.
Miracle, the one playing inside a connector here, smokes in hand, straight up to the top of the service stairs. There is one out on balcony, but of course...
Как немножко, я килограмм 10 с удовольствием сбросил.
game where they aren't aware of that potential angle. Nate keeping himself secure and just waiting for someone to expose themselves, waiting for his team to make some movements happen, and that's when he'll be able to snap their
Но варианта было два. Пойти спать, либо есть.
25 seconds.
Поэтому приходится есть.
Level of lethality as he rips his way through saves, dropping us back into a raw 3-on-3. 15 seconds to work with. Do or die for Na'Vi. Lose this round, lose the game. Nafe tries to step it up, comes flying in through the window like the SAS, and he is gonna be blessed. Double kill, all on one man now. Lender, he's already done so much into the round, but he's got to get the ace to shut it down. Sprints his way forward, causes a bit of commotion. On the close angle, but he loses.
Близко.
Secretly with the clutch, Na'Vi still in it to win it.
I thought he might land that shot, Jackie. I saw the ace. I saw Lender's names up in lights. We spoke about him on the Twitch yesterday, but that was bloody close. Na'Vi keep it going just about. We're going all the way to 12, and overtime could be on the agenda, but Na'Vi have got to break through furious defense.
Man, Lender.
Сват, чека
Honestly, I
ВК.
don't know how he can even play. How's he keeps himself composed at this point? Some of the shots he's
Конечно же,
got,
про
some of the
игроки не
rounds,
сидят на камерах.
he's
Ну а
getting so
зачем?
close to being the one-man army that Furia need. I'd have to take a breather
Не,
there.
ну
It's only
жесткие,
like
чисто
5 minutes.
ляпасы в голову залетают.
We all need it, mate. Grab a cuppa, sit down, prepare yourself for round number 12, because it's going to be an absolute
Ну что,
slammer.
7-5
Change
или
over
доп?
here with the sixth pick as well. The sixth
Чат.
pick across to the vigil for fantasy, so not being on the Jaeger.
7-5 или допы? Допы или 7-5?
See the sledge, you see 4 frags being brought along by the
Доп
teammate.
или
Get a
7-5?
little bit nervous because there's no Wamai, there's no Jaeger. Those frag grenades are going to be free flowing, and that's where I get a little bit concerned. It depends, of course, where the side of Furia want to set themselves up, but there's nothing to catch those little balls.
Я
of
вот
death
что-то
flying
чувствую,
through
что
the air.
допами попахивает.
There's one thing I love, Des, and it's balls of death. So hopefully more of them come out into this round. Na'Vi need to be rolling them out. 6-5. So close to Fury being able to lock this game down. Another best of one that would be under their belt in the group effectively would be hammering in nails to the proverbial coffin of Na'Vi.
I love it. This group has just been so back and forth constantly. That game yesterday between Na'Vi and SSG.
Не, вот если будут допы, то может быть, ну, Нави там могут что-то попукать. Ну, вообще не знаю, если они сейчас найдут энтри Фури, то, скорее всего, 7-5. Вот сейчас Блудчика, ну нет там, Виджила, у него нету ни сишки, ничего, у него нет такого. А вот тут милочки есть. Валька уходит. Блин, против Вальки вообще на консте, я не знаю, я бы никому не позавидовал играть. Так, подставляется у нас Вигил. Вигил откисает. Есть еще Валька, у которой, возможно, где-то припрятана камерка. И она может сделать бадыщ сишкой. Не понимаю, куда Мози летит. Бам. Вот, просто фри. Фриби фраг. И еще куда-то там Мози по подвалу бегает, не понимаю, что он там ищет. Ну, кого-то он там ищет. А, ну он типа туда отсосался. А, ну у него нет сишки, лол. А куда он потратил? Непонятно. Ну, Блура игра вообще не идет. 3-9. Но мы знаем, как он включаться умеет против ВП. Он как раз включился, и сколько он там, 2 или 3 клатча просто в соло.
Makes me curious to know if they've maybe got that hatch open inside of the lobby and what they could do with it. In fact, notice this cubby that's opened up, but no C4, it's already been...
Почему смотрю в окне? Ну, потому что не надо притягивать к себе внимание. Могут наказать же за это дело все. Поэтому смотрим в окошечко. Но я не думаю, что для вас проблематично и плохо видно.
I think helping to kind of get the drone work in. They're no doubt looking towards this front lobby plant, but they need that coverage from above. They need coverage in towards anti-chamber. A lot of things for Na'Vi still to set up in the last 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah, this is going to be
Тянут по времени.
44 seconds at the minute. Na'Vi's looking
Оп, хорош.
when you get to the end of the butter. They are spread thin. Luckily though, Nafe buttering up for a nice frag. Hits the shot onto Lender. Down to only 3 players on the defensive side of Furia. 2 of them
А допами пахнет все сильнее и сильнее. План ставится. Но если план поставят, все это ГБЛ. Это допы. Все это Добчинские, уверен. Ладно. Ладно, ну допы. Не верю. Зелень сейчас не убьют, мне кажется. Бля, у меня сейчас дежавю. Он может не потащит сейчас. У меня почему-то дежавю, как будто сейчас, как будто я это видел, и Нави сейчас на допах выиграют.
Oh man. Out of any of the games that could have casted Dez, this has been a historic one. The LATAM side getting themselves to match point first. The EU team battling back, taking us to OT.
Так, ну я говорил, что будет потно. Когда там наши, после вот этой игры, после Нави.
Group B on the B stream is turning into an absolute banger. I've got no way to understand or know or predict how these next 3 rounds go. It's Furia.
Но она у него так лежит, потому что он привык, что дома у него монитор, скорее всего, на ножке. И он привык, что ножка между клавиатурой и ковриком. А чтобы сесть максимально близко к к монитору. Приходится клавиатуру поворачивать, и чтобы она была сбоку ножки, с левой стороны. И дабы, чтобы она не была совсем там далеко, приходится ее поворачивать, и она вроде близко, но под жестким углом. Ну, я не знаю, я так пробовал, но мне вообще очень удобно. У меня под небольшим углом клавиатуры, конечно, относительно монитора, но не под таким. Под таким, я не знаю, это уже неудобно. Для меня, по крайней мере. Да, Дуки-санчи, кстати, не такой мелкий, как вы думаете.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, it's interesting as well, right? Because obviously you're looking at the performance now for Na'Vi. Doki on 8 frags, slightly falling behind the wayside. Blur as well on 3. We thought we'd see a little bit more from Blur, specifically into this matchup. It's not been there. Luckily, you've had a huge...
Бля, ну еще Навям как раз прокнуло, что они в дефе. То, что, видимо, они карту выбирали. Эти выбирали сторону, а эти выбирали сторону на овертаймах. Нави, в смысле.
Just a reminder of what's at stake here as well for both of these teams. There is the OT rules in effect. It's 2 points to the winner, 1 point to the loser. I said earlier on that Na'Vi need to get something from this game.
Кондей пофиксили в руме? Вроде да. Но, опять же, их же там 4. И в какой из них пофиксили, неизвестно. Играешь ты рандомно, типа можешь в любой играть. Ну там, как скажут. Кто не выходит из группы? Ты что, прикалываешься? $500 тысяч призовой фонд данного турнира. И инви-поинты, насколько я помню. Как они не выходят, если они из 6 игр сыграли 2? Третью играют.
Lender trying to push his way through with the Habana into copy. Looking to copy some of the previous round success in getting that meeting wall opened up, but so far denied out.
А, подожди, у Нави 3 команды в группе. У Нави сколько команд в группе? Я не помню, в какой группе там нету одного. Там одной команды в какой-то группе нет. 3 у них, да? У них одной нету. Получается, у них раз, два, 4 матча. Надо лузнуть, по-моему, все 4, блядь, да? Все 4 игры надо проиграть, чтобы не выйти. По-моему, так.
Yes, you're not attacking onto the downstairs side, so it's far from the end of the world, but Nate strikes big. Fantasy, no longer living in a fantasy, but instead a nightmare, loses his head.
Ну, у Фурии все идеи закончились, они уже не знают, что делать, просто, блядь, на ноге куда-то идут, летят. Просто щит вонючий сломать не могут. Ну, тут чел, ладно, на себя пока байтил. Ну, не, это помянем. Не понимаю вообще, что они, блядь, делали, типа. Щит целый, буллетпруф целый, все целое. Что вы делаете, куда вы девайсы свои тратите? Что вообще, как? Вообще не понимаю. Ну, у меня картинка такая, если сейчас Нави грамотно ничего не сделают, и блюр там не включится, то Фурия заберут деф, а потом перейдут за атаку и обосрутся. Что-то типа того.
Oh, isn't it just? Isn't it just? But this is what we want on the B stream. We want the back and forth. We want it to go through to overtime. We want to see it go all the way. I mean, admittedly...
Мне в G2 тоже интересно, базаразира. Стартует, в смысле, сейчас начинается, так мы-то будем смотреть. Empire. Сейчас там кто играет? А, ну они сейчас начнут. Раньше, типа. Ну мы их захватим, пока там имперчики будут готовиться. Ну сегодня что-то по таймингам, да, там жестко затягивают. Там жестко. Не знаю, что-то Фурия прям разочаровала, если честно. Типа атака вообще никакая, блядь. Просто банальный щит здесь не могут сломать. Просто чел идет на него. Вот так, ну я сейчас тебе, блядь, как дам. Давай, реально наберешь. В ранкеде, блядь, так не прокует. А он на мажоре идет на щит лицом. Ну ладно, хотя бы второй кент там с желтой запушен. Сейчас приду.
Navi historically have been a little bit slow on attacking this site, I felt. Got a bit caught up on the top floor. Didn't start doing the renovation works inside a piano to get that garage wall opened up in time. That's what I want to see be a bit quicker for them in this round. A bit of a faster pace towards getting control of piano.
Bit of a faster pace. See you can start to bust up some faces. Talking of which, Fantasy, hello, peering through the window. Wanted to give him a little bit of how's your father, Des, but no one's there to take it.
Not yet. Not just yet.
No. A little bit later.
This wall needs opening. It needs to get opened up relatively soon as well. I know for a lot of teams it's don't worry about opening it until later in the round, but generally in Europe you see it open up inside about 60 seconds. You clear out the players above and then worry about the rest. But Furia staging a pretty heavy resistance inside a piano. They really like this grand piano, Jackie, and they don't want to see it taken away.
They do. They're a big fan. They recently had it tuned and they want to keep it in their possession. Issue is, though, Na'Vi looking like a team possessed. Oh, blur! He's been turned into a ghost. He'll be left to haunt the piano room, but that's all he can do. No more effect from him in the round, as he's not in the land of the living anymore. Sent off to the underworld.
Easily knocked about $2 grand of value off that grand piano, taking the roof off it as well. What a shame. And with that, he goes, you know what? Don't want it anymore. It's not quite the same it was when I first got it. Not interested. Off to the car boot sale with you. Lender up towards the top floor, looking to contest at least onto the CEO window as someone now console window. I still always say CEO. Repelling inside of the console window, sorry, have now got themselves that top floor control that they were looking for. But 90 seconds have gone and Na'Vi is still sniffing around the control that they want.
You could just call it the Bezos window.
Why is that? Because of the CEO window?
Just big man Bezos. Woo! Hello. Lender nearly had his feet blown off. Able to stay alive though as the nade rolls in. Just takes off one of his toes. Might make it a little bit cheaper for him to buy shoes, Des.
Maybe just a little bit. One inside of the bathroom holding here as well. He could be the big spoiler rare. I mean, they know that he's here because of that spray he's just bringing out. But look for Na'Vi here. 50 seconds to play. The 4 versus 5 and still haven't got full control of this ground floor. That's the sort of thing that comes back to sting if you're not careful. Rare dropping down through the breaches. They know that the actual breach has been opened up on the wall. Took a bit of time, but now that it's open, Fury are scattered to the winds, all pushing out towards office. Inside a cafeteria, they've got C4s on side, but the frags need to follow.
The final 30 seconds of this round will be historic. Does it go 7-7 or will it be a shutdown? 8-6. With the EU side flying their flag high, besting the Brazilians. Fantasy waiting behind the shield. Let's see if he can shill himself into this one. Peers round on the corner. His teammates dying around him. Highs is the first to fall. Back down onto the ground. Fantasy clamoring on, hoping to hit the shot, but instead it's the rest of the boys that make the business. The swing comes out. Na'Vi with 2. Back on Fantasy with a final headshot onto
А начиналось-то красиво.
As Furia pick it up and take us all the way to a 7-7.
Ну что, работают мои предикшены, нет?
Round 15, Jackie. We've gone the full distance. We've done it.
This has been a treat. This is better than Christmas morning when you have the one big present that your mum says you're not allowed to open.
Have to wait until Christmas Day, and we're about 4 months too early for that.
Probably around there, yeah.
This is where you run off to your dad and just go, Dad, please can I open it? And he goes, all right then, take a peek, have a look.
All right.
And here's what we've unwrapped.
Either that or you just go, speak to your mother.
That's when you know you're really screwed.
Yeah,
that's always the way. You kind of play in the politics between the parents, and if one says no, you ask the other, and you know you're really screwed when they say, I'll go back and ask them.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, I can't, I've already done it. It's a nightmare.
Door shut in front of your face. No early Christmas presents to that one.
Son's crying.
However, we'll take this as I
Кто сидит быкует? Кто быкует?
I'm crying. There's still a lot more to come.
Ну сейчас, короче, смотрите. Рассказываю. Так, на чем Дуки-сан? Если сейчас Дуки-сан первые где-то 30 секунд раунда не делает плохих вещей, ну типа как бот, блядь, не пикает окно и не отлетает, то Нави выигрывает.
Fury looked really good on defense. That was where they started to build themselves a nice buffer of rounds. That's where they started getting into the groove and hitting some lovely shots. On attack, they might struggle here. I feel like it could be a difference maker, honestly, as the last round.
That bulletproof camera being put in jail as well. Inside of the console window, you can drop it on a reinforcement. You can dig into it. Chuck one inside, put a little laser gate in front of it as well. Make sure it is very well protected. It's like trying to pull off a bank job here where you're trying to steal the diamond that's protected by lasers. You have to see some dangerous work by Fury to get around that one and look for a plant inside of console here. Imagine that's the sort of thing they'll be gunning for. On the other side for Furia, where Na'Vi gave up and playing the IQ, Furia has said, you know what, we need it on side. We can't be dealing with those yokais. That could be a pivotal part of this round. Keep a close eye on those yokais.
Furia, looking like a well-oiled machine here, running perfectly as they all stay grouped, taking top floor control and working their way down. Meanwhile, on the lower levels, Doki towards the piano. Looks like Fantasy could be attempting to get himself an opener here. Does drop the drone in, at least to clear out towards B site.
Чё, чат, кто выиграет? Кто выиграет? Доки выжил. Докисанчик выжил, а это уже 60% на успех. Уже Доки не пошел и не сдох как бот, а сейчас он кого-нибудь да поймает. Они его не задронили, есть еще и хадрон. Ух, ебать, 2 дрона в пианино. Серьезно, серьезно. Информация есть. Надо бы поесть. Жаль, никого аутсайд нету, а зиги кроют. Один в мейне. Но почему никого нету аутсайд? Вы бы могли забрать и того, и другого. По крайней мере, напрячь. У вас есть информация, что 2 типов на первом этаже. Итого получаем, что 3 в сайте. Нужно что-то думать. Коннектор не напрягается, ничего не напрягается. Челики просто стоят и смотрят, как они проигрывают карту. Ну, будем, наверное, стоять секунд до 30. И потом просто Shift W. Ва, давай, бля. За себя, за Сашку. Вот так примерно будет. Туалет у нас улетает на сишки, нахуй. Разменчик. А где егерь? А где Эхадрон? АХП 0. Ай, блядь, душат. Эхадрона сломать. Сломали. Смоками душат. 1 хп. Не могу плантить. 40 секунд времени. Докисанчик идет на желтую. И идет на желтую. Слышит репейл. Прекрасно слышит репейл. Сейчас отхуярит еще, наверное. Нет. Очканул. Решил отойти. Все, в итоге у нас придушили кента с понтом. И что мы имеем? Диффузера на руках нету. Докисанчик умирает. Натан убивает, ну, Блура, который не нужен вообще команде. Зофия, блядь, уже просто полраунда, сука, прыгает туда-сюда. Умирает просто как... Ой. Он план поставит. Бля. Вы это видели, блядь? Игра была равна. Играли 2 хороших команда. Ваше заливное готово, сэр. Но я вам сказал, что Фурия 70%. Я ждал от них 7-5 на самом деле. Но тоненького, но тоненького. Эх, почему никому нельзя было пойти вниз? Они же вообще низ, нахуй, так и не напрягли. Там можно было спокойно играть с сифорами. Вот здесь Эхадрон, которым даже не надо сбивать заряд. Надо увидеть, где челик плентит. Подойти под него снизу. Кинуть сифор. Беттер ТВ закинь. Чё, кого закинуть? Чё закинуть, Серег?
Just ridiculous, right? Like, as players go, that's probably the most important one of the whole damn game. The flick off of the diffuser.
Да не, да Фурия умеет эту карту играть. Алло, камон. Hello, hello, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, dude? Фурия умеет, понимаешь, you know?
pajamas to make sure that nobody could push that area, but there was just an overflow
You know, chill, dude.
through that area. It was low timer.
Блин, вы меня простите, конечно, ребят, но у меня глазки вообще закрываются, и я чат кое-как вижу, у меня прям просто, знаете, вот, когда вот эффект слепаются, типа, глаза, знаешь, ты такой смотришь, но ничего не видишь. Дрозд закинь ККВ. Надо реально закинуть, да. Надо сделать смайл ККВ. Кто сделает смайл 112 на 112 ККВ, тот получит от меня приз. Какой, не скажу.
Starts collapsing things very, very quickly, and IP never even fully realizing, I think, just how dire the situation was getting, as there was such a little time to actually play into it. We're well into the second round here at this point, however, so let's take a look at what G2 is planning. Try and take
Так а у меня нету БТР-ТВ смайлов, они у меня даже не установлены.
for the most part, still going to be focusing on drone, as well as the IQ intel they're going to be able to get from the roof. They get a really good picture of what the setup is actually going to look like, and more importantly, their
Коммент теперь будешь... Ну, будем смотреть. Я же не то, что комментирую, я просто сижу, общаюсь с вами. Мы вместе смотрим, так сказать, да? Под пивкаст. Рубрика называется. Бля, все, у меня просто глаза не показывают. Ну так что, есть у нас, ну, фотошоперы? Фотошоперы имеются? 256 человек на трансляции. Добро пожаловать. Welcome to the hell. Hello, everybody. Push to follow. Push to subscribe. Hello, my friendo. Push to колокольчик. Привет, 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 всем привет. Ты вроде хотел норм поспать перед трансой. Ну, я-то рассказываю, я так уложусь, да, поспать. Ну, казалось бы, что может быть такого, да? Я вот такой лег, да? Лежу, сплю. Ну, 14 минут сплю, да? А ребенок говорит такой: я не пойду в садик. На что он отвечает: нет, ты пойдешь. А он говорит: нет, я не пойду. А он говорит: нет, ты пойдешь. Что там делать? В гугле есть готово. Нет, надо нарисовать, надо кекве смайл. Кекве. Ну, чтобы он был кастомный, вы понимаете? Ну, что мы будем брать из гугла готовый? Ну, что мы что, совсем, что ли, не элитные ребята? Ну, вот этот суетолог начинает орать на весь дом. Мама начинает на него орать. Они вместе орут, а папа в этот момент с ночи просто пытается поспать. И что у него получается? Не может он поспать. Он просыпается, успокаивает вот этих двух персонажей, которые тут суету наводят в 7 утра. А папа лег 6:30, а в 7 утра кипиш лютый просто. И все, и папчик кое-как ложится спать. А сынок потом каким-то образом соло посидел такой. Что за спайл? Кекве. Знаете, что такое, нет? Вы что, не знаете? Такой мем? Кекве, не знаете? Такой мем. Ну, кекш. Кекш. Кек даблы. Вы что, не знаете? Такой мем, блядь, из 98-го года? Вы что, не олды? Вы ньюби, что ли? Я не понимаю. А вот Эночка кто-то вот переведет, что он написал. Кекве смайл кто-нибудь сделайте, пожалуйста, ради бога. Кто умеет фотошопить? Я PS4 Diamond. Я PS2 Diamond. На каком сайте смайлы готовы? На Better TV, что ли? Я не могу искать сейчас их.
for themselves here. We can see Psycho setting up his matrix of those clones, mainly on the 3rd floor here. Usually, for those that are newer to Siege, doesn't end up being a be-all end-all piece of utility. Just a nice one if an enemy ends up on an off chance making that mistake and shooting those out to give you that greater intel when they're trying to execute, especially if they're trying to play it on repel. Makes it very annoying to try and shoot anything past that without
Как
accidentally.
делать? А где? На Better TV, типа, там можно смайлы воровать или что? Я не понимаю, о чем вы. Я не шарю.
You can slam it down and get it closer to the window where it's more difficult to shoot the feed out. That's something that's kind of cheeky that you can do with those. So always make sure to be looking into that as well. But either way, we're about 50 seconds in here now, folks. As G2 is
Мне какой-то сайт скинули, там чисто какие-то смайлы.
trying to figure out exactly where these Valkyrie cameras are, and I can't exactly blame him because moving forward with those up is very risky.
You see there's some of the utility inside of the site. I believe an Evil Eye already being dealt with by the G2 attacking squad here. For the most part, though, it looks like most, if not all, of those Valkyrie cams are going to be deployed towards the inside of the building. They're not too keen on trying to get this aggressive intel. Like we said before, NIP's early round kill capability has been a little bit lackluster based on the first match we saw from them yesterday, and based on their playstyle here, it seems to be aligning pretty well with that. They're trying
Куда ссылку кидать? До ВК, наверное.
They've got G2 trapped inside of the building, trapped in the middle of an execute, and they really can't escape them any further, hopefully giving them a greater capability to pick up those kills.
На Better TV кастомный смайл или вы про что? Блядь, что так все сложно, а? У меня не соображает сейчас голова.
Actually, that was a hop out of cocktail. He jumped right out of white and ended up getting that frag. So great stuff there from Kamikaze. Janka trying to prioritize the cocktail window, but could not get it done. G2 mostly centralized around Cigar Lounge right now as they drop the rest of their players in. They have a minute as they are going to start up and set up shop here in this area. But the issue is right now, there's a lot of solid positioning still here.
Когда наши после сейчас уже скоро, кстати, начнут. Better TV там же надо установить, типа, что-то кого-то. Или вы мне предлагаете просто оттуда скачать смайл и добавить себе?
Sliver of HP after he gets down there. Virtue still trying to chase players down though on the top-down angles from that very hatch. So far unsuccessfully though as he takes a pump from the M590 and goes down to just over 50 HP himself. With only 25 seconds left, G2 cannot afford to sit back and wait this out. Play to just these angles anymore. They need to go for the execute. Unfortunately, they don't start it soon. They're going to be faced with another situation where they just don't have the time to get in.
Unfortunate timing right now, and Pino on low HP will get one. Kayak walking into reading door right now. They need somebody to start planting, and it will indeed be him as he sets down the case. About 50% through that, but now, can it be stopped? Kamikaze has an option, but oh no, we're going into the post plant. All of a sudden, inside of a 3v5 here for G2. Need to get some picks to start this off, otherwise it's going to be very risky, and they get it done right. Kamikaze goes down, Pino and Muzi both on
А чё, он почему-то не подходит по размеру?
fantastic position right now, inside of pillars. Walking up to reading door, have one on his side. Citizen with one, can he get the second? He can. Muzi trying to get the shots, but they don't land. Kayak makes it out. Now it's down to Pino on such low HP. He'll be able to get one, but the timer dwindling right now. He has 10 seconds to get this done as he hikes up white stairs, but the angles...
Потом сделаю, не хочу я сейчас разбираться. Я сейчас скачал смайл, он нихуя не подходит, не знаю.
G2, beautiful stuff from them. Obviously, Pino trying to do his best here, but the time is well gone at this point. G2 take the round, steal the round out of the hands of NIP, and now take the lead at 2-1. NIP just seemingly having no idea as to the...
Потом, короче, добавлю. Спасибо, там уже накидали в ВК всяких вариантов.
No intel, it seems, onto the post-plant positions that they walk right into multiple members of G2, feeding those kills over.
It just seems like the Valkyrie cams, especially in the positioning that they had, it just were not.
G2 паузу взяли. Лагает компьютер.
Guys, it's going to be a quick tech thing, so that's going to be it. Do not worry about it. We do not have to go back and work on what we were working on previously.
Администратор подходит, чё, у вас проблемы какие-то? Да не, говорит, я так чисто, блядь, ну, мозги потрахать, блядь. Мы всегда просто берем паузы, блядь, рехосты. Ну, не можем мы просто без этого. Ну, надо нам. Надо нам поговорить, посидеть. Жунка, ты сними наушники, скажи, как будто у тебя все сломалось, а потом скажи, что у тебя как будто ничего не сломалось. Да без проблем. Я потом, говорю, посмотрю эти Better TV, там, это шляпа, все, надо нормальные смайлы добавить. Надо у Виспа спросить, кто ему чертил смайлики. Я хочу анимационные тоже смайлы заиметь.
Valkyrie, but her cameras were ineffective in their placement. One of them I know was inside of Train. The other one I believe was inside of a dark spot area or right underneath New Balance.
Аниме смайлов. Спасибо за сабочку. Забагалось у меня. Сейчас, чат не вижу. Все сломал. Я бы на самом деле заказал смайлы, да, но я такой пошел посмотреть, думаю, посмотрю по чем вообще. По косарю, блядь. 1000 рублей за смайл. Вы что, гоните, блядь? Я столько не зарабатываю. А там смайлов. Вот хочете, я вам скажу. В скобочках хотите, я вам скажу, сколько мне доступно смайлов. Опа, а что началось? Побуди поп-поп. Дима, спасибо за подарочную. От души, братцы. Поддерживайте старичка, да? Вот стандартные смайлики я могу в данный момент я могу загрузить 9. 8 из 9 загружено. Потом анимированных 5. Потом стандартные смайлики уровень 2 5. Потом стандартные смайлики уровень 3 5. Итого, короче, там можно смайликов что-то очень много зарядить. Там, я не знаю, ну там 1050, наверное. Еще же есть стандартные смайлики бесплатные. 5 штук. Короче, ну это вообще там тысячи миллиардов долларов. Наш пошли сувать девайсы. Ну да, по таймингам они уже их суют вовсю. Суют и высовывают. 30 можно точно. Ну много. Че, воткнут? Ну главное, чтобы ТСМ навтыкали, да. Ты откуда смотришь? А она смотрит прям в душу. Это девушка скутера, если что, можете ей написать всякие гадости в личку. Шучу. Шутка. Минутка. Не суют, стоят, пока ждут или что? Ну когда уже? Чуть-чуть осталось. Надо просто потерпеть. Немножечко потерпеть, а там потом начнется эмоциональный подъем, и все, и сон как рукой снимет. Опять сказали на бутылку в коридоре сесть. Ну, это дефолтная операция, потому что там все протрут. Ковид вот так дяденька пройдет, ковид с очком поймает весь. В окно выбросит, скажет: фу, уходи, ковид.
Certainly has been using their drone game here, and more importantly, has now been losing a large amount of it. They still have 8 drones available for use here for G2, especially with all 5 players still alive for that roster as well. What exactly happened?
Изди, здорово. Да не выспался нифига, спать хочу вообще. Очень мало спал, я же вчера допоздна сидел. Ты ж, наверное, тоже был с нами. Допоздна сидел и очень мало поспал. Часов 6-5 поспал. Устали глаза просто. Алло, Боб. Боб, у нас проблемы. Мы проигрываем кафе.
They just simply can't kill G2 on the entry. I don't know what else to say. They're losing almost every single gunfight, and this is just very different than the ninjas in pajamas that we're all used to seeing. G2 all of a sudden making some magic happen. Jonka gonna get that kill, and that's huge.
Ничего не хочу сказать, но скажу. Мне кажется, а точнее, я уверен на 84%, что G2 выигрывают свою первую карту. Со счетом 7-4. Где-то так. Почему до сих пор не сыграли Дамвон? Они же сыграли. Они играли с ДЗ, по-моему, нет?
this setup to work, and it's simply not. And it's not because of something that is just outlandish that G2 is achieving. It's because Ninjas in Pajamas aren't able to play their game right now. It's a big disconnect between the team. Usually when it comes to Ninjas in Pajamas, when you start to see the kill feed light up for the opposing squad, it's an immediate fight back. There's always pushback from NIP. There's always refrags happening, and we are seeing none of it.
We've seen it on the round they won,
yes,
but that's it.
Exactly. It's just, oh man, G2 are just playing hardball with them right now. It's very difficult.
And to be fair, NIP are not being given a lot of opportunities to find G2, especially inside of an early to mid round, that first minute to 2 minutes of it, because G2 are not really being very aggressive. They're just playing so far back. They're holding these angles on repel. They're making sure if anyone
Они играли с Драгзира, вы шо?
at least a player, if not 2 or 3, supporting their advances. So in the event that NIP try to get aggressive,
Трейтер, здорово, бро.
What the heck is going to be going on here? Okay, now I'm interested, G2. You've got my attention hungry. So we're going to have Gridlock as well as Nomad brought in from G2 here. Citizens
Смотрели мы Драгзира. Спасибо за фоллоу. Так, все, кто не зафолловлен, а тем более не за сабскрайбен, нажимаем немедленно subscribe and follow. Иначе я просто возьму сейчас и все это закончу. Нормально бачу, да? Блин, ну сообщуги в чате тяжело видеть. Вообще глаза просто отказываются показывать такие вещи, какие вы тут написали.
Pixel or right out the white hall here. So it's stuff like that where they don't want any pressure to come from Ninjas in Pajamas, and you're going to be allowed to cut the map how you want to. And if you want to try and move forward, you're risking your life.
Да я рофлю, не надо. Да я только озеваю, там или глаза закрываю. Только... Опа! Куда? Ну не, это вообще не то. Не идет у Непов кафе абсолютно. Так, а секундочка статистики. Перерыв на статистику. Ninjas in Pajamas. Oh. You play cafe? Yeah. You play cafe. Не, ну значит G2 прям конкретно задрочили, так сказать, кафешечку. Она у них, в принципе, давно наиграна, но она у них была с проблемами, так скажем. С проблемами. Видимо, проблемы решились.
Especially for Psycho, like we were talking about previously. 0-5-1 right now, and he's doing everything in his power to make that not be the case. But it continues to persist. So we'll see if he's able to change that up any further. But
это не то, чтобы у всех у них более-менее такое было. Ну, оно изначально было очень плохое. Потом такое шаткое. Но сейчас видно, если ты на кафе как бы берешь 4, то в атаке 4, то ты что-то на кафе понимаешь. Ой, прошу прощения. Или прошу. Ничего не происходит. Ой. Спасибо за подсумок.
Тримай табі на окуляри.
Спасибо. Даже говорит, ему скоро. Но я вам говорю, тут 4-1, все, это выигранная карта. Это невозможно. Not real проиграть. Потому что если ты берешь 4, блядь, за атаку, то, ну, твои вот как бы кенты, вот эти, ну, а на оппонентах, то я не знаю, что они должны сделать в атаке. Но очень сложно, типа, ее атаковать. Может, я, конечно, ошибаюсь, и мир перевернулся с ног на голову. Слушай, этот Citizen, Ты шо... Куда ты... Блять, куда он смотрел? Он что, дурак нахуй? Или что с ним? У него только что убили тиммейта, блядь, на новом балконе. У него Кент лежит с крестом, блядь, и сзади него стоит второй. Они 2 в 3. Куда он стоит, смотрит на Скайлайт? Кого он там хотел? Боба увидеть, блядь, менеджера своего? Вот, блядь, чел валяется, инжуренный. Он видит прекрасно, что у него во фризере Кент стоит. И новый балкон. Он что, думал, что их 5, они отжили, что ли, обратно, или что? На ТТС теперь настройки в новом синем интерфейсе. Так чел во фризере в стелсе сидел? Ну, в смысле, ты когда труп, что, ты не можешь крутиться, вертеться? А его что, его разве Citizen повалил? Ну, не хочу мотать. Его гражданин повалил? Я просто думал, что это его как раз этот чел во фризере нокнул.
Let's see here if G2 can continue the cycle, pick up a 5-1 lead on Cafe of all maps here. Keep in mind, NIP have not lost this map in eons in siege time. This will be the first time in a very long time.
А, ну не, если гражданин повалил, то базара-зира. Тогда там чел просто на крысичах пердел.
With G2's playstyle, we're not going to expect a whole lot of it until the late round anyway. There's a lot of exploration for G2 to do here before they even begin to feel comfortable about moving their way in because they want to avoid the aggression from NIP we've already seen on one of the previous rounds.
Yeah, still some things obviously that Ninjas in Pajamas can do for this last round, but I mean this game overall is already presenting us some pretty interesting storylines. I mean just to think about Brazil as a whole here and think that Ninjas in Pajamas could possibly be in not even the top 2 of their own region where Liquid and Furia are both looking very, very solid. You know, that's just very strange, but finally an initial pick, but no, not enough bullets to be able to take down Virtue, and he gets immediately traded Hungry with the assist.
They do have intel on one of the players inside of Freezer too.
Ну, это я не знаю, это, по-моему, я иду до дому, блядь, на непах.
The cigar play, you'll note again, NIP not feeling too keen as they normally do. Oh, this snake beat Kamikaze sees it coming, thankfully, so he's going to be able to avoid it. Gets respotted by the drone just before it's going to get eaten up there by the mute jammers. They'll know for a fact he's still maintaining this position. Kamikaze knows there's probably
Такое ощущение, что они конкретно на этой карте сидят и между собой говорят: ну что, пацаны, это там, как вы думаете, что, блядь, Бентли или Фэру брать? Я вот не знаю, я хочу зеленую, бля, Бентли, а есть только красная Фэра. Ну, как-то закинуто прям в салат.
Has simply moved around the outside of this top floor. We still have players inside a bathroom like Muzi and Pino currently at the top of White Stairs fighting back up against Ninjas in Pajamas.
Да не, 7-1 не будет. Я думаю. Я надеюсь. Я хочу думать так, я хочу верить. Если я не ошибаюсь, псих уже какую игру сидит. Минус КД в лютое причем. Или хотя, по-моему, там Пина сидел. Ну и у остальных нету убиватора. Ну этот вытянут. 2-4 поедем, наверное, на атаку. На. Ну, Каяк такой берет, давай. Первый, пошел. Раз. Нет. Ну, сложно им будет за атаку. О, эти новомодные мышки, видите? Как у джойстика у Данила. От японского какого-то там челика. Тихо. Нет, это ты путаешь, это упалюха. 2-4 это типа вообще жопа. Ну это не то чтобы жопа, но это так вот немножечко. Ну по пояс. Ну да, я же говорю, у Данила, у Джойстика. У Олвеса я не знаю, как, на какой он сейчас мышке. У Данила и у Джойстика точно знаю. Перчики начали, да? Пути-пути. Вот она, рыба.
Those big numbers on the kills alongside Dan and
Вот она, рыба
He
нашей
is
мечты.
just one of those real impact players. So yeah, Empire need him to get going today.
Absolutely. Well, that is Empire.
Absolutely.
However, of course, their opponents for this game will be TSM, the American side that came to the event with only 4 of their 5. Merc, of course, not being available. Pojo Man,
Вот
it
он,
seems like
ютубер.
Des, you know, coming in, he
Чало.
knows the team, he knows the strategy. It's not hard. It's not some
Geometrics.
random where they've got to try and slot him in. But
Поджо,
is there
Мэнджо.
more that needs to be done for him? Do you feel like even with this
Ачивка.
with a coach that they can still make it work here?
Команда
I think they
мечты.
can, and this might come across quite harsh, but if Dan1 can do it, why can't TSM? Dan1 have had Roy Boy stepping in and fallen because Katsang has been taken ill, yet they're still stepping up and doing just fine. Now, Katsang, you might wager, isn't as impactful a player as what Merc is, because Merc is quite pivotal to TSM's playstyle. But as I've said before, you've got 5 of the best players in the world here for what money can get you. You've got 5 of the best
Ладно,
players
пока
in
я
the
тебе
world
кентов
on this
показываю,
squad.
пойду
They
покурю
should be
быстренько,
able to
прям
level
быстро
to
вот
a
так,
relatively
вот так.
decent level, especially, and again, no offense meant to them.
Далее даже
against
вебка не
Invictus
успевает за
games, I
моими
thought it seemed
движениями
far better than
молниеносными.
yesterday. Things look a little bit scrappy at points. We're not seeing the drone work. We're not seeing the pace. We're not seeing the composure in their executes. It's just not quite fully there yet. We know that it can be delivered. We've seen what they can do before. They've really just got to kind of drum it up now, find it in themselves. Don't let themselves get too beat down that Merc isn't here, and put on a show that the fans and they know that they can deliver.
Absolutely. And obviously, talking of players that are here, Gio on the side of TSM, of course, the only Mexican representative that we have in Mexico City, Tim. What's going to be the difference from that man today? Are we hoping that we might see more from him?
Well, I mean, he played pretty well yesterday, but I think we need to see more from pretty much everybody on the side of TSM if they're going to get wins. As Des has said, you know, it's not the end of the world. They've still got very good players here. Merc is obviously always going to be a big loss, but Pojo Man is a big gain in his own way. So, TSM, they just need to find their stride. The problem for them is they need to find it quickly, and Gio is going to be a part of that. Gio, Bolo particularly, we saw working together in a bit of a duo, sort of buddy system out on the roam yesterday. Sort of semi-roam, they were working in the extension. They need to start getting the kills on that. They need to be giving their team that sort of early start. Gio isn't necessarily there to find the frags, but with Merc gone, everybody needs to find an extra few.
You say they're working in the extension. It just sounds like your boiler's gone. You've had to get 2 blokes round to do some work in the extension, Tim.
They're just digging out the foundations.
Yeah, so we're going to have to go underneath the floorboards. You've got an underground boiler. It's a nightmare. Absolutely ridiculous. What is a little bit more standard, of course, though, is the fact that it's just a best of 1. So we need to burn our way through the map pool and see where exactly we're going to be going. Des, in terms of these 2 teams going head-to-head, have you got any predictions for our map?
Just taking a quick look at the stats, to be honest with you, and seeing where they might quite fancy going. We won't see a club, we won't see a coastline. I don't expect we'll see a consulate. So those 3 immediately you can kind of count out. Chalet, Empire ban it away quite a lot. Maybe you see a Villa on the cards here, but knowing that TSM have played it twice, I don't know. Maybe Villa look at it maybe Empire look at it and just say, you know what, they played it twice and not done so well there, so maybe that's also an option. I'll hedge a bet on Villa for now.
I was thinking Villa myself potentially. We know that Empire have had good results there, so I'm sure they'll carry
Ну, где кафе? Кто там говорил? Кафе, да? Хуендук.
So they might be happy to just keep rinsing, repeating, although no, it's going to be TSM that take the ban.
Хуендук.
So that is going to leave us, if Consulate goes,
Нет, вот эти Вилла.
it's going to leave us
Сюда.
with Chalet Clubhouse or Oregon. We could have something new, but
Потом вот эти кенты, что-то из этого уберут.
I thought it was happening. I was
Что-то из
getting
этого берут.
excited
И
for
вот
it. I
это
was starting to
сюда.
think it could go down, but no chalet this time. Just Clubhouse, Consulate, and Oregon remaining. Still, Des, it could be tasty if we got a club or an Oregon.
А, вот так решили. Очканули сами.
Club isn't really a map.
Сюда.
Play either map. They hate
Club Chaos.
Oh, God bless. I was going to say TSM aren't massive fans of Clubhouse normally.
Видели, я прям синхронно подвинул.
We've seen a lot of Consulate in the last 24 hours.
Ooh, Papa bless. Here we go. Clubhouse. We get to find out which team knows the secret knocked him.
Well, one of them's gonna have to find out what it is because, like I said, coming into this, they need wins. Clubhouse, we're getting something a little bit different. We haven't seen Clubhouse yet so far on the B stream at the Mexico Major, so I'm looking forward to this. Just mix it up a little bit, something a little bit fresh, a little bit new. Empire TSM, it's going to be a great battleground for them as well.
Now then, if we start to break this one down a little bit, in terms of where our actual favour is based on these two teams, right? We've said there's been some ups and downs for TSM. We know the roster issues that's there. We've said for Empire, they've not looked their absolute best. If we do have to predict a winner for this one, Des, who would you go for?
I think on yesterday's results,
Куда я листаю? Что
the
происходит?
lower third tells you the whole story, right? I think Empire's the one
Где
to
Август?
it did improve in the second game. TSM arguably started to look worse.
Что, сломалось все?
I don't know. New map, new team, new potential, but I still think Empire looked strongest yesterday.
Починился.
Tim, you still sticking with your pick?
I am still sticking with my pick. I think if TSM are going to struggle, you know, with this roster change, with these issues, a team like Empire, they're going to punish them.
Нету клуба у них.
If that's going to be the case, if they're not coming in here firing on all cylinders, despite what happened with Empire yesterday, I still think Empire are going to come out very strong.
Ну ладно, тут нормальный счет
I've got a
7-5.
sneaking suspicion we're going to see a slightly different
7-2.
team.
Yeah, I think, right, obviously, if we see the
Рабочая,
Empire that
рабочая.
came out to play yesterday,
Можно на клубе
then
закрыть.
absolutely there's a chance for TSM.
Уверенно причем.
Whereas if everyone wakes up, if we get them all on the server looking fresh, looking ready for a scrap, it should be an Empire victory. TSM have
Но
just
это
been
лучше бы,
looking quite
лучше,
flat, obviously
чем
making the
Конста
best of the
играть.
situation they've been left with, Des, but they still need more.
They do. I think for both teams, there's a lot to really pull out the tank here again, where yesterday was kind of the hopeful entry for both teams to make an impact and show they're still here to mean business at the major. They kind of choked out a little bit. Things didn't go the way they wanted. There's a lot more left in the tank. Again, even without a full 5 starting lineup for TSM, we still know what these players are capable of. And for Empire, similar thing. Dan's been
нормально, пацаны вроде веселые.
Yesterday, we know that Joystick can step up. Always has been one of the big players in the EUL stage 2. They have got the capability. Now it's time to show it. Unleash that potential you've got. Otherwise, you might find yourself locked into that bottom 2 before you can do anything about it. Way before we even hit day 3.
Oh yeah, it's got to be like Neo versus Magneto.
Легкой прогулки БТВ не будет. Будет что-то такое близенькое,
Empire
чувствую.
versus TSM, America versus Russia. That's the next game we've got going down here at the Mexico Major. And for your viewing pleasure, we've got Tim and Des back on the mic. Boys, put this petri dish underneath the microscope and let's see what they're made of.
Get into it and find out when you drop them in the same dish as well, Jackie, what kind of scrap it turns into. Whoa, big
Ой,
Jackie for a second there. He's going to solo cast the whole thing.
You know me, I love a Jackie one box. I love seeing that beautiful man big on my screen.
The problem is, it'll probably just turn into a one big long poem for all 15 rounds of what would be an absolute classic. You get a novel written for you. It would be a fantastic novel if that's what you're here for. But there's a novel that needs to write itself. A story for TSM and Empire is one that hasn't gone well so far. But you know how much I love an anime redemption.
Не, ну нормально должно
They
быть.
can come in here, they can do something
Ну,
special. They can start
потненько,
fighting their
близенько
way
будет,
back in,
но
but it has to start
нормально.
now because for my money, the team that loses this game is probably the one who's going to find themselves impossible to claw their way back up tomorrow.
Yeah, it's becoming very difficult for them at that point. I think one thing that I will say here, I think that a regulation win is very important for one of these two. They don't want this going to overtime. If Empire are going to get the win here, they don't want to be going in there and only
техпауза
taking 2
лютая,
points.
походу.
It only puts them level with Invictus. TSM, if they get an overtime win, it's only 2 points. They're not even breaking into that top 2. So whoever is getting the win needs to be doing it inside of 12. We need one of these teams to really step up and to start closing games out as quickly as they can with a bit of aggression. They need to send a
5-7-6? Ну, не, думаю, получше. Но если все нормально пойдет, то 7-4 должно быть. Я думаю, где-то так. Если сейчас вот все включатся прям с самого начала.
Looks like 3 of the players on TSM have chosen to play a different game today. There's a certain passage that describes what it is they're doing. NA, near airports, is known as the fastest region to arrive at the airport, Tim. Since they gave up on the Rainbow Six Mexican Major, they're investing in speedruns. In particular, they are current world record holders in airport any percent and airport no wins. 3 of them are clearly getting a bit of a practice run in. That's assuming this game goes badly, but I hope to God we get ourselves back underway soon. It's currently only Achieved and Geo that are still sat here at their chairs with analyst / coach Data stepping in, with Pojo being a player in this competition. He isn't the coach. It's Data having to step into that role instead and provide support from behind the players as they do battle with the side of Empire.
Well, this is the thing. You can look at it all ways round. You know, you can say you've got Pojo in there. It's, you know, sort of almost like having your coach in the server, being, you know, he's bringing that sort of level of experience with him. He's bringing that oversight.
Нормальная карта. Должно быть максимально просто, как только возможно.
Be fulfilling. So it's not only the fact that the team is impacted, it's the fact that the backroom staff are impacted, that Data's now got to step in and do that. And as capable as he is, again, it's just all that shifting, all that upheaval that can impact.
В атаке, скорее всего, наверное, начнут. Думаю, ТСМ, наверное, деп взяли.
In just a momentary pause into what is going to turn into a very long broadcast today as things press on. This map in particular, I'm excited to see how it shapes up, mainly because of how these two teams have been not so much inconsistent so far, but questionable. I remember back at the very start of EUL, Empire came up against Virtus Pro and they absolutely rocked their socks. Empire going 7-1, doing absolute magic against them. Whereas for TSM, a structured team, you think they'd enjoy a map like Clubhouse a lot. It feels like it's dialing things back to the bare basics. It's not a massive map to worry about constant roam play or potential runouts or spawn peaks. It should be pretty straight and simple siege.
It should be. We all know what to expect. You know, we all know what the aims are going to be.
Не знаю, проще клуба ни одной карты не придумать, типа вот все, что с ними можно играть.
Really for either team in that perspective, you know, they should know what to expect of the other. There's not going to be anything that's sort of drastically never before seen or anything like that. It should be business as usual. And for me, that suits Empire down to the ground because, as we've said, they're bringing back this style of almost rinse and repeat. We're just going to do what you expect, but we're going to do it better than you can expect. We're going to do it better than you can do anything about, and Clubhouse is the perfect sort of map for them on that.
Absolutely. Should be in just a second, by the way. I'm told the players
Давай, армия России, включайся.
Нервничай. Confirmation and we can get this game underway. Out of curiosity, what is going on the other stream right now? Because last time we looked at the A stream, G2 were 3-1 up against NIP, which was quite a surprise. Currently, G2 are 5-3 up and they are on the defensive side. And you said to me about NIP, you've got to be very, very careful because when it gets to the second half of the map, that's when they can cause some surprises and upsets.
You never know whether they're sort of winning or losing, really, sometimes in the first half with NIP. Just because it's 5-1, 4-2, you just can't write them off, and you've got to wait to see them on that second half of it, because so often they'll come back in and they'll just absolutely reverse sweep it and just turn it around, and they just need
второй и первый был, да.
They are very much one of those teams that on a map will be very good on attack or very good on defense, particularly on certain maps. So you've really got to wait until you see the second half with them when they've had the side switch, and obviously we'll see how that one progresses as they go on, but certainly better performance so far today from G2.
Alrighty, let's get into it then, Tim. Third map of the day, Empire versus TSM on Clubhouse, bans flying through.
Да нормально, нормально, сейчас раскачаются на клубе, типа вообще все отдрочено, что только можно. И там пообезьянничать не получится.
Oh, the Russian team is going to ban Capitao. That's going to see our two attacking operators taken out for the duration of this map. Wamai will come in once again.
Capitao зря забанили, можно было оставить.
Noticeable increase in Wamai
надо на атаку сосредоточить вообще все, что можно.
So far, and that trend continues with the final ban coming in from TSM, and it's going
Ну, слава богу, Вальку сами забанили.
Beautiful. Relatively standard bans outside of the Capitao. Sort of ban I think I'd expect to see against a team like TSM. Not TSM. G2. Less so against TSM, given the current structure.
Не, мы русскую не смотрим. Не надо русскую смотреть. Не, нет на ютубе.
Empire based on what they've seen historically and known that even with the things changing up.
Мне чего слушать, поверьте мне. Тут все расскажем, все покажем.
Kind of more supportive operator, really handy for those executes, so restricting the options on the side of TSM somewhat. Not to be contained though, by the looks of it, they are going to set swap across here.
Если Никсы побеждает, то мы мимо. У нас еще, как минимум, включая эту, нет, включая эту 4 игры. Вроде бы, если я ничего не путаю. Так, это третья. Ну да, если это включать, то 4 игры вместе с этой.
To the complete opposite end of the map. It's going to be right up to the top floor. We're going to have Mute and Mozzie, Pojo Man and Achieve. They're going to work together with the gadgets, and the intention there is to stop drones gaining access to this top floor. So the combination of those Mute Jammers and the Mozzie Pest are going to try and create sort of a blackout zone on this top floor. And what it does is it forces Empire to go in there and to face check every angle, to clear every room, and it allows Pojo Man and Achieve to
старинная стратегия с Гером.
They'll open up the hatches, which you can see the hatch in front of us there is opened up.
У нас что по обличам? Маврик, Эйс. Придется, наверное, тройку идти, потому что сейчас пропилы потратятся.
If you're thinking, why can't Empire just ignore it? They're so far away from sight. Part of it is that quick rotate. Look at that for a quick opening kill achieved onto always, and this is exactly what we're talking about. That's why you can't ignore them, because they will find kills. They'll hit you on the flanks. They'll hit you where you don't expect it. So you have to go in and clear them out.
Открыли джакузи. Сейчас надо подронить. На окна надо кого-нибудь. Но они прямо максимально агрессивно, я так понимаю, хотят играть. А, тут еще и пропил затрикали, я так понял. Данчоус на Богославском полетел. Грошечка разваливают. Пока индивидуально все супер плохо. Все перестрелки просто в дерьме.
Empire barely setting a foot inside of Clubhouse.
Empire getting absolutely nowhere near that roam, and I've got to call Charla out there. What a shout from him. Great play on the main staircase with the castle hitting two.
Ну, сейчас произошло то, от чего я всегда пытался увести команду Team Empire. Это выбивание роума. Надо было начать пилить тоннель, что-нибудь такое, типа помощник. Тоннель надо было попробовать пильнуть, там что-нибудь попукать. Вообще задронить сайт, может быть, в сайте никого и нету. И просто ворваться в сайт. Попробовать как минимум. Но у нас вот железные эти рельсы, о которых мы сейчас и убились, в принципе. Я у камеры четкая картинка. Настраиваю камеры, обращайтесь. Да, четко. Жалко, только нос красный, как мороз. Да сейчас проснутся, я говорю, я не верю, что на клубе какие-то будут лютые педали. Но если, конечно, вот так Кент не будет один бегать и давать два лица. Напоминаю, Чала 2 матча подряд сидел 0.50. И сейчас он повесил просто 2 лучших головы в своей карьере. Ну, это шутка, конечно. Я не в Мексике, ну, так сложились обстоятельства, поэтому я не там.
Because of course quite often you'll get the pinch attack, you'll get them opening up the east breach, but also looking to open the wall between construction and cash and to push in for a plant there. So it's no surprise to see attention paid towards that west side. we just don't often
Да,
see
Мира не
it
такая
quite
АП на
so
клубе.
heavily
Это
towards the
пофигу
west
вообще
side
на
with so much utility over there. We've got a mirror window, we've got a Goyo shield on the bed, we've got reinforcements, we've got all sorts going on over that west side. But it's interesting because think about the attack. Empire can't necessarily avoid that side of the map. They've got operators out there that they could find pushing back onto them at a point where they're going for a plant or any sort of execute. But I think really the best way for Team Empire.
Ну, то есть самый прям настроенный, прям заряд вообще лютейший какой-то.
Look for the garage, look for the west breach, plant behind the servers. That way, the master bedroom side shouldn't have too much of an impact on them.
We'll see. 75 seconds in is where we start
Ну,
thinking about
клуба нету, а дефолтные вещи делают, те, которые нужны на самом деле.
Main stairway pressing down because they know that there's a player inside the
Джойстик
bar.
опять
You can see
откисает
some of the
где-то.
yellow pings singing through, but Bolo is still the one to strike first. Joystick.
А где он
falling
отлетел?
down.
Блин,
Relatively
я вот не понимаю,
early
как
on here
смотреть?
before
Я
they
не
can
вижу,
start
где он
square
умер.
for what would be a push in. I mentioned yesterday how I always chuckle
Сейчас
ever
еще
so
Бола
slightly
какой-нибудь
at the
фраг
irony
найдет.
of the Jackal being the first one to die, given his job
Нету
to find
действий
out where the
активных. Вот
servers will
опять
be.
2 дрона
The
приехал.
chance
А,
is
вот он,
early on.
джойстик
The
в синке
hunters
валяется.
become the hunted.
Поджи еще ловит Данилу.
With a headshot, 5 versus 3. Now is TSM going very well at the beginning of Clubhouse here. Great defenses in round 1 and round 2. Joystick and the rest of
Там
Empire
Сога.
finding themselves severely on the back foot. Always will send in a nade, looking to clear out that deployable shield.
Дроним, но никто убивать не идет. Типа, все сидят, чего-то ждут. Следующий дрон едет.
Now that Empire have only got 3 players remaining, it will be less so. We have a little exchange of shots there. Shepard's going to take some damage.
Ну, все бьет еще Маврика, наверное.
The better out of that. Just taking the little jiggle peek.
Еще и сишку на синей.
Out goes the nitro unsuccessfully.
Отвратительная хае просто.
Absolute
Ну и все, и больше он пикать не будет.
Finds one that's all too easy. Maybe question marks as to why the Maverick Shepard didn't peek out with him at the same time, but he did not. Geo finds 2 completely shut
По очереди
down.
опять.
It's the third. That's a flawless round coming out for TSM, and so far they just look so much more awake and snappier than what we're seeing coming out of Empire.
Great round from Geo. I just want to shout him out.
Просто ноль взаимодействий. Я хуй знает.
Not overcommitting to any of those challenges, just waiting until the opportunity displayed itself.
Ну, ноль взаимодействия. С дверей должен был чел зажать так. С дверей должен был чел зажать так, чтобы другой по лестнице просто поднялся, и его даже не слышно было. Но тут просто один что-то попердел, чуть-чуть получил дэмэджа, встал, посмотрел с дрона, он там же, второй начал, блядь, двигаться, сишка въебала, полетела. В этот момент вот чел, ну там хаешка еще была обосранная. Типа хае не долетела, если бы нормально хае закинул, то убили бы его. Пока меня пугает тенденция того, что джойстик вообще не может игру свою нащупать.
You're talking about any percentage speed runs at the airport, Des. This could be an any percent speed run on Clubhouse.
Whatever it is, TSM are looking really fast. I mean, look, for example, in that round when they had the...
Сейчас, если этот не берут, надо брать тайм-аут. Ну и Жеке какие-то подобрать правильные слова, чтобы парни проснулись. Пока я вообще игры не вижу. Ну типа, не вижу проблем. В стратегиях я не вижу просто игры, блядь. Никто не играет. Все просто гуляют по карте, пытаются что-то где-то кого-то наковырять, наколупать.
I'm loving seeing it. You know what I'm like. I'm just sort of supportive of whoever isn't really performing the best at any point in time. You know, I want to see the NA teams come out and have a great day today. We've got SSG with a mixed bag. Dark Zero have gone well. TSM could now be joining the party, and it starts to look a lot brighter for the NA region.
Давайте с маликами поспамим в чатик. Это поможет. Дистанционная поддержка, чат. Господа.
The whole thing by storm, and NA stepping up is going to be a big part of that. TSM looking good.
Олег, как так получилось, что топ-1 команда мира отсасывает каким-то абрыганам из стран третьего мира? Что случилось? Дорогих тачек покупали или чего?
Ну каким? Тут как бы на этом турнире слабых команд нету. Ну, за исключением Апака. Вот видишь, уже большинство. Бывает всякое. Нету слабых команд в этой игре уже давным-давно. За Темпария, да? Ну, ладно, чел. Лови бан. ТСМ это довольно-таки сильный состав, давно уже вместе играют. Ну и тут пока еще никто не сосет, пока только 0-2, всего 2 раунда залили. Да там кто-то в чат просто написал какую-то дичь, забанил чела. Спасибо за донейшн. Да нормально все, просто штормит ребят, типа. По крайней мере, взять тех же ТСМов. Вот джойстик проснулся. Разыграться надо, расстреляться. Типа, я не знаю, был ли вармап. Но выглядит пока просто как будто не разыграно.
The kill switch, the one that turns him into a bit of a cyborg, a killer one at that, a triple kill coming through in the round. We've waited to see that from Joystick so far throughout the major, and I'm glad that it came through in such a key round as that. Empire have awoken, fully awoken. Time will still tell. Downstairs into church we go once again for TSM. Same strat coming out. Going to be that SSG style roam. We need to see something different from Empire, because last time rounds pushing into this, they barely got a foot inside of the building.
Жестик прав включился, успел типа убить, еще под ноги посмотрел, если там фрострап. Его там не было. Нормально. Данчик еще с температурой 38 сидит. Не в курсе. Не слышал такого, что у него температура.
Fantastically well last time around. I don't think they'll get hit with the early nitro from Achieve this time. They're going to be a little bit more cautious about that. But Empire this time desperately need to get into the building more comfortably, and they need.
Это не он с температурой, а какой-то там анонс, кто там, анонсмен. Модер какой-то с группы у него. Но это не он, он не о себе писал, если что. Нет, Олос посередине, потому что раньше там Кожурбан сидел. Посадка для всех уже удобная и сгенерирована, так сказать.
Bottom side, we will see the reinforcement drop away. He's going to need somebody to come and breach that for him. Potentially could do it with a nade himself, but with Zafir on side, I would expect him to wait for Dan to be able to come and just make that passable.
Ну, это сейчас проблемный раунд опять будет. Они вот просто рассосаны по всей карте. Их надо стянуть каким-то образом в сайт. Я бы пильнул тоннель и просто пошел туда. Ну, скутер умирает. Ладно, Олвис разменивает. Уже хорошо.
Always is there for the trade. 4 versus 4 with an opening kill going in either direction.
Все челы сразу оттянулись. Тут один сидит синьки. По нему информации, к сожалению, нету. Он может сейчас грязи наделать. Чекни склад. Не дали посмотреть склад, и сейчас по складу инфы не будет вообще. Поскольку угодно может здесь сидеть. Сейчас, скорее всего, Шепарда поймает. Да. Ну, Шепард и минус диффьюзер. Данила хорошо справляет. Ошибку надо диффуза ему забирать. Главное, сишку снизу не поймать. Хороший джойстик, еще кого-то нашел. Ну все спокойно, ластового надронить, убить. Ну ладно, пофигу. Просто ставить плент, не пикать его, хорош.
Good pre-fire coming out of Charla as well, you know, almost connecting onto the head of Joystick, but reduced rate, well, reduced. Lower rate of fire on that UMP, not going to be enough to connect the headshot and get the kill he needs to turn that into a 1 versus 1. Looking better from Empire there. Thought Geo might drop away after he got the plant holder, by the way. But no, opted to stay and go for a challenge, and rightly so. Dan punished him for it. So every step along the way where TSM have found a kill, Empire were keeping pace.
Не, я говорю, просто не будет, типа, челы-то все равно на опыте. Хоть они эту карту, так скажем, не мейнят, но играть-то в игру они умеют, поэтому будет все равно сложновато. Спустя рукава, так сказать, не проскочишь. Но при этом это атака, так что в защите, мне кажется, должно быть нормально. Если они там не начнут, конечно, всякие там глаз, монтажник, НГ, что-нибудь такое выдумывать, то должно быть все хорошо. Раскачались, тимплей уже какой-то, хоть какой-то есть, то есть Олвесы только убили, его тут же скутер разменивает. То есть вот такие движения нужны в этой игре.
You know, how many times have we said it? Once again, it came down to just a great shot from Dan to open the round up. But Joystick, we cannot ignore. He's turned up. We've got 5 kills inside of 4 rounds. That is more like the Joystick that we have come to know. And at that rate, he will have between 10 and 15 over the game. And that is the sort of numbers that Empire need to be looking for from him. There's a bit of a ways to go yet. Needs to continue on this path. Needs to keep
решили посидеть без рома.
So far, so good here on Clubhouse.
All right, then round number 5 is underway. See how Empire's approach goes, because you've already got always zipping around on this ground floor. Now very aware that there is no one playing up on the top side. They probably identify at this stage, okay, yeah, actually it is a dug-in turtle comp. It's not going to be so aggressive. And Bolo is normally...
А где Ашана Джоид? Да она сейчас не нужна, ее же занерфили. Шакал типа попрофитнее, потому что команда ровнища. И Шакал типа намного лучше заходит на клубе. Тут Ашой особо делать нечего. Ну плюс, говорю, ей пушку сломали, у нее пушка неприятная. У Шакала намного круче ган сейчас. Одну тактическую паузу за одну карту. Ну, каждой стороне. То есть одну Empire могут взять, а одну TSM могут взять. Но разговаривать во время тайм-аута обе команды могут. Нет, к сожалению, одна. Тактическая пауза. Ну, Шакал, потому что не так много пикается. У него не супер пикрейт, так сказать.
We're looking at a turtle approach to defending this site now. All of TSM looking to bunker down inside a site. And look at that for an angle. Dan just desperate to find anything he can onto the man behind the small bar.
Ой, опасно. Но Олвес тут как рыба в воде должен просто мансить. You
start wondering the question now of what Bolo can do. Can he find any C4 up into kitchen? Because clearly that is becoming a big focus for the attackers. That is going to be a pivotal part of their push. Now I imagine then you'll see all the usual things. Someone pushing down through blue, for example. If you are feeling luxurious,
кухню, наверное, атака будет. Надо Канадиана открывать. Потому что тройку там вряд ли пропилишь. А там еще и окно мира стоит. Должен быть под кухню фул. Тоннели смог. Смока отконтролить можно. У Ачивда что, у него сифора нету. Оружейный надо как-то выбивать. Ну, тут даже можно не спускаться. Жестик, не ходи туда. Лучше вот через мото упасть и запушить тайминг. Вот уже плант пошел. Надо сейчас какой-то кипиш создавать, иначе сейчас убьют плант еще. Так, поймали одного, плант поставили. Бля, не успели плант поставить. ГГ. Секунды не хватило поставить плант. Просто там 1 или 2 секунд не хватало.
Plan A didn't work, so they came through with plan B, which was successful.
Unfortunate. Ну, близко было. Надо было просто суету какую-то наводить, кому-то в мото упасть и типа там кипиши навести или в синьку. Неважно куда, просто упасть и на себя стянуть атаку. А тут, ну, вы видели, типа чел ставит план, все начинают стягиваться, и там один только челик с люка попукивал. Этого мало. Сейчас приду.
Only for Charlotte to then be the one player that hadn't been covered on the dirt angle, loses his life, or sorry, gets the kill onto Shepard, who loses his life, and the round ends there. If that plant had gone down, very different story, because Empire had a couple of members hanging around kitchen. They would have been able to give that vertical control and protect the diffuser, but unfortunately with it not being completed, TSM do take round number 5. They've put themselves in a slightly better spot in this half, and for Empire, I'd be somewhat surprised if they don't find themselves this next round and bring us all square at the half.
I mean, we couldn't really ask for much more from this matchup, could we? As we know that it's an important one for both teams. They're both going to be out here looking for a big 3-point win to catapult them up the group and to start that challenge on Invictus. But once again, we're seeing this big extension coming out from TSM. It was successful last time around. Round 2 was the last time they defended this site. Bolo opened things up with a kill onto Joystick, and Empire found themselves on the back foot for the remainder of the round. Now, I'll be interested to see just how well they can do if maybe they take that opening kill. If Empire can come in here and get themselves that advantage. Last time Gio held down Garage beautifully, found himself a 3k at the end of the round and just showed a real mastery of the balcony there. So that's something that Empire, one of two things, need to focus on or just need to completely subvert by just going elsewhere.
I agree. We'll see if that's something they opt for, though, in this next setup. Pojo again holding out towards that west side. Gio has been the terror, as you mentioned, the one that probably wants to be avoided, but he's definitely got himself dug in. All 3 ADSs. He is that selfish Jaeger main who you're like, Jaeger, you're going to put down the ADSs? And he's like, no, I'm taking them all with me. They're coming with me. They're staying in garage. I'm holding that down. You guys can deal with any kind of flying grenades that might come your way. I need to be safe. I'm number 1.
Gio not being challenged as of yet. He's certainly looking for the danger coming from the door, but he's not going to find any at the minute. It's either just putting a few shots through from the rappel towards the balcony, but he's not going to get any joy on that angle. Gio won't expose himself that far over. He's just going to hold it down for the time being. He can hear the blowtorch underneath him. He knows that the push is going to come, and Shepard opens up the garage there. He's looking for the lines of sight that will head up towards the top of the catwalk near where the window is as well. Just giving himself options and making it difficult for Gio to move around. But if the push is going to come solo from Shepard, it could be a tough one. He's got 3 ADSs to help lock him down. Nades are going to be difficult to get in there. He does have always supporting. The drone is going in. They know Gio's there. This round could hinge on how well they deal with Gio.
I mean, the problem here, Ace, I mean, look at the utility they've got on side, right? They've got 6 breaching rounds or breaching charges. They've got the Claymore, and they've got 4 frags. They don't have tons of utility to deal with these ADSs. So I'm like, okay, well, you're going to have to consume your way through 4 frags. I don't know if that's just awareness on TSM's side based on the...
Вот хорошая. Бам, сюда. Это улыбс.
Except for the 1, 3 is enough, and it gets the kill.
Мою хаешечку закинул, которую я разработал. Не контрящаяся хаешечка. Хорош, джойстик работает. Еще одну хорошую. Ну, нет, там не наваренная. Сишка, забать. Ой-ой-ой-ой. Плантище убили. Меняем. Вот сейчас не провтыкать, сейчас побежит. Поставили, все хорошо, отсосаться. А, ну все, тут уже 4 в 1. Туда их. Красиво, красиво. Армия России делает вещи. Там хае кидается об поручень. И она не вот так навесом падает, а она, короче, ударяется о поручень и сразу падает. И то есть ты такой сидишь, и у тебя бах, индикатор красный, ты умер. Все. Она вот так вот не летит, короче. Она падает прям пам, и сразу прям тебе на лицо падает. Она сложная, ее надо учиться. Вот, видишь, она бам, сразу перед лицом. Еще раз. Блин, как мотнуть? Сейчас. Вот, пам, и все, у тебя сразу индикатор красный. ты ничего не успеваешь. Сога прокинута была, скорее всего. Так, сейчас в эфире сделаю это, будет отставать. Покажи в ТТ. Что такое ТТ? Кто ТТ? Хаешку показать? Она сложная. Типа для... Нет, Сога скушает. Ну там можно зажать ультрамоменталку, что даже Сога не сработает, но это опасно, ты себя можешь взорвать изи. Куда целиться? Ну ты смотришь на кэтволк, у тебя есть рукоятка там, вот видите, вот эти вот щели. И ты прямо в верхнюю часть просто кидаешь, и она сразу падает на пол. То есть, а все кидают вот так верхом, она вот так летит, падает, чел просто спокойно убегает, когда вот так видит, когда она вверх пролетает. А тут она ударяется о поручень и сразу падает тебе под ноги. У тебя нету времени среагировать. Типа ты только встать можешь успеть, и тебя, скорее всего, с дверей убьют. Сейчас главное в защите не делать глупости, и все будет хорошо. Там легко, я потом как-нибудь покажу. Ну она, говорю, ну ее, если задрочить, то она легкая. Я не знаю, я просто походил 30 секунд по карте, подумал, как можно убивать кэтволк. И нашел вот эту гранату. Просто 2 раза попробовал, кинул, получилось. Не знаю, какая там задержка. Одинаковая должна быть. Одинаково не должно быть задержки. Мы запись смотрим, да, поэтому задержка большая. Мы же не прямую трансляцию наблюдаем. Так, нормально, разменяли скутера. Но, блин, у скутера мало киллов, он злой. Овес, ну не кипишуй, успокойся, братик. Просто посиди, поперди там, не знаю. Подыши, не парься. Играй на времечко. Минутка осталась уже. Сейчас ты еще Маврику ёбнешь по глазам. Ну куда ты? Ну куда, малыш? Просто постой, похолди. А чё ничего не заренфано? Непонятно. А ренфов, наверное, не было. Да, ренфов не хватило. Ну, типа нету малюк. Ой, 3-очковая. Какая же лакичная прилетела. Так, ну Поджуман гений на Маврике, сразу видно. 50 баллонов на 1 люк потратил. Какая же просто шаровая залетела молния. А вот это уже ошибка. Вот это уже ошибка была. Так, хорошо. Хорошо. Хороший. Ебать, что он 3 нахуй размотал? Ну это было близко. Близко, пиздец.
One of those players that never quite says, I'm not done just yet. Look at him yesterday. Sexy Cake had the quadra kills on for the ace, and Shepard pulls off a 1 versus 3 to win the...
Не, ну ачивка сразу видно, ну не шарит, как на кухонке играть. Ебать, Шепард просто 3 головы ставит. Я шо, в 90-х годах опять очутился?
He was either going to try and go for the challenge, go for the kill, or go for the plant. He opted to go for the kill. Shepard just a little bit better in that small individual gunfight. But that's what matters. A big round being clutched up by him. Empire move up to 4 and 3.
Great performance from Team Empire then.
Че, главное, булочки не расслаблять. Тогда будет все нормально.
After a really good start in the first couple, just finding themselves being sort of guarded against, just being fenced away, just being jabbed, kept at a reach by Team Empire here as they're looking for that big knockout punch. And given that last round, you wouldn't really put it past them. They're going to be heading to gym and bedroom this time around. That leaves them cash and CCTV should they win here. So this could be an important round. You know that I love to look at the scoreboard when we're talking 4-3 Des and which way the round goes. 5-3 is a big moment for Team Empire, especially if they then move into a site like CCTV.
Не, нормальный такой раунд был хороший. Сейчас типа заряжены должны быть ментально. Типа, когда такие раунды вытаскиваются, прям буст по морали лютый происходит. Сейчас еще если скутер -2 даст, то все, он заведется и начнет разрывать. Он пока тоже не может почуять вообще свою игру. Что все матчи играет так. Тяжело идут.
Before they can even start thinking about the gym side, they'll be greeted here as the wall gets opened up by the laser gates. It's still got one facing off towards Scyther. Stops grenades going singing through essentially up towards the shield, so Scyther can feel a little more comfortable in stepping forward, taking exchanges if he really wants to. And has 3 members with him. Joystick always and Scyther all committing towards this, but now you got to worry about the drop from a
Блин, Джойстик ожидаемо, что получит люлей, потому что полторашечку забрали с голографом, ни хрена не видно. А тут уже Мейнстерс прожали. А, нет, тут, блядь, меня уже глючит. Хорош шепот. Мне показалось, что Мейнстерс кто-то поднялся за ними.
Really is becoming one of his key characteristics. Either still in position at the top of cash stairs there. He's got the Frostmat to protect.
Для меня почему-то синий цвет это типа атака. Не знаю, почему так ассоциируется. Скутер, ну нервничай, все, уйти. Минута времени, все, рассос лютый. Блять, волосы ушел. Нормально, еще окно мира. Это еще где-то секунд 40 можно просто стоять, пукать. Они еще до него не дошли там. Что там? А, понимаю, бывает. Бывает, ютубера поймали за жопку. Сомнительное окно, согласен. Данила, вот не надо газовать. Хотел где-то, конечно, минус подыскать. Ну ТСМ хоть и в большинстве, но сейчас главное не провтыкать вот это вот, то, что они просто в окно забегут и начнут плантить. Алло, ребята, вам платят бежать, убивать. Хорош. Данчо просто умничка. 2 секунды. Сосать. Блять, плантит. Пиздец. Ну близко, сука, было. Construction надо было кому-то выйти. Обосранный раунд.
The one into bathroom, the second into Shepard as the last man pushing his way forward. A great swing from Bolo. The thing is, Shepard even knew he was there, saw the gun rounding the corner, but couldn't quite connect the shots in time. Big round, and that's 2 now, 1. Looking back at Shepard in the prior round, this round, looking at Bolo to bring things all square at 4 apiece. They know just how important this game is. So I'm kind of with you. There needs to be a regulation time win. Someone needs to take this cleanly.
Бля, ну я думал, тут уже стопудово выиграно, когда Данила сбивает плент и еще и убивает Маврика пушащего. Типа я уже думал, все, ГН.
Always pick your players up if you get the opportunity, Des. Always pick them up if you get the chance, because you just don't know what they're going to do. And when it's a player like Bolo, 20 HP, 200 HP, I mean,
Скутера по-прежнему вообще не идет ни в какую. Но у скутера не идет. На нервиках он 100% там.
I am not overlooking Charla here.
Зато джойстик раздуплился.
For me, he is the player.
10-5
He is the man on the
бегает.
side of TSM right now. He's had some huge moments here on Clubhouse, and that was another one. Gio gets dropped in the nick of time from Empire and puts the diffuser down. Charla doesn't think twice about it. He is straight in there like a greyhound to pick up that diffuser.
Блин, ну Данила мог поймать Маврика, если бы чуть дольше похолодил. Джойстик Мастерс, не умри, ради бога.
I said coming into this tournament yesterday, I was like, I'm just glad for International Siege to be back. And I thought, you know, we'll have some good games. It'll be nice and chill. We'll have a great time. But it reminds me almost of SI 2021 when we were all in Paris, just how insane that group stage was. We were saying at the time, you're never going to see a group stage this mental. I don't know if this one has quite yet surpassed it, but it is well on its way there with some of the games that we've seen, the upsets that have come especially from APAC teams. And here you're getting an absolute screamer between two teams that are a bit down on their luck, but ultimately well on their way to being able to achieve greatness in this game with how some of the players are playing. I live for it, Tim. It's the kind of international siege that you want to see every 3 months at a major.
Kind of international siege I want to see every day, Des.
Блин, рано спальню занимает. Так, или джойстик? А, джойстик вообще в перемке. Ну, ему сюда не обязательно... А, ну он Согу принес. Ему тут не надо играть, ему надо уползать куда-нибудь туда, в сторону спальни, и потом на лоу тайминге, типа, выползать, что-то придумывать. Так, а импакта у кого? Бля, импактов нету. Есть каитки. Мутилка есть. То есть, ну, еще пока, в принципе, не пропилят. Там что, 4Х есть. Все, сейчас пропил будет. Боятся, что Ягер снизу где-то ровно. А Ягер снизу. Туда его. Так, Слэджик умирает. Блядь, джойстик уйти, ну... Время. Просто отошел бы, убил одного, уйди, ну зачем? А, ой, Шепард сюда же приполз. Есть инфа, походу, по нему. Блять, не попал. А он, по-моему, заряд сломал, нет? Сбить. Блять, поздно. Вот если бы еще пропил за Денайл, было бы вообще шикарно. Блять, опять скутер уебало вешают. Ну хорош, это 5-4.
Empire managed to get themselves ahead once more, but just like almost every other game that we've had on the Bravo stream, we are 5-4.
Красавцы, красавцы. Ну, блядь, джойстик жадничает, конечно.
Team Empire just getting themselves the slight advantage, but TSM gonna hit them with attack timeout and just slow things down.
Understandable as well. They probably do want to breathe a little bit here. In the last 4 rounds, only one has been taken by TSM. Round 6, round 7, round 9, all going the way of Empire. It's clear that something needs to happen. And even the round that they did win came down to...
Должны закрывать, говорю, где-то 7-5, мне кажется. 7-4, 7-5, что-то такое должно быть. Не знаю, не верю, что TSM и комбактнут. Они прям максимально удобные. Там ультра не повезло Шепарду, он мог еще термиту там пихануть. Сишкой мог поймать. Да я уже разговаривал, ну, что я, дистанционно сложно вытащить. Там ИРЛ-то иногда не помогают разговоры, а дистанционно тем более. Да похрену, можно не смотреть на личный счет, главное, что на скорборде что происходит. На тап вообще похер. Вон, 5-4, это главное.
Group B has been entertaining, so I know from start to finish Group B has been amazing because of the 2 overtime games with Fury and Na'Vi SSG. Right, you can park that one already and say that was amazing. We had Dark Zero versus Down One. That was a not so much a stomp, but was a really convincing game by Dark Zero, which for us at least cemented that story of Dark Zero are here to play. And I think, you know, currently playing second fiddle, or maybe even first, and being slightly ahead of SSG, because they've looked phenomenal. They almost...
Сейчас примерно тоже будет. Надо джойстику, понимаешь, что, ну не надо наглеть. Играй по сейвове, и все будет хорошо, мужик. У тебя нету полторашечки. С голографом так не попикаешь, как раньше. Чуть по сейвове на время поиграть, и будет все хорошо. Забрать шестой, и там уже у ТСМов многие зашевелятся, так сказать.
We haven't seen too much of Group A and Group C. We haven't seen NIP, G2. We haven't really seen BDS yet. You know, we've got a few teams that we've yet to see.
Я не знаю, кто это самый ИГЛ.
Because we're going to be showing them over the remainder of today, tomorrow. We're going to be bringing you some of those teams from the group stages. But we've had an absolute pleasure so far. Like I say, it really has just been full throttle from beginning.
Так чисто по пику либо Чало, либо Geometrix, наверное. Но не факт. В идеале под Джамен может сейчас колить, потому что он коуч. Чуть защишка была еще пропила. А, ну он свалил от нее.
Those explosives are not going to have any joy. Sidra and always going to hold down Cash for as long as possible, but I want to see them not giving up their lives at this point. They just felt like they were overrun a little bit last time.
A little bit, yeah, but again, it's going to be this extended setup. The mirror on side once more. Everything looking the same for Empire, and why fix what ain't broken? It's on TSM.
Минут 26 можно и на таком тайминге, в принципе, отдать.
Because for Empire, I'd say on that last defense, they did play it really well. It was down to a great 2 versus 2, but I think the strat itself was pretty sound in terms of what they brought out. Equally, TSM showed they had a good capability to deal with it, but maybe enough to make it a more convincing victory.
Очень медленный ТСМ. Просто никого уже нету ни в констройке. Ну, в констройке, ладно, за окном есть. В кэше никого нету, они все еще стоят, что ждут. Вообще не вникают, типа, что уже все отдали давно. 30 секунд потеряли просто ни на что. ТСМ равно Liquid. Ну, Liquid немного по-другому играет. Liquid все-таки понимают, когда им надо давить, когда не надо. Но эти просто что-то стоят, что ждут. У них там еще работы, там каитка висит. Пропилить каким-то образом надо. Я так понимаю, опять будет ран в одно окно. А тут уже дырки снизу сделаны. И Данила снизу гуляет. Вот он кого-то поймал, Слэджа поймал снизу. Все, 10 секунд. Ну, я не знаю, это должно 6-4 быть. 6-4. Хороший скутер-килл сделал. Все, уже живем.
But Empire close it out in much more convincing fashion. They move up to match point. TSM, gotta work some magic, boys.
You can forgive him for losing track of the man count there, Des. It was a bit of insanity at the end of the round. There was just kills raining in both directions. We saw bodies dropping through hatches, diffusers trying to go down, challenges made, but ultimately it was Empire that came out kings of the hill there.
Ну что будешь смотреть? Скорее всего, пойду отдыхать. Не вывожу уже, просто не вывожу. Долго, еще до следующего матча, блин, часа 3 ждать. Что не поехал? Ну, так обстоятельства сложились, поэтому не поехал. Не подошел под данный регламент. Сон это важно, да, я просто предвкушаю, если я завтра не смогу поспать, то я, наверное, откисну. Типа, ну, уже не шутки. Типа, один день я еще могу как попало поспать, а вот 2 дня уже тяжеловато. Поспи, приходи, ну посмотрим. Я вряд ли просто проснусь, если я лягу спать.
Nah, because alright, so everyone in chat, so you understand the problem here.
Жук не уважук. Ну, сори, мужики, ну, серьезно. Мужики и не только. Если бы я сегодня хорошо поспал, то я бы посидел. И мне, ну, мне интересно посмотреть, типа, ликвиду.
It's there. I think you're just a magician with words and with the ponytail. There's some things that the world is never going to see, but
they're just not ready for this. It's there, just like Team Empire are there when it comes to match point. 6-4 up and looking to close this one out against TSM now. 40 seconds in, we've got all of 5 of Empire back on site. I believe there's a man up in Dirt Tunnel, if I'm correct. I could be wrong. We've certainly got 4 down there. Yes, either he's just so far away we can't quite see him on our screen, but thank you very much for showing him to us. So that leaves us with Empire Turtle down. Only a minute gone. TSM, they, I think, are pretty much confident that they've got map control of the top 2 floors now. So that gives them an absolute edge, Des. Usually you're looking at needing about a minute to start opening hatches, clearing, getting down into sight, getting a few kills and starting your execute.
Да не, ну все, уже TSM очкует. Давайте уже 7-4 и отдыхаем.
Alrighty, well here comes the Pojo, getting the hatches opened up as we've seen before. Delicate artwork being executed on these hatches, but it is indeed percentile destruction to get that cleared out. That should be the focus. Good timing here to start getting some control on the upstairs.
Минута 30 до того, как дропнуться в люк кухни. Хотя они, наверное, тройку пойдут. Нет, кухню, короче. Вы что, цебат или пойдете под кухню? Люк-то чем открывать? Термита есть еще ближе? Сейчас еще термита затрикает. Затрикал. Успеет же? Успеет. Нет, не успел. Я думал, успеет. Так, а что по раскиду? Флешек много еще, одна хаешка есть. Чисто в теории могут заплатить. Синки двое, тут еще ренф. Ну, скорее всего, должны сейчас донать. Сишка есть. Шепард должен сбивать. Вот увидел. Сейчас скажет, что он на дефолте ставит, блять, хае красная. Шепард, кинь C4. Шепард кинул плохо C4. Или скутер не заколил. Ух, ёп. Блять, что он вешает, этот Чала, блять? Он 2... А, ну этот... Нет. Ну должны забирать, должны забирать. Блять. Хорош. Как говорит Оуз, ух, блять. Но было близко, было близко. Получается, я опять прочитал 7-4. Не, ну в Синки Кент, конечно, нормально задесантился. Ну не изи, нормально было, близко. Так, а куда еще один у меня делся? Ну не по G2 проиграли.
I said in this game, if you're sat at 0-3, it might be a bit too late. And I know a man who knows the time really well. Let's get Jackie back on.
А, ну там кафе было.
Bit of a morbid moment for TSM, to be honest with you, Jackie.
Dark Zero G2, блин, тоже интересный матч. Нави ССГ не особо. Скорее всего, ССГ. В зависимости от карты, конечно. Ну, G2 непредсказуемые, да, они типа их штормит там нормально. Они как на корабле, блядь. Тошнит, но плывут. Так, ладно, ребятули, я, наверное, буду прощаться. Потому что, ну, кто победит, Империя или Жидкий? Ну, тут как бы объективно. объективно. Жидкие сейчас в очень мощной кондиции. В очень мощной кондиции. Но. Хочется верить, что все-таки имперчики смогут как бы яички в кулак сложить, так сказать, и закрыть. Ну, потому что надо уже. Обыгрывали их, надо карту как-то выбрать удачно. Не знаю, клубешник бы желательно какой-нибудь. Что-нибудь такое. Замутить, так сказать, да? Так, а что у нас? Кто кастит? Давайте до скорых встреч. Завтра у нас что? Сейчас, подождите, гляну, что у нас завтра. Не, правда, еще посидел, посмотрел, пообщался бы, но тяжело. Group stage. Имперчики с кем 18-го играют? 18-го EG и Ликвиды. Все ж правильно? Да. Завтра будем смотреть EG и Ликвиды. Но, блин, Ликвиды опять, наверное, будет последний. Ну, с поздним матчем. Шутдайв, а чё, я в смысле должен был прыгать до потолка или что? Не знаю. Типа я сразу сказал, что ТСМов, скорее всего, выиграем. Вот если бы Ликвидов выиграли, я был рад. А так пока, ну, хз. Не, он типа круто, здорово, офигенно. Я не рад, то, что у скутера игра не идет. Это раз. Вот это мне не очень нравится. Ну и хочу, чтобы жидких закрыли. ТСМов я счет запредиктил и сказал, что 7-4 будет. Так, давайте я вас на ру-трансу отправлю. Блять, а что я делаю? Давайте, кто не зафоловился, обязательно. Фолловимся, сабскрупаемся, чтобы завтра стрим не пропустить. Давайте, PB and GN. Рейдим официальную трансу. Поддерживаем, так сказать, русский Ubisoft. 433 зрителя. Вау. Жестко. Давайте, рейд. Все в рейд. Собираемся в рейд. Ubisoft зарейдим, чтобы потом бан не прилетел. Все, давайте.